gonna rise again.
Battle's a lonely one.
Hello PUBG friends and welcome to ESL PUBG Masters Regional Playoffs for North America. We're about to find out who's been working their way up the ladder for qualification and who maybe took a little bit of a break during that winter break. I mean, we're finally getting everything underway, Godspeed, and I am so excited that my first cast of 2022 is with you, man. Oh, let's get this thing underway.
So very sweet of you. Yeah, I'm excited to be here casting with you again. It's the first, official event, ESL of PUBG 2022. It should be an absolute banger, and we have some pretty stacked groups coming up, so it's going to be a good day.
I mean, with this, we're going to be going through all the stuff that you guys need to know, but we've been walking step by step to get ourselves down into 3 independent groups, and we're going to be looking at 2 of those today. You guys have watched this enough. You know how it all works, but for everybody that's new, I'm going to go ahead and give you a breakdown. You can see that we are presently on the 18th, 19th, and 20th, way over on the right side. Everything before that, be it February 9th, 10th, 12th, 13th, 15th through the 16th, all of that has already gone down, and right now we're trying to get our top North American teams over into that grand final that's going to be going on February 25th, 26th, 27th, March 4th, 5th, and 6th. And also don't forget the fact that we've got 3 days of action this weekend as well. So, man, it's all building up, and I'm already loving what 2022 is bringing.
I mean, we're definitely starting off with a bang, and of course, at the start of the year, it's very important to get the best head start going into PGC. Last year's PGC was a great success. Obviously, some of the best PUBG we had ever seen. We did, also see some players kind of retire, so I'm very curious what we're going to see at the end of this year. Obviously, first place for ESL Masters is going to be 200 points, second 120.95, but before these teams can even get to those points, Matt, they've got to get through the qualifications.
Yeah, and working our way through this, when we get to that grand final, $50,000 prize pool altogether. $12,500 at first, working its way all the way down to $500 for 16th. As long as you can make it into the grand finals, you're going to be walking away with some form of cash inside your pocket. Now then, I know the fact that we've been talking about a lot of what's been going on through the qualification stages and how everything's been working through step by step to get here every single step of the way. Now, I think we're getting to that stage, Godspeed, we're going to have to take a quick look and see what all was going on to get us into this point. So we're going to take a quick look at a recap video, and let's just go ahead and set our eyes on it now.
They're going to crash on into East Block. Icyflex gets one. Can he get the second? Fudge dancing around the car. 2 men down for Inquisition.
He's coming through. Scars are out. Headshot 1. Jerry's there as well. He's going to get Ethan. Accompaniments get 1. He's getting 2. Can he get a 3rd? He's got to get the reload. Accompaniment. Good defense here for Stuckers. Here's the audio cue. Nice flashbang over. Get some assistance from Q-Fix.
They stun the enemies too, but Gwen getting aggressive now. Pre-fire on the door. Sneezewald's going to go prone. In goes the double puppy. There's 1. Gets 2. Shots off early as a nade in hand from a nade. Use that nade. Spots him out, but no. A nade with the nade is going to get the knock and a big potential crash. Tactical nade coming under pressure from Lethal Association. Sociopath's going to T-bone into the side. Oh, what a drive-by that was.
That was absolutely brilliantly played.
Guys up here. And there he goes. They get 1, they get 2. Could get could get third and fourth here. Nope. Oh!
Into that Sprayers formation in a bad spot now, trying to get these players raised. They made the move, but no Icy Flex. He's going to clean them up. We got ourselves 3 teams left. Out. Balefrost has got the MK14, the best AR in the game, like I said. Gets the shots off. Silers goes down. 4v1, 4v0, and it is going to be a win for Water Rush.
Man, we are bringing some bangers for this replay stuff. I hope we get a couple more of those going. The songs are good this year. All right, guys. So you can see we've got everything split across into 3 different groups, A, B, and C. This is, again, the standard norm for whenever we're looking through our qualifiers for North America. We're going to be looking at groups A and B today. So that means in Group A, we've got E United, Shoot to Kill, 300, Black Sheep Office, always fighting their ways to make it inside of this. We got Team Veritas, Lethal Association, Struckers, and Orion.
So yeah, this Group A is looking good. Group B looking arguably even better. I mean, you have the Sonics, Wildcard Gaming, Gas Cans, Liberate, 303 Esports, Spicy Fish, a completely new Spicy Fish, Tact 8, and Formation. I mean, the thing that I always find interesting at the beginning of each year, Matt, and I'm sure you could probably echo this, is the fact that there's so many little roster shuffles, right? And there generally is, especially after a big event in multiple games, but especially for us. As I said, PGC just happened. It was a crazy PGC. It was really fun to watch. We had some retirements that I was mentioning earlier, and so because of those retirements, you have new players stepping in, new blood kind of coming into the scene, and so, you know, today is going to kind of show that, and I hope we see some of the new blood kind of make an impact, make a splash, so to speak.
I mean, that's what it's about. That's why I love these first events of the year, is it's all those changes you're talking about. Now, I've got my eye on I know we each have different teams that we're keeping our eye on, but there's one I've got to bring everybody's attention to, and that's the fact that TSM is no longer TSM. They're back to being Shoot to Kill. And no toxicity involved, but usually whenever Shoot to Kill is Shoot to Kill, they tend to do a lot better. So I'm wanting to see if the fact that if this trend continues, now the fact that they're going to go back to being super hungry, trying to make sure that they're fighting for every dollar that they can get and every single PGC point that they can get, every single time this happens, it feels like this is when we see prime Shoot to Kill play.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I mean, even right after TSM FTX had picked them up, I mean, we saw some hiccups here or there, but they did perform well at PGC for the most part. Not as well as they would have wanted to, but still quite well. I mean, overall, that team has proven themselves internationally time and time again. And so, yeah, for some reason, when they take on the Shoot to Kill moniker, they seem to kind of come out of the gates heavy, and then, yeah, we've seen them get signed, and things kind of slow down for whatever reason, but I don't really think that's a symptom of, like, mental or getting signed. I just think, yeah, it's just the lobbies
It's just a funny trend that happens, guys. Don't worry. It's no toxicity.
Sure.
It's fine.
But yeah, Shoot to Kill is definitely a team to always watch out for, especially in our region, right? They've been dominant in our region, as well as with other teams like former Oath members who are now on United with a new pickup as well, and then you also have, you know, Sonics that have obviously done well. So SDK is always a solid pick, always a really, really cool team to watch. For me personally, I'm actually really interested in E United now, which formerly was now the Rumblers, but Oath did have to let go their roster after PGC, and that roster was ridiculous. It was Balefrost, Snakers, Relo, and Kickstart, and now with the departure of Balefrost, they are bringing in Flood, which, if you don't know, is an OCE player, and he was definitely one of the most talented players in that area, much like Tig. And now he's on this team, and that team was already really disgustingly good. Bale was a great teammate, even though he's gone now. I think Flood stepping is going to add even more aggression and even more control to that team. I mean, E United's looking very scary going into this year.
I mean, Relo, Snakers, Kickstart, and Flood together, that's a lot of firepower, that's a lot of banter being brought to the table, and a lot of previous success. This is a team that's got a lot of experience coming into this, and luckily, the two of us got a chance to sit down with Relo before everything kicked off today and get a little bit of insight with what was going on with his team and what they're looking to move forward with. So let's take a quick look at that interview right now. We've got United Relo, and that's going to take a little bit of getting used to. Tell me about the process of switching over to a new org, man.
I don't really know if there was much of a process. We came home from PGC, we were let go by Oath, and it's just been kind of like an off-season. Nothing really happened. Everything kind of happened last minute, honestly.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like everything happened last minute. That's actually ties in perfectly to my question. That was, you know, going into ESL, sure, we have something going on today with open qualifiers, obviously, or just qualifiers in general. But how did you guys feel about PGC and your performance overall? Because we didn't really get a chance to talk to you guys before the whole Oath thing happened and before you guys had made a replacement for Bale. So tell me how you guys felt about PGC.
I felt really good about PGC. I feel like the majority of the tournament, we played really well. Arguably, like, the best Western team, as Kick said on Twitter while we were there. I really felt like we were pretty dominant until, like, week 2 when we kind of failed to make the weekly final. It was just kind of like a mental drop. Like, we kind of psyched ourselves out in a lot of the games, and we just couldn't put up the performance that we needed to. So, I mean, it is what it is. We're back in NA. We're here to do what we're best at.
Yep.
We're at the start of the year, so I gotta ask, what are the personal goals you've got moving forward? Like, I know that there's team goals, qualifying, everything else like that. What do you have your sights set on, though?
The same as last year, or like just about any year pretty much so far. We want to win every tournament and just make it to PGC.
Yep. I mean, that's pretty much everyone's goal. So do me a favor then, Relo. Talk to me about the man himself. Talk to me about Flood. How has he kind of fit into the roster, and what's it been like kind of molding with him, especially coming into the very first event of the year with him?
Flood is a character. We all love him to death. We've been good friends with him for years now, and hanging around with him at PGC, it was just good. It was just good. And he's fitting in perfectly. He's just a lot like us, and I mean, it's a perfect fit for our team.
I was gonna say, Flood and Snakers on the same team, like, how much banter is in every single round? I feel like every single time you either win or you lose, there's going to be a whole bunch of profanity and a whole bunch of comments going down.
Yeah, if anyone tabs into our comms on stream, it's concerning. It's a little bit scary, honestly. It gets rough.
I mean, look, you're all young, you know, you're all in your primes, so to speak. You know, I'm way past mine, unfortunately. Matt was there like 20 years ago, but regardless, it's really nice. It's really nice to see you guys, you know, kind of coming in. I'm very glad that E United picked you guys up. Obviously, they had a pretty good team under them before, but I mean, you guys have just been internationally proven it well at this point. Yes, there was a little bit of a hiccup, but yeah, I mean, do you have any final thoughts? Is anything really, actually, before I ask the final thoughts question, I want to know, like, are you guys planning on changing anything? Because the formula that you had last year seemed to work really, really well, again, up until like the kind of final weeks of PGC. So can we expect kind of more of the same from you guys that we saw from Oath in this new E United roster?
I think you're going to see the same from us, honestly. Even in most chicken format, we still played the same. We just didn't win a lot of games, as always. But, I mean, now that we're back to Super, you're just going to see the same from us. We'll just put up more points now. No wins. Or like, well, I mean, obviously you'll see wins. But now that wins aren't the only thing that matter, like, you'll see us at the top more. More consistently.
Well, you heard it right here. E United, no wins. Consistency is what they're aiming for. Now, hopefully we'll see you guys with some chicken dinners by the end of the day. Thank you so much, Relo. We hope to see you guys at the end circles. So, catch you later.
See you guys.
Okay, let's be real. E United's going to be a ridiculously personable team. I'm curious if they're going to let Snakers ever get the mic again. I mean, it almost feels like there's always going to be some clips that happen every single time that goes down. Okay, guys, I know. You guys are in chat. You're like, oh my God, push the start button, push the start button. We're getting there. We're only got a couple more minutes. Last thing that we've got to go through is let you guys know what the map rotation is for this day. Nothing too crazy, all considered. We're going to be starting off on Erangel, going 3 rounds of that, and then making our way over to Miramar for another 3. So 6 games total every single day for the next 3 days. Oh, yeah. Godspeed. Last thoughts before we go into everything.
Actually, it's a thought on Snakers. I mean, he can definitely be a troll, and he's said some things where it's made me raise an eyebrow before, but I honestly think Snakers as a player and as a person has matured and grown a lot. So I'm excited to see what that team does this year, especially Snakers. I mean, that kid's always been mechanically disgusting. He's been really nuts, and yeah, I do want to see some more interviews with him. Maybe I'm asking for a little too much here, but I'd like to see him on the mic. We'll see. And I've lost Matt. Well, it's just me now, which is probably chat's worst nightmare. But yeah, I think overall this year, with some of the roster changes and some of the things that we've seen around, you know, what's been happening in the scene, should be really, I don't want to keep using the word interesting, but I'm seeing a lot of people that are actually coming back to the game. Obviously, Cherry FPS is making a return. He was someone who I had played against for quite a while. He eventually actually ended up taking over on Rumblers for me, and they found success at, I think it was, what was it, PGI or PGC, it was 2019. And so he's now playing again. There's been some other names that are actually returning, some coaches. And so overall, I think this year is going to be, it's going to be really fun. And again, I want to see how SDK does once again now that we're back at home. Obviously, they did pretty well at PGC, although throughout the year wasn't as great as it could have been. But overall, I mean, this is shaping up to be great. Tactical A is actually a new team as well. Well, not new team, but this roster is fairly new with Bull now in there, as well as Zenny and Psycho 80. I think Palix is one of the only remaining teams as well. Spicy Fish is Unciv, Silers, Icy Flex, and Pat Caps. That's another returning player as well. We haven't seen Pat playing in quite a while, so I'm really excited to see how Pat is doing these days. Gas Cans as well. I mean, Gas Cans actually has another roster update as well. That's going to be Ykikamucow, following the formula of Adam, Nikos, and of course Greg Shot GG, which have found some success before in the past. We've already talked ad nauseum about United and SDK. Orion is another kind of interesting team as well. They've been around. This is a different roster, but it's going to be Gwen, also known as Gwen Stacy before, Tater, Dill-An, and Die Lift. Not bad at all. And there's some names, I'm going to be honest with you guys, that I'm actually not terribly familiar with. What I'm excited to kind of see play today. 303 Esports, I mean, they've been kind of supporting PUBG and in the scene for quite a while. They have yet another roster to bring to us, and that's going to be Batty Lol, who's been around, definitely been around for a while, played on Radiance as well as some other teams with one of my former teammates, Los, Retaliative, Jumbi, and D-Rich, of course. I mean, how can you forget about D-Rich? And Stuckers as well. Stuckers is actually a team, I'm going to be completely honest with everyone, aside from Company Man, I'm not terribly familiar with a lot of these players. It's going to be Skazk, Two-Head Shakur, and Poofax. It's a very interesting name. And Team Veritas is back, of course. Show is on this team now with Danny, J-Sank, and Lobes. Of course, Monty is going to be their 5th player as well. And shout out to the coaches while we have this chance to do so. As far as the ones that we know about, obviously listed, United has had Trevor. Oath has had Trevor for quite a while. He's been doing great work with them. Apple's obviously for 303 Esports. And Shoot to Kill's had Gunner. I mean, everyone knows that. Everyone loves Owen. He's fantastic. Logic for Sonics. And then Nitrogen actually for Wildcard Gaming. Nitrogen's been grinding this game for a VV long time. So it's good to see him still kind of involved here. And speaking of Wildcard, it is going to be, looks like the same roster that it picked up last year. It's going to be Zray, T-Sock, Zealot, and Maji. So that should be really fun. And of course, 300, we saw kind of some heartbreakers coming out of them last year. I mean, they were so close to qualifying, they couldn't quite get it, but that team is going to be Fox, Richie Bean, Neferhor, and Extreme. Neferhor specifically, I thought, was really paramount to that team and doing the best possible work that he could as far as being their fragging potential, as well as just kind of being a great teammate for them. So really looking forward to them as well. And then Sonics, I mean, do I really need to talk about the Sonics? I mean, it's Hwin. Actually, I do need to talk about the Sonics. Hwin, Shrimzy, Tig, and Mime. Obviously, I mentioned their great coach, Logic, but overall, I mean, I think it would be an understatement to say that what we saw out of them at PGC as far as results was very disappointing. Considering how well they did actually really play. I mean, they were incredibly consistent. They just couldn't close out a dinner. And again, now that we're in a format here at the beginning of the year where we don't have, you know, any winner chicken dinner, I really think actually that's a huge talking point. I really wish Matt was here and he wasn't bailing on us like this. It's so unprofessional. But with the change of formats from chicken dinner to now points, we're gonna see, I feel like, a lot of teams that potentially did struggle before have a really different year, especially for those teams like SDK, who I feel like, as good as they are, did kind of struggle getting the game wins. They were always consistent getting to the end game, and if points were a thing, obviously they would have been one of the more consistent teams last year. And the same could be said about Oath and Sonics, you know, going into PGC. I mean, these are two teams that just couldn't close out the wins, but I mean, we're so consistent on points and kills and placements. That's going to be something that's going to be massively important going into this year. And so starting off with ESL Masters in phase 1, I think this is going to be a really good tell, especially for the teams that are returning from last year's format to kind of really show what they got going on. And as far as Matt is concerned, I hate him, chat. I just really actually can't stand the fact that he tried to bail on you guys. I'm obviously here. I would never do that to you. We are trying to get him back in, but yeah, until then, I mean, today's group really looks really good, really nuts. A lot of names I recognize, obviously a lot of new names. Lethal Association is a name I haven't talked about, actually. Sociopath, Grandlantis, Hooligan, and Enlan. So this should be a really interesting roster to watch as well. And then moving over, let's take a little Actually, you know what? I'll tell you this, guys. I'm sure you're tired of listening to me, and I apologize for Matt's awful internet and life decisions. So we're going to go to a quick break, and then when we return, hopefully we'll not only have the game for you, but we'll also maybe have Matt back. So just stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Look, I did it. I'm back again. Sorry about that, guys. Texas, cold weather, power surges. It's a thing that happens. Not much I can do about it. But hey, on a bright note, we got to save Dustin his voice a little bit, and he didn't have to fill through the entirety of it. Lobby looks like it's just about ready to go, so I know, Godspeed, you filled everything and broke down everything there is to talk about, so let's just go ahead and roam and move right into game number 1 for the North American section of this. See who all is going to make our way through. Remember, we are looking at groups A and B, and let's get this whole thing underway.
Yeah, and so at the start of this, I think generally, you know, at the beginning of the game, especially like a lot of our majors, right? Like there really isn't a lot of drama or anything that's happening early in the game, just because, you know, a lot of teams have their set established spots. No one is really trying to rock the boat that early. But I mean, with these qualifiers, man, I think really anything can happen, right? Drops necessarily aren't super set. You might see some teams flex and other teams that they're not completely aware of, and so there's a potential chance for some early game shenanigans. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, like, this is a chance where you can come in, but you've got to come in with some confidence if you're going to try to step into somebody else's position. And a lot of the times when we're looking at some of these newer teams, they're not quite as inclined at that. I mean, sometimes you do have somebody that comes in with just like all of the gusto and says, no, we want Pachinki, and then they try it, but that's usually a scrim situation, and they realize that maybe they don't want it as bad as they thought that they did. But I mean, playing path's pretty clear. It's the diagonal cutting through it, so nothing too crazy, pretty much whatever you want. So it's a good starting playing path for our first game.
Yeah, and this doesn't seem to be anything crazy. I'm not seeing a lot of different overlap. Obviously, we see some of the mainstays going exactly where they want to go. Sonics is going to be going to Pachinki. That's not a surprise. SDK, once again, flexing over towards South Crates and South George. Yeah, this is fairly standard. Again, nothing really crazy. The potential for some early rotation shenanigans, again, coming out from some of the teams that are unfamiliar with others. But overall, this is set to be a pretty standard early game, Matt.
What's going on north of Yasnaya? Is that two teams pushing in that Kameshki direction? Well, hey, with the circle moving the way that it is, that's not the worst, but that's some pretty bad loot.
No,
you gotta feel bad for the guys down a milli, though.
This is the worst. I absolutely hate these circles on our angle, specifically because, again, that river that cuts North and South George as well as goes through the top of the map, it makes crossing, especially in the late game, so difficult that we see Idercon from formation starting to get shot. Oh, what is going on? Dear.
He
actually flipped him. Oh,
denied
no.
a vehicle. That is that's a feels bad man for EU. They wanted that one and instead lose a vehicle in it.
Yep.
I think that ID Karen's going to be able to get away. Yep, looks like it should be fine, but there's not a lot to loot to be had over there. I mean, what are they going to do? Godspeed, maybe make a call over to Lippo or something?
I mean, yeah, they'll probably make it audible there somewhere on the east side. But yeah, welcome to NA, Flood. We like to... it's Destruction Derby out here sometimes. So they are going to lose the buggy there. Not the end of the world, but yeah, that's kind of annoying, right? Especially with the circle, you want to get vehicles as early as possible, loot as early as possible, and then set up a decent position to where if you have to cross, you can cross without much issue. Because if you look at the circle cube where you see Aguila there from Black Sheep Office is dead center of the circle. That is a very desirable position. It can obviously gatekeep quite a few rotations. Not really going to do so as much this game because it's dead center, but that's going to be a very contested spot. So watch for a lot of teams to kind of harass or potentially try to take that away from BSO.
Sonic's feeling pretty good, all considered. They're just making that kind of 45-degree northwestern push out of Pachinki. The closest team to them could potentially be Shoot to Kill, but that's going to be on, other side of Everest, so not really even a factor to contend with right now. With this circle, Godspeed, we're talking about all of the harsh situations in the north and south, and the gamble that comes into play, and really how many different mini bridge camping and gatekeeping positions there are on this. With this being so 50-50, I mean, do you take a gamble on hoping the fact that due to plane path, the north is going to be more open and maybe make that shift, or do you just squeeze into the south?
This is exactly why I hate the circle. I don't really think there's an incorrect play, especially when it's so evenly split, right? You could say like, oh, maybe we'll shift south because of the plane path, or maybe because there's a little more landmass in north, like there would be a favorable shift there. But I think the best thing to do, honestly, is just put yourself in a position where if you have to shift over north or south, for instance, an area like Cube or something even towards like Razak, it's better to be prepared for the next circle rather than completely play for this one, especially when you don't really know if it's going to shift north or south.
I mean, really, we're going to see who's been burning their luck in Vegas or who's been storing it up right now, because there's a couple of teams that look like everybody's kind of vying for a different position as close to the river as they can right now, and oddly enough. Usually you see that a little bit more open. We do see Spicy Fish and Veritas both making their move. I do want to do a shout out for Spicy Fish as well. just after the Chunks event. I believe that they were the ones that got first place inside of that. So see if maybe they getting some synergy going together. Veritas running with Danny, J-Sync, Lobes, and Monty. And yeah, guys, we're going to try to do updates on all of these rosters because most of them have had some type of change. So
there is a lot. There is a lot for sure. And also, of course, shout out to Chunks and Chunks League. But yeah, I mean, you know what we also actually see in some of these circles as well? Sometimes we'll see a split, right? We'll see like a little 2-2 or a 3-1 where teams will try to maybe put an anchor somewhere if they absolutely have to rotate over. It looks like, as we can see from here, SDK has actually completely decided that they're going to stick north. They're just going to go for the north play, and they're going to cross over later if they so need to. And BSO is not going anywhere. They're staying cube. There's no reason for them to move.
I mean, it's so strong, and BSO looks like they're taking a lot of that knowledge. They've been continual qualifier team. I mean, they're trying so hard to make it through. Copenhagen has gotten close time and time again, so
True.
Looks like they've done a lot of VOD review, are very familiar with how to rotate in and finding a good position early, so see how much more they've been able to pick up, all considered. See, that's going to be shoot to kill, moving into position as well. And I gotta get used to it. I'm so used to seeing them in different colors now. Gotta reset back into shoot to kill, being in this position around the plane path.
Yep, and they actually have a really good spot, but looks like Veritas might be coming over towards them at these down planes here. And they're going to be ready for this, so Veritas has to be very careful to kind of peel off. Alo taking shots, obviously, just kind of peacocking here, letting him know, yo, there's a team here, back off. I mean, they will, and there's so much room to rotate in the north, so there's really no reason for them to get clumped up this early.
Yeah, the next closest team is going to be Wildcard, and there's a pretty decent chunk of space there. We do have shoot to kill also in Georgia Pool, looking like they're coming to go meet up. Remember the fact that we were seeing a 2-2 split right now. So as this is going together, looks like most of our late coming teams, no big rush, and that's no surprise. United still very far to the east, and then got Formation coming in as well. Looks like our boys down on military base are just like, screw it, we're just going to take our time, get meds, get loot, and come into it as we can.
Yeah, and again, talking about the splits here, I mean, I actually kind of like this. I don't really think this was completely necessary, or not necessary, planned. I think maybe they're trying to get those Penta and Luke to consolidate, but yeah, because of this, actually, maybe they were going for a split, but now they're starting to come and try to get involved here because this is a 4-on-2. Veritas actually making the push. They're getting very aggressive on this.
I like this. I think that they got to read that there's only 2 there, so making the easier push up on the top of this thing, if maybe they can get a couple of sites going with it. It does provide a pretty decent amount of cover. They don't see Alo just yet, and they know that Purdy's going to be pretty much below them.
Man.
Time and time again, we've seen this set up in this way. Danny takes a chunk of damage, has to step away from it. Can Veritas make a play in time before the other section of shoot to kill comes up back behind them?
It's exactly that. They're actually doing a great job, SDK, of buying themselves some time in order for the other half of the team to get here. And Veritas, they do hear this. And Lobes will spot Luke. That's going to be an easy knock for him. Nice shots. It's going to be one member going down. Still potentially resible, though.
See, Veritas making the outward push away from this, realizing the fact that this is a segmented shoot to kill. Luke 12 going down early is going to create a big problem for this side push. And now Veritas knows exactly who they're contending with. Penta off in the distance right now. The other 2 members of shoot to kill still hunkered down. Can't make too many moves. You can see Alo still dancing around. But it's going to be trying to protect Curdy at this stage. Alo does connect into J-Sank, but there is Veritas member and Danny right next to him. So seeing if maybe they can get enough time for this res. There should be enough cover, and I think it should be clean. But that's also allowing Penta to move back behind this.
Purdy potentially starting to peek out, though. He knows there was a knock. That Molly is going to be so good. It's right on top of them. J-Sank is going to go down, and then Danny's actually going to get knocked all of a sudden.
Oh, man. Shoot to kill getting their first kills with throwables. Tell me things have changed. All right. Danny down. Lobes, Monty up for Team Veritas right now. They're the team that wanted this fight, and they know they are in some trouble. They've got Penta back behind him now. Just down to 1. Monty, what can you do? Shoot to kill. Senses the fact that they've got all of the control into this one now, being a little bit more aggressive. Purdy's going for the flushes onto it. It is going to be a down, but it is going to be a flush, and Purdy should be able to be rezzed.
And as much as that sucks to lose Luke, I mean, you take a 4-for-1 any day, right? SDK is pretty happy with this overall. Veritas, not so much. And I want to say even like the decision for Veritas to kind of go for that push as we watch this potential bridge camp by 300 was good, right? Because I called peacocking earlier from Alo. They only heard 1 set of shots, and so Veritas was like, look, this is a really good position. If we're only hearing 1, maybe there's 2 max. Let's just go for it. And so I like that idea, but again, SDK came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was a risky play, but they managed to stall for long enough to let their reinforcements come in. They're still in a strong position, even though they did lose one. With it being Luke 12, they might have an opportunity if the circle favors them, because this is a very strong location for a potential late game. We can see that there was that little bit of awkwardness that was going on military that has now broken up, and the next circle is about to close in. We go on north, south, or a little bit of both, and it looks like a little bit of both. Keep it up evened on both sides.
That is, that's a shift. And so, yeah, for the most part, you would guess this is probably going to go north, but I mean, there's a chance it maybe shifts south. But right now, as far as the best position, it's easily got to be Black Sheep. They are sitting pretty, as well as, you know, SDK is still in a good spot as well. So, I mean, this is going to be a mess, Matt. That river in the middle is really going to muddy things up.
I mean, it just takes up so much space, and there's not as many qualified positions, specifically when you're looking at this, so teams are going to have to try to find different angles of approach, and there's sight lines everywhere. There's no real clean approach into this. You know the fact that you're probably going to be contested in some form and fashion. We do have a lot that's going on around Razak right now. As you can see, it's going to be Stuckers that do get some vision on Jumbi, do take him down. Moving through, and keep in mind, we do see that Stuckers are playing with 3 at the time, still just seeing if they can get as many points as they can on the table, but 303, man. They just cannot find anywhere to try to advance into this.
No, and there's such a clump as well on that team, right? You just said it, Orion, you now are starting to have Tactical 8, as well as Stuck on the south side and the west side, so Water City is going to be potentially kind of rough getting out of, especially with the teams coming around them. And again, meanwhile in the north, I mean, SDK is just chilling. You actually have Wildcard super far northwest, which I like, right? They're kind of avoiding kind of the mid-game clump, especially with Circle 2 now pushing people closer together. They can just kind of rotate in at late and just kind of, you know, take their pick.
If this circle shifts to the other side of the river, everything that's going on around Ruins and Rajak is just going to be an absolute bloodbath. Retaliative trying to stay alive for 303, but you can see T8 already has an idea on where he is, throwing in a couple of blind nades. Molly has to throw it up, see if they can get anything with him, but doesn't look like they want to make too much of a push. They know that they have the numbers advantage, but they don't know if anybody could be coming in back behind them. Looks like reinforcements are finally coming in, and Zinni might be thinking about going for this one. Still dancing around. Molotov's going to come in back behind Retaliative, see if maybe it distracts him enough to allow an opportunity. Nope. Flashbang's going to go ahead and stop it dead in his tracks. Here comes the push, though. Double up, and
Wow.
Cooked and dropped right on top of him. Your bull took that nade to the face.
Nice. It was very nice. And Tactical 8 now, again, I mean, they're in a good position, but if they get held out by Orion, that's going to be a big problem. And they're still not even done dealing with 303.
Retaliative has had so many good moments in the past. Let's see if he can manage to keep this one sticking together. He needs to survive for his team. They at least want to be able to net something out of it. Going for the res on the other side. Psycho Idiot. Looks like they're trying to provide a little bit of defense on it. I mean, Retaliative is just so firmly surrounded right now. What can he do with it? Molotov coming out, seeing if maybe he can segment the fight just a little bit. Does get a knock onto one of them. Can he? But, he goes down as well. Valiant attempt. Tries to take himself down in his own Molotov. Not going to be able to get it.
Not going to be able to get it indeed. And as this fight is happening, Matt, guess what's happening on the outside of this building? The circle's still closing. Teams are starting to crunch. And Orion is still very much watching what's going on over there in Razak with T8. As we move over SDK now, again, they did lose one very early. Luke, I believe, was the first death of the game. But they were able to wipe Veritas. And now Wildcard is starting to push up on them.
Yeah, I mean, different segmented fights. I like this from Shoot to Kill. Realize the fact that they are a little wounded. Step away from it. See, E United did squeeze into the north. We still have a little bit of a dance around going on the outside of it, and there's the shift to the south. Still keeps a big chunk of the river in play. But
Way, dude!
What do you do with the north?
There's no way that shift just happened.
Yeah, what do you do in the north? Is there even any
goodness.
cover there, really?
That's really wild for multiple reasons. Let me explain my excitement and also just absolute terror for the players here. That middle island really has nothing on it to play, like, at all. Like, there's nothing to play there. On top of that, like, in order to get where you need, like, let's say you need to rotate up north, you not only have to swim, right? Unless you really want to go by a bridge, which, as we all know, BSL is pretty much has for free at this point with Cube. So if you're going to go the bridge option, you have to go through a team. Otherwise, you have to swim, which, Matt, you know from years of casting this game, is probably one of the worst options you can probably take. And so I have no idea what the next shift is going to do, but it's going to be awful regardless.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult situation for so many of these teams. You can see the North has gotten some hesitation, but that means it's getting pretty crowded, specifically to the Northeast. There are a ton of teams that are about to stack up on top of each other. It looks like we can see that it's going to be Formation coming in right next to Spicy Fish, and I believe that United are all trying to breach in the exact same location. Down to the south, there's a lot of different raps. As you can see, Liberate starting to come in, but I think that they've got enough Badlands that they might be able to grab a hold of. And I feel like that's going to be the theme to the south, is find yourself a hill with a little bit of cover to work with.
Look at Liberate here. They've got to make a decision as well. Although they're in right now, they still very much have to push in and get past this team. And so luckily they should be able to hold them out in the circle. But overall, I mean, again, this circle is so weird. It's such a weird way to play because most of the teams are going to bunch up, obviously, on the north or south coast, right? And so they're going to kind of take their fights. But when it shifts, I mean, they're really not going to have much time to make any moves.
Yeah, I mean, everybody hopping in all together. So United, what are you going to do off of this? It looks like they're eyeing a little bit more to the west, but that's just going to be a gauntlet rush, and it looks like they're going to lead Snakers out and make him be a little bit of a scout and see if they can find an opportunity. T8 already rolls right into where we can see Orion with a little bit of fortifications coming in. They've got the Gusto on one side of it. Tater looks like he doesn't want to commit to too much of this, so going to step away from it. So Tactical 8 do find themselves a position to play for right now. I mean, it's just a lot of scattering, but a lot of these teams, Godspeed, are finding a way to inch their way into this and finding the opportunities. Purdy Curdy goes down in the north, as it's going to be E United finding a way to come into it, but it's going to be Pinta that gets a little bit of retaliation.
Yeah, I mean, look how many teams are starting to bunch up, though, right? Like, because the vast majority of the middle is basically unplayable, and we haven't seen anyone really kind of go there early because, again, there's no cover, there's nothing to play. I mean, we're going to have these really nasty fights on the north and south edge. I mean, that's just going to be how it is. What is this shit, bro? I'm done. Oh my god. Dead center on cube with still so much water in play.
Oh my god. You can see Wildcard tries to come in, but there is just nothing to be done right now. We're starting to see a massive stack over there. River still cutting up so much of this. Pinta getting a little bit more active, moving down the hillside, does go down, so it looks like Spicy Fish also finding some angles to work with of their own. Coming in back behind E United, finding some angles and starting to connect into it. E United now clustered up against that corner, saying if maybe they can find some way to escape, but not going to have enough cover. It looks like Relo is going to try to reposition away from it, and you can see to the north, already the firefights are starting to break out because of the ways to approach. To the south, the clusters are stopping everything in their tracks as everybody has vision on each other and can't really move.
No, there's really not much real estate left on this map. As you said, all these teams are starting to bunch up here, especially in the northeast. None of those teams are even in yet, and we're looking at Spicy Fish as well as Formation. On top of that, you still have E United, right? They have a little foothold just ahead of them. They're going to be able to hold out these teams, or at least do a lot of damage, and just abusing the circle, man. I mean, this is really wild. This is a really crazy circle that we haven't seen in a minute. And as we see, it's actually Tactical 8 just off in the minimap there. They're actually starting to cross. So they did get across and they actually made it out of that really bad situation in the east side of Roz.
I cannot believe how ballsy that is. They just hopped in a vehicle and
it's
said,
the right
all right,
play.
Let's just drive through the open, but with everything that's going around the edges, nobody was taking that angle, so find something with it. You can see gas cans holding back Liberate right now and absolutely unleashing on them. Everything to the southwest right now is just an absolute catastrophe for these teams as they're trying to approach. We've got Orion on one side of it, gas cans on another, Liberate trying to cut through, and it's going to be stuck that do find themselves with a little bit of an angle to work with, and you can see that's why gas cans are trying to come back, seeing maybe they can get enough time to get the res into play, but this is going to be a compression point where all of these teams are just going to have so many people to contend with.
I mean, even with the res, they still have 300 ahead of them, right? And then you still also have Stuck, who sit down in ruins. They have a really good position at the very least to hold down there. And so Gascans making it in is arguably just going to be on ascend, and I don't blame them for it either. They just have to try to make it in. They're going for this fight here on the edge. Nox going back and forth. Greg Shot actually going to find two. Excuse me, he's going to get a knock and a flush with Nico's finding the other one. And this is going well for Gascans. They're making it work.
I mean, just run and gun as they go. Find anybody that pops their heads up and just try to unleash on them. Adam's trying to line it up through. He's going to get A little bit of damage come back to him, loses his teammate, now just trying to run somebody over, jumps out, spots out somebody in the distance, feels it's got a problem, tries to dance around it, does get taken down. Gas Cans is still just trying to find a way to survive what's going on, but it's Vox that's got the angle onto one side of it. They have a little bit of a dip that they're trying to use for cover, finally connect into it. It looks like they should be able to get the res onto Nico's.
I mean, all things considered, that was a hell of a play from Gas Cans, and they made it work, right? Really didn't have a lot of options. The problem now is Stuckers is kind of right under them. They could potentially punish this as we move back over towards the north now, with Formation taking shots over at Spicy Fish. Oh, and a knock coming out from Silers.
Well, with everything that's gone on to the south, the ones that can limp in are going to find themselves with a little bit to work with down there. So do note that we do have Sonics that is inside this lobby and have been very quiet to the west. All the action's been going on to the north, south, and the east. So they've been coming in pretty clean and clear, been able to pick up a couple of kills, I think, as they've made their approach. But it's still going to be BSO, who grabbed the quads really early, that are in such a strong position right now. It looks like a couple of these teams might be finding some space to work with, but do note Spicy Fish is starting to scout out to the north just a little bit, and Stuckers is aware of what's going on with Gas Cans. So seeing if they got the line in, Ykikamucow taking some damage, but managing to survive through, getting some shots back onto this as well.
And I mean, they're just fighting for what little space is left here on the south side of the circle as we see Company Man taking some shots. None of these are landing again. Gas Cans going with the drive-bys that have been paying dividends for them on the south. And they're going to find another knock.
They're just rolling through this all over the place. They're just driving around, finding a ton of opportunities. Spicy Fish do find themselves with opportunity as well. Get the shot into it. Good shots coming out from Sizzlers. Stepping now away, feeding the information. Reinforcements coming in. It's going to be Civ and Icy Flex coming up right back behind him. But that spray opened up the doors for him.
I miss Sizzlers, good restaurants. Anyway, Silers, yes, with some incredible knocks. He almost had the third there, Matt. That's why I was getting really excited. Actually, the prone came out and saved him just in time, but Formation's still in a lot of trouble as Civ is actually the anchor point on the east side of that circle for Spicy Fish on his lonesome, and that's going to be a knock. Huge blow.
See, Icy Flex has got a sneaky angle, but there's a lot of people there. He does get spotted, lose about half of his life. Civ doesn't have a clean angle to work with right now, so can't really provide support. So Silzer's gonna go down. So let's see how this one plays from it. Looks like they just might be trying to retreat on both sides and say, okay, we're content with that, because on the other side of what's going on with that hill, 4MA has to contend with T8 that moved in a little while ago.
Yep, T8's been there actually for quite a while. We saw them make that move early. They got a pretty decent ridge to play for themselves, and because of that, they're kind of reaping some rewards. However, they still have to be very active here on this east side because they have to hold out the teams that are coming in, and that's going to be multiple teams.
Sonic's got 2 kills and both sides of the bridge right now, feeling really comfortable. While all this fighting is going on, it's the war of attrition, but Sonics are going to be the beneficiaries of it, as well as BSO. Everybody else is fighting. Everybody else is losing armor, burning through meds. You can see it's just the kill feed popping off as people are trying to move forward. Lethal Association trying to make their way through, but it's going to be Hooligan seeing if maybe he can creep up right back behind T8. Oh, does it quite connect? Is he going to lean into it? The blue's coming up right back behind him. This one's going to not tickle. It's going to hit it pretty hard. He does manage to get right inside of it. 4MA is down, and that means the fact that Spicy Fish might find an angle to work with.
This circle's absolutely wild. I mean, BSO has been sitting in cube this entire game, and good on them. Listen, someone's got to get the circle. If it's you, it's you. But Sonics, actually, I love their position here. I love the way that they've split this this south and north side just under the bridge. They have plenty of cover to where they have, they don't have to worry about anyone shooting from across, especially on the east side. Even the north are covered, and they're still in the circle, right? They can pretty much hold anyone that maybe would be coming from the south, and the only team being Gas Cans would have to make that approach. So Sonic's really good position. E United as well. They've been kind of sitting on the north, just chilling, doing their thing, making sure they didn't get crazy involved or get, members taken out early. Oh, wait a second.
Hooligan gets a little bit into it, but not enough. And so with this T8, do get that and should be able to move through. But actually, Gas Cans has spotted them out and taken shots at range, so not going to be the easiest of crosses, and still connecting. Adam is just putting in some work this game.
And now United can do exactly what they want to do. This is what Oath has always done all of last year. They come in late and they just clean up. They play really smart. They don't get involved in, kind of early fights that aren't really favorable or necessary, and then they just come in late, clean with good gear, and they just clean up, man. And this is exactly what we've seen them do, and there's no reason, especially after that interview with Relo, to think they'd do anything else.
Gas Cans with 10 kills right now. That is absolutely stellar performance at this stage. See, E United still just trying to survive what's going on. Them and Spicy Fish, but keep in mind there's only 2 members of Spicy Fish. It looks like E United might be getting a little bit more out of this one. Throwing the nades over, but you can see it's going to be shots at range that are making E United a little bit more clustered and hunkered down. So that's allowing Spicy Fish to have the high ground advantage, get a couple of shots into him, but not enough to really work with. While this is going on, it should be noted, gas cans actually swam across the river and really uncontested whenever they did so.
Yeah, I mean, they went to the furthest side. Sonics didn't really have an angle on that, and that angle that they actually took an approach. Oh, wait a second. They survive. Oh, but Sonics is an angle, but only just.
Mime, I think, has something into it. Once this car explodes, if it provides the cover in the right way, it might be enough. But no, it rolled away. Flood! Do you have enough cover to work when Snickers has gone down? Just 2 members up. Mime doesn't have the cleanest of vision just quite yet, and BSO has just been kind of chilling, listening to everything go on right now. Sonic's taking range all the way across what's going on. E United going to join into it, and there we go. Godspeed, we've got our top 4.
Yeah, and BSO has been the biggest of chilling right now. I mean, again, they've just been able to hunker down, but even some of the plays like gas cans, like we were talking about earlier, I mean, they made some really, really ballsy plays just because they had to, but they actually made it work, right? Aside from the fact that 3 of them are hunkered down behind the same little rock, I mean, the plays that they made crossing over early when they had a good defilade to get away from T8 as well as Sonics, I'm really impressed with them so far. They've been fighting their asses off this game. Look at that, 11 kills.
I mean, Nikos is picking up the kills, but let's be real. Ykikamucow and Adam are also putting in a lot of damage in what's going on right now. Looks like they did manage to find a way to creep in just barely, but BSO has a little bit of what they can see going on over there. E United still needs to make their way into this one, as Sonics can kind of gatekeep them out in what we were seeing earlier based off of that little bit of a defilade that they're hiding behind. So Sonics do have to move, and with gas cans being pretty close, depending on how Sonics want to have to move on this, they're either going to have to contest against BSO or gas cans, I would think.
Gas cans just really needs to get off this damn rock. I mean, and I'm not saying that it's not easy because they're constantly getting shot at. Obviously, Sonics knows that that's probably going to be the best approach for them, right? Using this hill, using that defilade to not get shot by the team that's in cube, which is BSO. They're just going to kind of skirt this ridge and try to get rid of gas. And so this is going to be rough for gas. They're using a lot of smokes and utility as well. I imagine they don't have much left. And Shrimzy, I mean, definitely not a player you want watching your rotation or watching any of your movements right now as you start to push up. I love this aggression coming out from Sonics as well.
I mean, they've got rocks to play with. You can see the fact that Shrimzy already knows the rock that they're going to want to try to move to with cover. Moving into nade range. Is it going to bounce right? It's going to be on the other side of the rock, so not too scary, but enough. Gas cans now know that they can't make that approach. If nades are that close, they have to figure out some way to figure this one around. Ykikamucow going for a little bit of a peek, but you can see Shrimzy trying to hold it through. The reinforcements are coming in back behind. Tickleton's going to be finding an angle, seeing Mimes a little bit higher up. Gas cans just really caught out, but have just a little bit of this circle that they can survive in for right now. I mean, I think that really when we look up to the top of this one, it might be Adam that's in play, but not even really. With this, though, E United might have an opportunity to move into the circle uncontested. Sonics are very caught up in what's going on with gas cans.
Potentially, yeah. Also, I just saw Ykikamucow is swimming at that rock, but he's still in. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, at this point, you know what? If gas cans goes out, I'm totally still happy with it because it's point system, baby. They're getting all of those points. So they have done. Oh, wait a second. What just happened to United?
BSO? I guess BSO spotted them out as they were making a little bit of a push in. All right, nades go back both ways there, so Shrimzy's going to have to step away from it. Now down to just 3 teams.
Though. And I'll tell you why, because they realized that United was just wiped, so BSO has no one else to focus. So Sonics has to back up. They need to make sure they're not going to get crested over by BSO, and they need to pull back on this fight. Very, very wise decision from Sonics.
Aguila already moving out. Looks like he's trying to find some work with. Copenhagen does go down. This could provide the opportunity. Gas cans was so needing, starting to move forward. Nikos, the last one up. Think if maybe he can hit some of these Hail Mary grenades, but not going to connect. H1's a little bit higher up on it. But that bounce on the grenade does do a pretty decent chunk of damage, but Aguila has an angle onto it. Gas cans are eliminated, so it's going to be BSO on the high ground and Sonics down below, and they are pretty weak right now. Does BSO know it? Can they move around? Aguila looks like he's wanting to make the push into this one because, I mean, we have 2 very low HP Sonics members at the time.
Another thing as well is after they got that wipe, BSO really should have been paying attention to that kill feed, as I'm sure they were. That's going to be a good knock because they saw that there was multiple members that were either hurt or knocked from Sonics. And so now this push, this needs to happen. That knock, they need to get aggressive. You do not want to give Sonics a chance.
Finds the angle, goes for
nice.
the spray, gets the knock on him. So that means there is only one Sonics member up, and it's going to be H when he gets spotted out, and BSO picks up our first game.
Not bad at all. Look, yes, they were in cube for not the majority. They were in cube for the whole game, but they got circled. There's nothing wrong with that. They played it correctly. They didn't overstep. They didn't get anyone knocked. I mean, they lost someone towards the end of the game there, but they flexed out when they needed to. They were able to wipe United, and well played for them. Again, the beautiful thing here is the fact that we're back in points rule, and so all those teams that were doing a lot of work, that had some unlucky shifts, that were getting kills, are still getting points. And that
feels so good to be back. And I mean, let's be honest, North American PUBG, it just hits different. Crazy circles coming in right off the get-go. I mean, it was so many firefights just to try to move into a no man's land of cover. And I gotta say, I loved, and repeat again, loved Aguila's move out of cover, realizing that we can position, coming down, getting those shots into Sonics, and getting the last kill onto gas cans. That shows the fact that they're getting more and more awareness, and that's what we wanted from BSO.
Well, also to be fair, I mean, Aguila has so much experience in the scene, right? Between MPL and other things as well. So he's going to make those plays. I was a little worried that they might let Sonics recover from that, but no, Aguila was definitely on it. He almost did get knocked, but I mean, that was clean. That was very clean. And just throughout this entire game, man, I mean, this was a really good little indication of what's to come. We saw some really crazy good adjustments. Again, gas cans doing some absolute work on the south side of the circle. My goodness. With so many kills, Nico's big MVP, and so yeah, this was a hell of a good start for first game, even though that circle was super wacky.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk about all the different ways that the circle was awkward. Oh my God, just look at this. This is we talk about confidence, making sure that everybody else plays around what you're bringing and not playing passively. Gas cans, they chilled, they got the information, and then they just kept moving and moving and moving, and that just kept finding them so much success and so many kills.
Yeah, Silers as well. I mean, he almost went, massive for Spicy Fish, and especially on those east side fights. And T8 as well. I actually really liked the positioning here from T8. They went there early. They realized trouble they'd be in if they had the cross later, and so really great plays from them. But again, gas cans for me were easily the most impressive team this game, just because of the fact that they didn't really have a lot of great plays. They had to take fights, and they won pretty much all those fights. Again, as you said, with the help of Adam and Ykikamucow, but really on the back of Nikos there.
I mean, they were the epitome of never surrender, never give up, heart every step of the way. They were in some extremely disadvantaged positions, especially against that whole Sonic situation. But you can see gas cans, 17 points, tied up with Black Sheep Office, walked away with 17 points as well. Sonic's coming in right back behind that with 12, and then we've got a cluster of teams all pretty close to each other.
Yep, and we saw United kind of get wiped late, but they, even from the north side, when they were playing pretty careful and doing their normal thing, they still managed to get some kills, which was good. They got some placements. Shoot to kill went out pretty early, which normally would be like, that sucks. But again, the fact that they were able to get 6 kills, they got that really early wipe on Veritas, which was great for them. And yeah, we just saw some kills kind of here or there throughout. And I'm so happy that we're back to points, man, because it's really rough watching the team play so well and just get nothing for it.
Especially in that last circle, because there was that's so hard to get a chicken dinner in that type of situation. So you have got to give respect to all the players in that one. Guys, we're going to go ahead and start getting everything ready for a break, but we told you that 2022 was going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action. While you're watching ESL PUBG Masters go down, take some notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for PCS 6 America's Open Qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you sign up now. More details can be found at na.pubgesports.com. And guys, we will be back in just a minute. I promise, it's not going to be me. I hope I don't get another power surge. We'll be back into the action as soon as we can. See you then. We are back, and man, we had one hell of a first game. We got 2 more Aaron Gill to cook through. Matchroom joined by Godspeed, and guys, we got the lobby already cooking, trying to get everything ready to go. Godspeed, any thoughts before we try to get into this map as fast as possible?
As music's banging, you know?
I know,
Music's definitely really good.
Killing it.
That first game was great. First game was a really nice indication for some teams that we saw some really cool plays from. Teams like, again, Gascans, Tech 8, I really like what they were doing. We saw United do what they want to do. So overall, lobby's shaping up, you know? Lobby's shaping up. Even from some of the teams or players that I'm not terribly familiar with, like some of the new blood, I saw some things I liked.
I mean, BSO is, I kind of alluded to this in the earlier parts of that game. If they've been in qualifiers for North America time and time again,
Yep.
These guys have heart and they've been wanting to try to work their way into this. So it's a good start for them. Now the question comes down to whenever they're having to fight their way into the circle, can they find that same level of success? I mean, they managed to do a good take, Agil sending them out. And again, like you were talking about, a historic player in PUBG, to say the least. He's been around since as long as I can remember in North American PUBG. So bringing in that extra little bit of experience, seeing if that gets anything out of it. But also, gas cans and while it was a quieter Sonics making it into the end game as well.
Yeah, but I mean, Sonics did exactly what they needed to do, right?
Yeah.
They held control of the west side of the circle. I mean, they had gotten there fairly early off of their looting spot in Pachinki, and so because of that, they were able to, again, get a really good read on what was happening over there. They had that side to themselves. They had really good angles underneath that bridge to where they couldn't get kind of shot from across on the east side because there was a lot of fights going over there, especially with gas cans. And then they just held. They held under cube. They didn't need to do a lot of crazy, flashy things, and they pushed out when they needed to. Unfortunately for them, you know, BSO actually had a really clean wipe on the remaining members of United. Because of that, they just poured over and they kind of punished Sonics as well as gas cans. So overall, I mean, Sonics, again, they played fine. They did what they needed to do. Got caught a little bit in the third party with that team fight with the cans, but overall, yeah, Sonics is fine. They're doing good.
So those
just
circles,
one game.
You were talking about how much you hated like that island that's in the middle of where the river splits there. Okay, we talk about military-based circles. We talk about hardships. We talk about everything else like that. Like, I would say, like, in the percentage of, oh my God, I do not want to get that circle, is that, like, in the top 10%, top 5%? Like, how hated is that circle?
I mean, it's like at least top 10% for sure. Again, making a decision on which side to have to play on, and as we saw, a lot of teams just didn't even make it to the opposite side or how they want to rotate because of the clumps. It sucks. I mean, any circle that you have split. I mean, the Yas Lake is the same thing. You know what I mean? Like melee base obviously is like the big one, right? Any time that you have to make a play late or you are not sure where it's going to go and the shift kind of screws you. I mean, let's just be honest. Yeah, those circles really suck to play sometimes.
We are underway for game number 2, everyone, and let's hope that we get a little bit calmer of a time. I mean, we are doing some qualifications right now, and while we do have 3 days of action, every single map is important. And while I am a Lord of Chaos and I want the nuttier circles to come into play, let's at least build into those and give the guys something a little bit more of a calmer circle to at least get their bearings and figure out what's exactly going on in this lobby.
Wow, you've changed.
I've only changed for qualifiers. Let it be
year,
known. Only for
new year,
qualifiers.
new you. I respect that. Yeah, get be evil, man. You know, it's okay. Let the players know you want them to suffer. Have no problems or qualms about it.
Hey, look. The way I see it is the cream rises to the top, right? The worse the circle is, means the fact that the more chances to showcase how good you are.
Well, again, Matt, and we've already talked about it like 3 or 4 times, but the emphasis cannot be stated enough. The point format drastically changes now with some of the comfort level of how these teams approach those circles, right? Like for a team like Gas Cans, normally like just, I mean, they were actually, I don't know if they're a really good example because I'm pretty sure they had to take those fights regardless, but like, you know, taking those fights doesn't feel bad anymore because if you at least get two frags, 2 kills, 3 kills, that's 3 points, right? And so those decisions, I think, to be a little more aggressive now will start to come and play more so than they did last year in the chicken dinner format because you weren't really being rewarded as much, especially if you're getting crippled in the process, right? Like if you're losing 1, 2, 3 members, I mean, you're pretty much, yeah, it's rough. So again, this format is just, everyone's been wanting it back. We're very happy that it's back at the very least for ESL Masters, and I love it. And so because of that, we're going to see a lot of really cool aggressive plays, I think.
Yeah, waiting for the circle to show itself right now. It's still a north-south circle, but it's got a little bit more stalwart flavor added to it this time.
little bit, but we still have a damn river in the middle of it. So this potentially could be another situation for a lot of these teams, especially if it shifts a little bit to the southwest. That what is going on here? Oh,
yeah, bro.
Oh, that's just... You know, sometimes, Matt, it just be like that.
It do be like that. I mean, this is what it feels like whenever I drop into PUBG. Suddenly everybody has cars and vehicles, and I've got a tree.
I mean, I just think that's because you can't drop very well.
It's true.
I've been roasting you all day so far, man. I'm sorry. It's been a while. I got to get it all out of me.
It's okay. It's okay. I can take it. It's fine. I've been playing games with Poro for a while, so I mean,
true.
I've been dealing with the banter, to say the least.
And that man can't handle more than 2 buttons in a game, so.
Well, looks like TAC 8 is having some issues, but look like they should be able to regroup all together. Looking through, you were talking about Yasnaya Lake and how it's unpreferable as well, and that is the center of the circle. I mean, more likelihood, I would say, that we'll probably see this go north, I would assume.
Sure.
But, I mean, there's still a chance that it could cut down to the south or just give us the lake.
Yeah, it's just the likelihood of that happening are pretty high, and to kind of echo myself earlier, yeah, you don't want to be split on either side of the circle, and unfortunately, when you have this river, it forces that, right? And that makes the decisions that you make a little more stressful.
You can see a little bit more of a calm situation right now. Spicy Fish feeling pretty good. Pat Caps, it looks like he's already venturing across the bridge to get a little bit more information and probably hold down a couple of different points, because there's a lot of strong positions to play on that, and getting first dibs along those points could be very, very big if this circle does end up going north.
Especially that position that he's taking right there. I mean, you can call them they're the one-offs, the Alamos or the Junkyard, for instance. There's one just further north of him. It's just like the one-story buildings. Those are actually really, really kind of wanted and prioritized positions, especially in this circle, because they're fairly easy to hold, right? They're surrounded by walls on all 4 corners, so harder to crash. Also fairly in the open. The only problem about those areas, especially in these first circles, if you're in them, is getting your vehicles safe so that you're not losing tires, so that when the circle does shift, if it does shift off of you, you can kind of rotate safely. And so overall, this early, I think it's really good that Pat has kind of realized that. They're probably also just kind of looting a little bit still early game, but yeah, they have Spicy Fish of a good position, right? They can split this, they can go north side and go pretty much wherever they want from the center here. As we're seeing, and they've just chosen to go gas station, which is a great choice in the circle.
Okay, let's see, Veritas, and how are you going to respond to this? Running down the hillside, Civ looks like he's going to have to let that one go. I can see Spicy Fish do a good job on defending up. Veritas now trying to figure out where they're going to go, as this looks like the scout hasn't found too much just quite yet, but I mean, the further he goes over to the east, it should be a little bit more opened up for him. So with all consideration, I should be able to feed that information over, and I think that's why we're seeing them reposition away. And yep, Danny's just waiting for it on the other side, and there we go. Icy Flex is just going to cut right through like there was nothing even happening.
Yep, straight to his team, not too much damage as well, and just kind of touch on last game again, just kind of show you, or at least convey how nuts Nico's was and how he popped off. So he did 841 damage that first match when he had 9 kills. I think the next closest was Tig at 536 and Quinn at 533. So yeah, Nico's, I mean, that's a hell of a way to start off a qualifier. Right? Just pop off with 9 kills, 841 damage. Well done.
I mean, good lord, man. That's a start, to say the least, with that one. So see how maybe that gives them the momentum to feel a little bit more feisty for some of these later game fights. I mean, they were just destroying everything with those drive-bys right now, and looks like they're going to get themselves the high ground to work with inside of this one, as they're looking down from the hillside on Stalber itself, coming out of Kameshki. So, I mean, just if they find a couple of paths, just rotating up to the north, if it does favor this way, they could have a lot of opportunities to rotate out of that position and really unleash some havoc.
Yeah, or potentially, as you said, unleash some havoc, maybe get some rotations, camps in there. We don't see we generally don't see that too often, especially in qualifiers. Or at least we haven't in NA, just because teams would kind of prioritize position, as well as like there's always the factor of playing against teams that you're not terribly familiar with, and you don't want to run into them in weird rotations anyways. But if a team can capitalize on that, specifically like gas cans, when they're, you know, really, no pun intended, hot right now, coming off that first game, I mean, they could do, as you said, a lot of damage, get a good amount of points, and just really kind of hurt these teams coming into the north.
Ooh, speaking of some callbacks going on, Suckers, who was playing with 3 earlier, do have an approved sub that's going to be coming in, and it's going to be Zoverin.
Ooh,
there's a blast from the past.
Okay. Not too far in the past, but yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Zovereign for sure. So Shrimsy is just doing donuts here, waiting for his team to get closer so they can crash together. It's just little things like that, by the way. I hope that, chat kind of picks up on, or anyone watching is like waiting for your team, just taking the extra seconds to do things, everything coordinated. I think that's why Sonics, it's easily one of the best teams in the world, is because they have that level of kind of control and restraint, as well as just understanding like when they should be doing things, waiting, because most players would have probably just kind of went in. We're just like, all right, I'm crashing this. You guys are like a second and behind. We'll be fine. But sometimes that's the difference between a knock and a trade.
And there's so much
good discipline there. Good discipline.
There's so much that's just gelled with a couple of these rosters that we've seen together for a long time, such as Sonics, and whenever we look at Shoot to Kill, they just, the fact that they're not having to communicate all of these things all the time. They just know what the other teammate is wanting to do at that point and executing with it. That being said, let's be real. We're talking about two of probably the best shot callers also in North America on these two squads. So combine that together, and that's a recipe for a lot of success. Spicy Fish holding the line, though. Looks like Sonics could be approaching.
Yeah, they could be. And just to touch on that real quick, you see the same level of, kind of consistency as well as like team play with SDK, right? With Purdy, another one of the great North American IGLs and players. And so, it's obviously all that time together, Sonics with Hwin and Purdy with SDK, it's going to lead to some pretty cool stuff.
Looking through, I think that most of our teams, except for two, have managed to make it inside the circle. Right now, it's going to be United to the east, and then we got LA down to the southwest. So really pretty open on both sides of this one. This isn't the same, I guess, harshness that we saw inside the last circle. As There's a lot more maneuverability to come in, and it's not really, when you have that circle move just a little bit further to the west, it negates a lot of rotation potentials coming into play. So this one is a little bit more open while still having the same flavor of pain as the last circle.
Definitely still a little bit of the aftertaste from last, but we'll see. The first shift is happening now. I'm actually looking at the map, and I can't help but notice that Lethal Association is pretty far from the circle. Granted, I mean they're not going to be taking too much damage here. It's just circle one, but they have decided to stay very long and rotate in late, which means that actually, Southwest is pretty open for them.
Yeah. No, I don't think that they're going to be facing too many hiccups on their approach, but I think this is just a level of let's be a little bit more cautious, let's be measured, let's get an idea on what's going on. The issue that I have with it is whenever you're one of the newer teams that's coming into this, there is a benefit in skipping potentially circle one and just trying to run into circle two, but I feel like every med can matter like a lot, especially if you're a newer team, because it just gives you a little bit more every little bit of survivability that you can have to learn more is going to be huge for you.
It's actually something Tempo used to do a lot. If you remember back in the MPL days, Tempo would kind of come in, and sometimes they'd stay out till like circle two, right? And then they'd come in all of a sudden, they skip two circles, they get a good position in circle three, and then they're just chilling for the rest of the game, or they're making good pushes and taking teams out. And so we see that from multiple teams before. It's not just Tempo, but yeah, that's not a bad strat. This shift, however, is going to really suck for them because now that means that the Southwest is not completely, but very congested. And so depending on what Stuckers and Ryan decide to do, as well as Sonics, even though they have mostly members up in the north, this circle still sucks because look at that river, Matt. It's going to potentially cut them in half, and this is going to cause problems for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, you talked about the lake, and it's still a thing. All right, Veritas gets a good spray into pad caps. Can they defend it up again? Two more members following it up, but we're all going to see Civ get the knock onto Lobes. A little bit of cover is going to come into play, and there is a lot of bullets being exchanged across this bridge. This could be a choke point. Everybody is hearing what's going on, trying to move up to the north, but both teams getting demolished. J-Sank, now the last one up. Veritas was defended into this one, but it looks like Spicy Fish is going to correct everything that's going on, get the res back up, and now are they going to make the push into this one, or are they just going to let it be? Just go for the kills, or do they want to at least try to flush out J-Sank?
That was a hell of a recovery, honestly, from Spicy Fish. They were even able to get Pad up with a smoke. I thought he was for sure going to bleed out, but no, and it's now just J-Sank. What can he do? Stuck in this gas station alone. Yeah, they absolutely know. That's going to be pretty much show going down.
J-Sank, you got the angle, gets the spray into one, trying to go for the flushes into it, cannot get away, and he's going to go down. Spicy Fish does lose Pat Caps for that one, but, it looked like it could have gone a lot worse than that for a second.
Yeah, it honestly looked like Spicy Fish was just in a world of trouble, and they potentially were going to recover, but they actually only lose, I think, one. Which again, it's not bad at all. 1 for 4, you take that trade all day.
Luckily, they did pump on the brakes for that one because Gas Cans is moving in. Yasnaya getting very, very populated already.
Yep.
Already having skirmishes pop off inside of this one. To the north of it, you can see the couple of kills being exchanged as it goes through. 300 on the outskirts of it. Feeling a little bit more comfortable, though. United doing a slow push through this one. Ripper is already down. Dash to the top of this one. Ice Tech off in the distance there. It's I always throws my brain a little bit, my dyslexic brain, whenever we have Ice Tech and Icy Flex in the same one.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not surprised at all that a lot of these teams are starting to head towards Yas, especially because these circles tend to do kind of shift a little more towards the south, especially with that river coming into play. So we may see a lot of teams bunch up. The issue is, though, is if this does shift off Yas, a lot of these teams are going to get stuck, and it gets really muddy, and it gets really awful. So we'll see.
Well, we've talked about the killing power of E United. We didn't get the chance really last game to see that all that much, but you're starting to see the take and the movement coming into this one. If anything is moving around them, they're coordinated in their approach and finding out how to make it work. Float on one side of this, you can see that Dash knows the fact that he's got company around him. Ice Tech can't even really move into a position to provide too much cover. He's caught up just dealing with Flood. Gets a little bit of a tick on damage onto him. Can he maybe follow it up with a nade? Looks like he's going to go for the toss. Is it going to connect in there? No! Rejected away. Molotov back behind him. He's kind of stuck for right now, and he's got to be careful. Snakers looks like he's starting to make a play for this.
Ice Tech doing the best that he can, actually, to hold off and still survive. The problem is, again, he's pinched between 2 different teams. Gas Cans... Gas Cans are not close. It's really just United now, yeah.
Yeah, Dash couldn't get away from that one. So now just Ice Tech. United, I mean, that's some authority taking that one. Gas Cans did move a little bit further away from this and running a 2-2 split, so they don't really want to get too involved with this. New Circle does pop, does go south like you were expecting. Liberate does get eliminated, as there are very few options for him to move through. So you're making some oh my sounds, Godspeed. Why is that? I know why it is, but give it to us.
Yeah, the shift definitely sucked again for some of the teams in Yas, but it also just cut pretty much the entire north out, right? Like there's no baby steps like, oh, maybe we can kind of rotate here. It's pretty much just that little west part of the island, or that little mini island created by the circle here that we see BSO and Wildcard on. And aside from that, that's it. I mean, those teams are going to have to come off, but with Orion as well as Stuckers and Spicy Fish on the west side, it's going to be kind of difficult for either one of the teams in the west to get off that island.
We were talking about hyper-aggressive movement patterns coming out from Gas Cans. Remember, they went over to Yasnaya, had 2 members over there, were getting involved in what was happening, then sent 2 members down to the south, got control over the compound that you can see that's going to be right around the curve there, the yellow and red markers in the distance, and got themselves a free foothold into what was going to be a very centered position. Whichever way the circle would have gone, they had the capabilities to be defended and to get kills and to shift out of it. I like what we're seeing from Gas Cans time and time again inside of this. They're playing very, I guess, smartly aggressive. It's not pedal to the metal, let's just kill everything that we've seen Gas Cans bring before. Now it's a lot more of a logical like counterplay that's always going on, and it's really cool to see.
So I think that's actually twofold. I think obviously because of just Adam, right, the experience that he has and that he brought into this team initially when he came in last year. I think Adam's been great for that. But Ykikamucow, I mean, Ykikamucow was great, absolutely wonderful for Fury, right? He's been great for a while. But I think bringing him into this team again, on top of the fact that point system is a thing, we saw how measured they were able to play last year. We saw how they were really able to pick their spots and pick their shots as far as when they would fight, and compounded with the fact that they now have Ykikamucow point system. I think Gas Cans is going to be really solid this year. I mean, overall, the first game we obviously saw what they could do with Nico's popping off, but yeah, not surprised at all. Gas Cans always very good at finding good positions.
I'm a sucker for Ykikamucow, man. I just enjoy watching him, and now the fact that we get him in North America,
definitely
give me some more of that. I'm all kinds of excited about it. And see, the United, not too excited though, is it's like shoots and kills kind of making their life a little hellacious.
Yeah, and on top of the fact that they are going to have to cross into STK territory, which is not always, your first choice.
And even if they cross that, I mean, there's some 303 members kind of spattered around, but even then, Gas Cans is going to have vision on them. So
I mean, this is definitely the best play for them, right? Go towards one of their members. Relo already knows that at the very least his app was clean, so they're gonna pull to the north side. Pulling into STK would definitely not be a great play, and they know that.
Bide your time, even it's right next to the edge. Kickstart.
Kick with an arm. That's a really devastating combo.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot of aggression. They're pulling some aggro there from two different teams. A hard shift to the south. Doesn't keep the lake in play.
We knew that.
Good. We already knew the fact that it was going to have to shift away.
Yeah.
But let's be real. If you know a good dip, now's the time to figure out which one you want, because there's probably a grand total of like 5, 6, I think, quality dips that we can look at. Every other building's already taken.
There's definitely some spots to play here on the open terrain, but it's not great. I think there's like 1 or 2 really solid dips just to the west of, it looks like, I think Lethal Association, but they're probably going to be watching that, and they're in actually one of the dips. And so, yeah, teams like SDK, they're probably going to have to wrap a little more towards the south, deal with Sonics. Obviously, 303 has actually made a nice little early push into the north side of the circle, and so now it's really on to BSO as well as some of the other teams to find a spot just to come in this circle.
And this is what I wanted to see from BSO. I want to know how they can navigate not getting in the circle. We saw the fact that they played it very, very well last time.
True.
Now they're having to be the aggressors coming into it. Aguila goes ahead and gets the forefront position. Looks like he's trying to see what aggression is coming to him, and he's doing a good job of holding it, but he is not inside the circle. He's probably like, what, a good solid 5 to 10 meters away from it, if that. So now how's the rest of BSO going to respond to this? Because he's kind of on an island right now.
They might actually get a chance if Spicy Fish decides to actually, well, they not decide, they need to get into the circle. So once they decide to move into the circle and they potentially get in a fight with Stuckers, that is a chance for BSO to potentially move. They just need that fight to happen. They need to hope that Spicy Fish is aggressive enough to kind of pull Stuckers off of watching them. Otherwise, they're just going to have to make a play, and they might just have to send it. I mean, that's just, it's the nature of the game sometimes.
Do note the fact that Shoot to Kill are not inside the circle either, so you can see that E United trying to figure out how they're wanting to make that last little push in. Shoot to Kill already says, all right, we know how we're coming through, and this could be lethal for Association. Already has 3 of their members down. Sociopath does manage to get a little bit in return for it, but that is a lot of Shoot to Kill members already coming for him. That is going to be a potentially good nade, already cooked, going to be throwing it over. Is it going to connect? Does knock into Penta. Are we going to be able to see him continue this roll up? Sociopath living up to his name right now, trying to ride it, but while this is going on, E United is coming in back behind this one. Alo
that's
trying to make
members.
a forward move position, and this is, that nade bounced off of Alo to keep him alive. They're still him and Party Cardi up. What can they do with this one? It looks like Sociopath wants nothing to do, tries to retreat away from it, but here comes the Hail Mary grenades coming in right on top of Party Cardi. Now it is just Alo up for Shoot to Kill, and E United took advantage of that one.
Oh man, Sociopath ruined that for SDK. Initially it was just 1 knock, it wasn't that bad, it looked really clean, and then all of a sudden the second nade came in. They got 2 knocks, they were down to 2, and that's it! SDK actually eliminated. And Sociopath had so much to do with that as he just scurries away. He's like, alright, my job's done, E United, take it.
9 kills for E United. Let's just watch E United. They're fragging out right now, but
and Spicy
they're in a
Fish.
little bit of a lull. They're in a little bit of lull. Spicy Fish did try to make their play into this one, and it looks like they're getting a little bit messy. Also, to the north, Gas Cans looks like they found themselves some new targets, but managed to take down formation. Just trying to make their play for their little dip. But keep in mind, Gas Can's not inside the circle either.
Wow, and so, yeah, it looks like Spicy Fish was able to, at the very least, take out the team that was on the hill. However, the issue with that now, as Stucker's gone, is they still have to rotate in, and the only decent spot really would be like maybe the compound just above Volcano or crashing something like T8. I mean, they can't really wrap, right? Because BSO's still not in. This is rough. This is very rough for the duo of Spicy Fish. At the very least, they have kills, though.
What's your take on this 2-2 split coming out from Sonics with so few cover pieces in?
I actually like it.
I mean, it's got some strength to it, but like they're fortunate right now that all the teams are to the north, so really they don't have to deal with too much of a crash, right?
So it is dangerous. However, you have to realize that this split does give them some way to kind of cover each other, right? Like, so that's the most important thing when you have a split is split 1 going to be able to help split 2 if things start to go south? And in this case, yes, they actually can. It is risky in the sense that, yes, you could have a full team crash one of those duos, but, I mean, they're also controlling almost 50% of the south side of the circle, so.
Well, Gas Cans do manage to find their way into the zone. Take a little bit of damage on it, though. On the other side of them, it's going to be TAC 8 that is going to have a little bit of high ground, but I don't think that building, if it does stay in play, I don't think even the windows are going to keep vision on it. So T8 is going to have to move, or at least just hunker in that corner. I don't think that they want to do that. 303 looks like they're trying to muscle their way into the zone. The problem with it is they're having to muscle against about 4 teams as they try to make a play. And here we go, Spicy Fish feeling a little
Threading
spicy.
the needle.
Sending it through, and
Yep.
no, it's going to be along Sociopath's route. The hero who's been trying to survive for so long, they're going to come right into the dip. He's not even looking the right direction. He's going to get spotted out.
Easy.
He just gets dropped. Sillers just comes in and finds himself a good play, but E United, here's another firefight.
Yep, another firefight for them. Attack 8 at the very least has the inside of that broken wall to play, so they don't have to move just yet. They're going to have to deal with gas cans anyways. But yeah, Spicy Fish threaded the needle. I mean, 8 kills. Silers has been so far, even in that first game, we almost saw him do a 1v3. So really loving what we're seeing from this player so far.
All right, so Sillers, Icy Flex. I mean, that's been a pretty strong combo so far. Add in E United providing a little bit of secondary defense on anybody that wants to approach. Black Sheep Office, who I was trying to keep an eye out and see how they made their approach, do manage to survive for some time, but do go out trying to make their move into this one. Orion does find an angle to work with, and you can see the gas cans still just trying to hold out what's going on with T8, but both of these teams inflicting a lot of damage to each other, and that's allowing 303 to kind of sneak their way in back behind. This one is Spicy Fish, very rewarded for that sneaky play.
Yep. Very rewarded considering where they came from, right? Fighting Stuckers off that hill just over to the northwest and then kind of getting stuck and sending it into the middle, which again, they really didn't have any other plays. That was the play they had to make work, and they did. Now they have one of the best positions in the center, so we'll see if they can hold that as a duo. But Sonics now deciding to consolidate. Perfect timing. The shift has happened, and look, they're 4 men up. Again, so much control in the south. Sonics, they're so smart, They know what to do. Pretty decent team, I hear.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I don't know where. Maybe it was on social media. I think maybe I've seen their
Maybe on social media.
Maybe on in Twitch chat I've seen maybe their logo get flashed here or there every once in a while. I don't know. It's kind of an uncommon thing to see, really.
I might be a Shrimsy stan. All right.
I am a Shrimsy stan.
I might be.
Dude, how can you not?
I love that kid. Tristan's great. I love all of them. Honestly, I love all 4 members. I love everyone in this lobby. Everybody loves everybody. Meanwhile, in the game, it does look like 300 is finally going to have to get up, Matt, and Orion is hot on their heels.
You're talking about how everybody loves each other, but now they're going to have to murder those that they love. Ykikamucow gets somebody delivered right in front of them. Doesn't get it! Palix, you say what? That was just a quick jump out of that one. Managed to get a little bit of follow-up. Nico's trying to survive onto it. Gas Can's trying to see if they can get some type of return on this one. Spicy Fish gets some vision in what's happening, but you can see this is going to be bloody trying to crawl their way into this.
That was quite unfortunate there for Ykikamucow, but again, really great stuff from T8, just coming in, realizing that to take that fight. But again, Nikos was kind of the glue that was just holding everything together for them, stopping that push. Over with 300 though. Speaking of pushing up towards Orion now. This fight has to happen on Volcano.
300 does get the vision into it. Good shots coming up from Extreme now, just seeing if he can work his way up that hillside, taking a lot of damage. Vox has already gone down. Does connect into it. 300 finds themselves the shots that they needed to continue their march up the top of this hillside, but do get a grenade dropped right on top of him. So Tater is still just trying to pin this one up. Ricky trying to make the push into it, but you can see that this is a firmly defended position right now. And while 300 is known for being able to hold the line, it looks like you can see Tater is trying to make the advance into him. It is just going to be Neverhor, the last one up, but is nowhere around his teammates at the time.
This isn't even in. None of these teams are even fighting for a position that's in right now, man. This is basically mutually assured destruction. Get as many points as you can before we have to crest over this hill and get shot at pretty much the rest of the lobby, right? United still 4 strong on the east side now, dead center. Sonics were just chilling in the south after they took control. And so really it's just Neferhor that has to try to survive because Vox is done for, right? And then Orion now with, I think, down to just 2 is going to have to somehow deal with this. Which I just don't think is going to happen.
Kills.
That's absurd.
United. Oh my God. We just saw them move into the position where we saw Spicy Fish, who did end up getting tossed out of their fishbowl just a moment ago. And now it's going to be E United with vision on what's going on. Flood does manage to take down Vox, and we've got our top 4. But let's be honest, really, it's E United and Sonics that we've got our eyes on.
It is absolutely United and Sonics. And both teams pretty decent positions overall. I mean, United has, I think, a nice little spread and a little more cover to work with as far as terrain, but Sonics could potentially flex out. If they can get a knock, that'd be really helpful because, again, United does hold a slightly better position here, but I I mean, Circle is on both teams, right? So none of them really have to move yet.
Oh, H1 got spotted!
That's big. That's actually really massive.
Relo goes down, but that's fine. Relo can get rezzed right
Yeah.
over here. They've got that hillside, so that's not too big of a problem. Really, Neverhor could be an issue for E United, but they seem to be aware of it right now. Orion can't even crest that hill. They're going to go ahead and get taken down, but I think that Neverhor has an idea on where he's got to focus his target. But looks like it doesn't matter. Kickstart's going to take care of that problem, and now we're down to a 4v3.
Oh, you got
Kickstart!
kicked.
What?
Okay, so not only is that weapon just so devastating, but it's just even more devastating in Kick's hand, right? Because he's aware that he doesn't even really need to go for headies. He doesn't need to go for headshots.
Oh,
Body shot,
no, close range.
49.
Taps it, goes for the
gross.
spray. It's Kickstart versus Sonics right now, and Kickstart is winning. Look
So
at this
much
lineup.
damage.
20 kills for United.
So much damage coming out from that almond kick, and he's just, every shot is devastating. Again, because he's just ripping off vests, right? If you have no vests going into an endgame fight, even if you have a helmet, I mean, you just, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get shredded so fast.
I mean,
As you
even
can
if
see,
you got
that's a
a
level
helmet.
3. Yeah, even if you have a helmet, but regardless, see, he's just doing so much damage.
I mean, if you got a helmet, doesn't matter. Kick's just gonna hit it. He doesn't care.
How many bullets did he have with that? Did he get more? I feel like he got more. I feel like he's taken more than 2 shots with that arm.
Now, my question is, how much valuable information is Mime feeding over right now, since he is still up? Looks like we are going to see some smokes dropped into this one, and I think that's so that way you and I can get a little bit more of an idea on what's going on and get some control. They are a little bit weak to the east just because of the way that the train lines up over there. So they know the fact that the defended compound is what they have to continue to harass, and that is all on Kickstart, man. He is just unloading every single time somebody goes for a peek back over onto this. They have got to deal with his angle, and it looks like Sonics are just starting to go, okay, look, it's just not worth. Let's just see where the circle goes, and let's just not keep looking over that. That's not working for us.
At the very least, they did get shift, right? So Sonic's still going to be a little bit all right for the most part, but the fact that Snakers is now so close is going to cause so many issues. The smokes to block the windows, so intelligent from this team. Sonic's doing
takes
the
a lot
best
of
they
damage
can.
too. Snakers is just using the opportunity that Kick is providing. There's a whole different section of this map that you can see that Sonics cannot even use right now. Shrimzy's pretty much trapped over there. Snakers has already moved in. That's going to provide even more movement coming over there, as Relo does look like he's managed to move to the tree. It's a little bit of a side angle. Keep in mind, we do have Kickstart on one side of it. And whenever we're looking through, Flood's holding down the other angle. That's allowing the other 2 members for E United to move into breach positions. So as they step into this one, they can find every single bit of this building under cover right now, and they don't have to be the ones to move. They can just wait to see if maybe Sonics makes the misplay, as they now have stepped out of the building.
And E United is honestly, both teams, given their circumstances, like even Shrimzy, I was gonna say, are playing this so well, but the angles is just so hard.
What you got, Tig?
To get
What you
around
got?
it.
Snakers is coming, gets the spray into him. Let's see if maybe he can line up a little bit more. Relo now knows exactly where he is, going for the push around the other side of it. Seeing if maybe he can bait out a little bit more time and movement. We do have a moving factor in Flood on the outside of this. Tickleton has to be careful of it. Is aware, does have an idea on it, but it doesn't matter. E United, they walked through that game. I think they ended with, what, 22 kills? Maybe more?
It's actually
23 kills. My God, that's a third of the lobby, man.
Yeah, that's actually really, really ridiculous. I mean, the way they did it too was just so impressive, just taking team after team and rotating through on that east side. Initially, potentially getting held up by STK, they decided to go the Yaz route. They then took their time because Relo had set up a foothold for them there, and then they just systematically destroyed every other team on that north side and on the east side, and 23 kills does not lie. I mean, that was a ridiculous game.
For all of us with bad aim, me, can you break down a little bit what Kickstart was doing and how he's playing? I know the fact that he was doing the jukes, but he was doing a great job of, even though we could see Sonics knew where he was, it didn't matter. He just was doing such a good job on holding the angle. How do you hold that as efficiently as he was doing?
I mean, you have help from your teammates initially, right? Like, so that everyone else is holding kind of angles, but Kick was really just being very active. He was doing a lot of jiggle peeks, and again, he was just taking quick shots, right? Like, sometimes when you're bolting, you want to stand still and you want to really take your time to pull that trigger and make sure you get a headshot. But when you have the AUM, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, yes, you're going to get the instant knock even on a level 3 helmet with an AUM, but more importantly, if you hit him in the vest, you're shredding their armor, right? Which is very important for teamfighting, especially with rifles, because you're not always going to hit headshots with rifles. We're also just doing damage and draining their meds, because every one of those shots is is putting the players to at least half health if they have a 3 vest, and even lower if they have a 2. So I mean, it's just devastating because you're constantly getting hit. You still have to peek. Like if you're Sonics, you can't just not peek, because then what happens at the end game where they just smoke you out, they push your building, and then they completely surround you, and then they just suffocate you. So it's just hard. It's hard to play against an Om, especially in a situation like that when the Om was in a better position to kind of do those peaks, but also when it's in the hands of Kick, I mean, it's almost unfair. Especially when he has so many bullets.
Oh.
Like, I'm pretty sure he got 2 crates worth of Om bullets. I could be wrong, but I swear he did.
The way that the team moved around him, too. Like, this E United, I'm getting real about real fast. The way that they maneuvered through this was so well played. It was just clinical, logical, and well done every step. Yeah. They hit the shots that they needed to hit as they came through. They got the information as they did. They managed to force Sonics out of a defended position that they were holding down for quite a while, and Sonics couldn't find a way to stop it. That just means the fact that that's complete use of surround techniques to deny the capabilities and the defense of that building.
Yeah, it's just capitalizing, again, as you said, off of getting Hwin down, right? Like, I really like the idea that Hwin went for there, go for the flex. You know, they need to at least have someone out of that compound. And it wasn't even a compound, right? It's like the yellow buildings and, like, something else. So it's, like, really small. They try to get the flex out. Unfortunately, got caught, which happens. And from there, yeah, they just played the numbers game. I mean, E United played the number game pretty perfectly there. So, well played to them.
Okay, guys, we got to take a look at these standings because, I mean... E United, my God, man, 10 placement points, 23 kill points, walking away with 33, almost 3 times second place.
That's
Spicy Fish, good play with kills. I mean, they went out early, but got a ton of kills.
Yep.
But God, man.
And also shout out to, I believe, was it Sociopath? I think it was Sociopath, right? That had the play on STK. I mean, that was really huge. Saved his team from getting eliminated there, and he got some points in the process.
Look at that leaderboard now, 41 points. So E United coming in with some power to go gas cans, who we've been talking about quite a bit. Sonics, who have been very active in the end game. That's twice now that they've made it very far, and I think that's twice in second place. No. There was a little bit. Black Sheep Allfish coming in off their victory inside the last one. Spicy Fish, though, while they have been going out a little bit earlier, you can see with the placement points of 5, they have been capable of finding the kills specifically in that last game, picking up, I believe, 10 in that to move them up the leaderboard.
Spicy Fish has been really scrappy so far, man. I like this new roster so far. Again, it's Uncivil, Stylers, I'm really watching because so far I've seen nothing but what I like coming out from him. Icy Flex, who again has been around in the scene for quite a while now. And then Pat Caps, I mean, former Envy member, someone who's been in the scene for a while. You know, he's definitely used to professional helmet cracker was his old title back in the day. And so, you know, seeing him kind of get back into shape with the squad, I think has been good so far. I really like this team so far.
I mean, dude, this has been some phenomenal PUBG already getting kicked off. We're only a third of the way through it, but guys, we're going to go take a quick break. This one's going to be a little bit longer than last time to give the players a little bit of time to reconvene and get their bearings and figure out what's going on. So we will see you in just a few minutes, and stay tuned because, you know, there's been some hella good games. man, North American action is just constantly bringing it so far today. 2 rounds down, and it has been explosive every single step of the day. And man, I just want more. I want more. I know we were talking about it in between this. Like, I'm worried that my voice is going to go out because we're still like only a third the way through today, and it has just been action nonstop.
It has been. I mean, that last game, we had a team in United have 23 kills, which is a little bonkers. Then again, if you know, it is United, aka Old Oath. For those of you asking, you know, where's Oath? Where the Oath? That is Oath now. It is United with the addition of not Ykikamucow, excuse me, Flood, one of the other OC players, in place of Balefrost. And so we will see Bale, I think, later as well. He's still playing, but yeah, I mean, that was ridiculous. 23 kills to start it off. I mean, that's kind of a statement to make, Matt.
I mean, we're getting a lot of Aussie flavor inside of our North American events lately. The gates are coming open, to say the least, and they are definitely bringing the firepower every single time. This is going to be our last Erangel, and Erangel has been kind of brutal so far today, so I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of teams might be hoping Miramar might be a little bit more calm.
It hasn't necessarily been a breeze, so to speak, as far as some of these teams and the rotations that they've had to make. We've had 2 circles now back-to-back, Matt, where it was both times being split by the river that flows through, if you know what I'm saying, and that's going to be really rough for any of these teams to rotate. We saw hard shifts down to the south, and then we saw United do what they did. So overall, I mean, the first 2 circles have not been boring, so to speak. We'll see if Circle 3 maybe gives us that Millie Island that, you know, every first day qualifier needs.
I love the stats that Luke is sending us right now.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Yabble, but I have to point out this one. Only one player right now has not picked up a frag grenade, and that is Yabble. But
That's
in fairness, he didn't really get to pick up much of anything at the beginning of the last game.
You need that utility is important. You know what I'm saying? Luke is basically calling him out. Right? That's what that sounds like to me.
I didn't get a chance to talk about his previous stat because while we were looking at it, he's just been feeding us all kinds of stuff. Whenever we were looking at about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, somewhere in that range, the E United was already at 4,470 team damage. Lord only knows where they're at now. I can't wait for the update on that one because, man, they are dishing out the damage.
They are. And you know what? To you Bull's credit, maybe picked up a bunch of smokes, you know? Maybe he has the other utility down. I'm not going to judge. I don't know what's going on that team.
Wait.
Wow, that's
STK
actually...
pivot? Snaker's pivot.
Huh. What? Interesting. Another stat for you, brought to you by Luke, of course, is that Lethal Association has taken over 2,000 damage from the zone. They were in that thing for quite a while. They came in a rotation. Actually, rotation wasn't bad though. They found a decent spot, so good on them. But again, just waiting to see what this first circle does, and it's a quarry circle. Okay.
Chaos is a ladder, Godspeed. Chaos is a ladder, and let's see who can climb it, because that's been Erangel so far today, and looks like it's not stopping. There are no brakes on these circle trains right now, and it's just going a little bit nuts. Shoot to kill, though. Actually, with this little bit of a modification, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good-ish. I'm very curious if, obviously, 300 knows that there's going to be multiple teams on Millie base. I'm sure they just saw them drop there. That being said, I'm not sure if they're going to commit to a hard camp. I think they're probably going to move and get a little bit of a better position, which means that for the teams coming off, as long as they don't run into each other, that is going to be Lethal Association and STK. They're going to be able to cross relatively free, but again, that remains to be seen if a 300 is going to decide they actually do want to camp, or if those teams actually just fight on Millie Base Island.
See a little bit of what's going on around everywhere right now, and Ykikamucow, again, just one of the best names to say. Dude, I'm kind of digging it. It's got a vibe going.
Music's not bad, you know. I like the music. There we go. Silence.
The top of Stalber. We never get to see the top of Stalber, but E United gets to see it quite regularly. They're looting up here, and man, they do have to traverse the entirety of the map. It's working.
Loot up here is definitely decent. I've had to loot up here a few times, and you even get a vehicle spawn up there now with the hard esports spawn. So not the worst. Obviously for this circle, not ideal, just because of how far they are. But it's United. I'm sure Relo's got some little cooked up for them as far as rotations and how they're going to get in. Plus, we know from the past that United generally waits to take any fights or anything, anyways. But 300, not so much. Actually, gas cans. It's Adam. Does he know?
I don't know. I think he hears the footsteps. Yeah, you can see he's counter looking around this one now.
Okay, yeah.
Does he know how much Here comes all the reinforcements for everything that's going on right now. So Greg Shot's going to have to contest with this. The other two members from Gas Cans are still down in Primorsk right now. So a very outnumbered fight, and there you go. It's going to be the UMP coming in, bringing a little bit of noise. Now Adam's down, and he's been a big component for them. Greg Shot, though, let's see if he can manage to weather the storm of people that are just charging at him now.
Greg Shot, what does he have indeed? I mean, Gas Cans have had really good games so far, at the very least, been adjusting really well, but I don't
They're
really...
just leaving it in there.
Yeah.
The other two members aren't coming.
No, I mean, because if you look at the rest of Gas Cans, they're actually in Prim. So
Yeah.
they're not going to be anywhere close. In fact, there's really no reason for them, as awful as it sounds, there's kind of no reason for them to get here, because by the time they do, the fight's going to be over, and then they're just going to be in a 2-on-4. So Greg Shot's just got to do what he can. This is it. This is his Alamo.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
I mean, he had a read on what was coming on both times, but it was one of those, like, half a second here or there if he'd managed to get over there and get a knock whenever he went to that window and saw the one crossing, or if he just managed to get back over there. That's just kind of the nature of the beast sometimes with how that goes. Shoot to kill already making their rotation quite early inside of this. Look, it's like...
Good. I like that.
I'm still... This whole E-United Novo Stalber thing is... I'm intrigued if this was intended or if this was just a thing that happened or what.
That might be a flex spot for them. I mean, overall, I still think they're going to be just fine. They're probably going to take a long rotation, and again, it's old Oath, new United, whatever you want to call them. Obviously, United now, but they have the same style. They're going to come in late. They're going to take their time. They're not going to take early fights, and they're going to be fine. As far as, I also want to give credit to 300 there. They could have potentially given a bunch of 1v1s in that situation, but they didn't. Neferhor played for the trade with his teammate, and that's exactly what you want to see in that situation.
See, the scouting coming in right now is, looks like Tiggleton has already got a home for Sonics, and the rest of them are not coming in. Pretty close to Liberate, but it shouldn't be an issue right now. Shoot to Kill already doing a similar fashion. Back behind them, most of the teams are coming in from the north. That's where we're going to see BSO coming in, as well as Orion. We've got Veritas. But, like, the north half of the circle is still pretty much open right now. It's just the teams that are contesting for quarry positions early, hoping the fact that it's going to go that way and that they don't have to move for the later stages. Because let's be real, we all know moving into quarry late game is harsh.
Yeah, especially if you... Man, especially if you have to kind of push up quarry, or even coming down quarry sometimes is not great, depending on which side you're on, especially if you're on, like, the south side. Going up quarry really sucks. And so if this does end up sending around quarry, obviously the teams around it are best suited to take advantage of that. That being said, I mean, this is still first circle, and there's still quite a lot of water in. We could have a weird shift where it pulls hard to the south, and we see something end at Prim, which we...
Wait, I gotta say, E-United now has shifted from Stalber to military.
They're back home.
Stalber, but military, but then they also have somebody at power. They've sent two members that were up in Stalber to get to power. I don't know.
We actually have two members at Novo, too.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Well, Luke 12 is just going to go ahead and take that one, so Company Man's is going to go down.
Easiest kill of his career right there. Unfortunate for Company Man. It's going to be one
All right,
member down now
Stuckers.
for Stuckers. Mm-hmm.
What you got on your approach? Pinta looks like he's going to find an angle for this one pretty quickly, moving forward. Saw that one come over, so he's going to feed that information around. Zovrin's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Remember, he's coming in, and he's the tap-in fill for what's been going on. Looks like he's going to have to tap out in just a second as Luke 12 is coming up right back behind him. There's a ton of shoot-to-kill members around. They know where he is. With that reposition, it might be enough. Comes right back behind him, but Luke 12, he reads it and gets him down.
Try to be a sneaky snake. That could have been a really cool play, unfortunately, for Zovrin. Unfortunately, for Penta, Luke was there to cover that. Now just two members of Stuckers remain. They should be rotating off that fight. No reason to get engaged now in a 2v4.
Wait, but Lethal Association? Yep, they're going to spawn out because they're rotating, and that's going to be real bad. Now down to just one.
Unlucko. Yep. One member still can do a decent amount of damage, maybe steal some kills here or there. Every point matters. Feels good to say that again.
I know, man. High kill count games. You know, be really excited about them. I mean, in fairness, E United not doing us any help on talking about the benefits of Super whenever they're getting 23 kills and winning the game. But see if they can keep that trend going because they're in a pretty decent spot, I think. You know, given once they decide to all get themselves together here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just going to go for the safe play. Probably just consolidate all four on Millie Base Island because there's really no reason for a team to be there, and so I don't think a lot of tension is going to be, you know, kind of shown their way, which means that they should be able to just kind of do what they want from the Southeast here.
Use the lead, use the influence. Don't overextend, but I just hope that they don't get too passive and come in too late. Because right now, they are nomming on some blue damage, and we saw the fact that didn't work too well for Lethal Association earlier. That took, I think it was like 2,000 something damage was what we were talking about. So
I think the difference with E United, though, is the fact that they've not only looted Stalber, but Milta Power as well as Nova, right? So they probably have a pretty good amount of meds, which means, especially, I mean, it's just circle 1 and 2, right? It's not really going to do too much damage. So they really can take their time. And again, we've seen this from teams in the past. Like we saw Tempo. They used to do this all the way back in MPL and even before that. So yeah, I like this from E United. I don't think there's anything wrong with this at all, especially with the lead, as you said, Matt, that they've built up in the last game.
I mean, they should be coming in as stacked as possible. They should have ammo for days.
They're big chill.
Like utility. So I also like the fact it looks like they're thinking about coming down through the bridge. They don't have any information. I know that we're talking a lot about what's going on with EU United.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just because they're the moving factor right now. Everybody else is already kind of cemented. So them coming into the south and then coming in from the bridge, which they know could be dangerous. I don't think that there are so many bridge camps, though, so they're going to be rewarded for it.
That's my point, right? Like, coming in on this island is smart because no one should be on this island, right? So no one's going to expect, like, oh, United's, you know, they're rotating off of Millie Island. And so because of that, I think this is fairly free for them. Unless someone really decides they're going to back off in bridge camp, depending on what the circle does. Again, I still doubt that. United's going to be able to get up for mostly free. No one's going to be camping that bridge now.
That's still some water to work with there, and we knew it was probably going to go Quarry, and that's why we had the gambles coming in for that one. But now wild card, 4MA, Orion. This is going to be fun. This also what's going on to the east, where we see TAC 8 that's going to be running by 303. The circle can support a lot of teams, like Primorsk, Quarry. There's a lot. But the problem is they all have to run into kill boxes together if they're wanting to rotate. Like to the south along the beach right now, I can't even tell how many teams are down there because they're all stacked up on top of each other. 300 getting a little bit of information as it comes through. But, I mean, this is just a wave. It's just colors upon colors cascading down the hillside. You can see it's going to be shoot to kill already coming down here. Gaskins is already in this position. Lethal Association's already roamed by this one. Nobody can even make it into Primorsk because we're going to see Grant Landis already get taken down, or managing to take down the last member of Stuckers. So Lethal Association is going to be able to get in the gatekeeping position for this one, and Ykikamucow has a shotgun.
He's got a shot. This is such a disgusting free fire. Oh, I'd be so mad if I was Alo right now. Oh, I'd be furious.
Oh, I mean, when you're going to take a barn and you're going to hold the barn, I mean, you got to take the shotgun, right?
I mean, well played, but I would still be furious if I was Halo. And speaking of which, I mean, look at the west side of the circle is completely free. I mean, absolutely completely free. And fortunately for Formation, I mean, I don't know if they've realized that, but they took a good rotation up on the west side and west coast, and now they are the biggest of chillin' up there. In fact, Prim is also completely free. This center bunch really is just happening in the center and the north.
T-Sock wants this one. Got to be careful, though. The range is going to come in, provide a little bit of support, and maybe he doesn't want it as bad as he did just a second ago. So looks like he's going to step away from it. Ice Tech going to go ahead and retreat back down to his teammates as well. I do want to note the fact that T8 did manage to sneak by Lethal Association, who's holding down the hillside to the northeast of Primorsk. So that means it's going to be them and Formation that are going to get the positions around Primorsk itself. Now, do note there's a lot of water on that peninsula around Primorsk, so the teams that are playing Quarry probably a little bit more favorable right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Prim isn't the worst position overall, but I mean, you're right. Coming out of Prim, if it shifts north, is going to be really miserable, especially with Sonics already set up. I mean, and Formation and T8 potentially running each other, trying to take that West Hill, which is pretty good, actually. And surprising that no one is on it at all, but Sonics will probably flex to that at some point.
Yeah, it's a calm that is kind of settled around. Everybody kind of knows where they are. A little long-range shot, Penta. Going for that little sneaky pick. See if they can hit something. Huh? It's a little bit.
Look at United, though. I mean, they did exactly what what I kind of thought they were going to do. Completely safe, and now they're in the circle, east side, uncontested. I mean, it's so textbook them, it's crazy, but it works so well, and they're so good at pulling it off. They know when they need to come in. They know when it's smart to kind of hold off and chill on rotations. As Sonics is ripping up, team after team, I really love what Relo has done as far as leveling up as an IGL and just being really talented fragger in of itself. But yeah, I like it. I like this team a lot.
Don't do it, shoot to kill. Do not go in there. There is a wild cow that is full on crazy with a shotgun. It is not going to work for you. Snakers looks like he's thinking about going for the manor, but I don't know if you want to go in there. Gas cans, shoot to kill, and E United all stacked in there would be pretty harsh. Morris does keep a little bit of itself in there, but
yeah. STK, though, Matt, has to be careful, right? Because now they actually are in a position where they're kind of in a decent spot, right? Next shift, even if it is going to go off water, which it should, is not going to be that drastic, or it doesn't have to be. So they could potentially just be in a decent spot. And taking a fight early, losing some members actually opens the door for E United. You got to be careful here.
Okay, so here comes the roll by. Do note the fact that we have Lethal Association that is holding down the hill that's going to be the right side of the screen. Looks like Luke doesn't want to take too much. Just seems maybe he can get a lucky shot at him. That is going to force them along that hillside. Lethal Association is going to hear that and be able to reposition. It looks like they're staying in vehicles, though, because T8's getting involved in what's going on in the formation on the other side of this. Flood's just trying to spray in, make sure the fact that he gets an easier pass in this one. And E United taking near on no damage for that, but they're running all the way down along for Morse. They're just circling this entire thing, and they're going to be coming in from the west, which is almost entirely open.
Committing here for a second. They actually might want to just fight from here. Oh, Kick lost his tires. He's in a really rough spot.
Okay, Pelix. Oh, but look, there's a lot going on over there. As it's going to be Lethal Association that makes the send into the other side of T8. So now it's going to be Pelix all by himself. Multiple members of E United making the push into it. And you can see trying to stay alive, but he's going to take himself down. No one gets to kill Pelix except for Pelix.
I'm pretty sure the molly got shot out of his hand. I don't think he messed that up.
I think so too. We didn't have the cleanest angle for it, so I'm going to trust in your belief on it because I
think that's what
looked
happened,
like
yeah.
it. I thought I saw his hand make the motion.
But this fight is exactly what E United wanted, right? Because now, even though Kick is in a rough spot, he's actually still alive. They could potentially salvage this with 4 up and then have control of the south, which is really, really dangerous for the other teams.
My worry about this is there's a lot of teams in this position, and there is a feasting E United that might just be seeing some kill points in front of them and might be hungry to go after it yet again. This position around there, they've got Snakers off inside of Primorse, sending the other 3 to the hillside that they were getting harassed at. Now that they've seen that LA has moved, this is a beautiful kill box position because they know that they can just wait this one out. They've already got vision on formation and making this play up this hillside. This could be a big play for United.
Yeah, this is actually huge. The fact that they were able to take over, for the most part, that hill is very dangerous for the other teams involved. I mean, this is probably worst case scenario, actually, for all the teams in Prim, giving control of that hill to United.
I mean, formation can maybe cause enough of a problem to make it difficult for him. Flashy looks like he's trying to get some throwables in there. Taking some shots into him, but that might just reveal for Flood. Flood's going to step away from this, and they're going to regroup back down in the lower sections of this hillside. So formation doing the rest of the squads quite a bit of a favor by kind of dethroning him from that high ground position. Now, are they going to fight back for it? No, it's going to be Zeko that finds the angle onto Flood. E United, are they going to respond? Keep in mind, they still have Snakers over there, so they are already outnumbered inside of this fight. But E United has been on a massive roll right now. Can they fight their way out of this one? Because now it's formation in a great position above them.
Yep, and I'm just curious what Sonics is going to do. I doubt they push back to try to get involved in this. They still need to push forward, but Sonics are potentially a factor in this because they're still taking shots over at formation.
Snakers just doesn't even care, man. He sees that there's a fight going on and sees an opportunity. He knows the fact that the rest of the team is caught up, but that doesn't mean the fact that he should stop by any means. Gonna go ahead and throw a Molotov in there, and it looks like it connects. Oh, that could be disastrous for him. Looks back up this hillside as well, and Snakers just putting in a ton of work and providing relief for the members that are up on the hillside. They now only have to really contend with formation, who has the high ground above them.
Well, at the very least, formation was able to take control of the top part of this again, which is very important for them.
Oh, Snakers tries for it, but doesn't get it.
As I say, that's important. 2 members knocked of United still. Formation lost 2 as well, and man, this Prim fight has been really messy. Really, really messy on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of moving pieces right now. E United finally gets their members back up. Now can press up the hillside. Relo finds the angle into it. This is a lot more what E United was wanting to do. Eagle's going to be calming up. Spray's going to come out. Oh! Does manage to get it.
Wow.
Oh,
Almost got 3.
Almost with the hero play.
That is devastating, though, because that's it. There's no way he can get those members up. Now Civ trying to take this fight on his own. He's not going to get it knocked. Only one member of Spicy Fish left. It's going to be Icy Flex now in these warehouses on Corey. And we talked about it, Matt. Corey is, I mean, it can get really rough too, especially with multiple teams, as we see on the north side of it. Orion, as well as this fight happening between BSO and Spicy Fish. And then Veritas taking shots from the south. And then meanwhile, Sonics is just completely wiped out. T8.
I mean, we haven't even had a chance to dive into anything that's going on with Corey right now, just because of everything that's been going on at Primorse. We should note the manor position with shoot to kill gas cans, that's still kind of brewing, doing its own thing over there. There's a little bit of that's like the houses that are still in place, so that might be a fight coming up soon. Looks like Nikos did manage to spot out Luke 12, and he's kind of the outside position for gas cans. It looks like he's also drawn Purdy Curdy's attention, and I like this little bit of a bait and switch, allowing the different members, I think it's going to be on the other side, that Ykikamucow to maybe find an angle to work with into it, but doesn't really have too much. Penta is still holding him back.
And I mean, they've been in that for so long. Luke is going to go down, though. That really just sucks for STK here. They wanted numbers, and unfortunately, they're going to go down to a 2-man now. And the duo of Nikos and Ykikamucow have, as you said, just been really annoying for STK.
I mean, STK has the favorable position right now in every single factor, so it's really Gascan's doing anything. You can see this blue zone is hitting right now, and they're having to burn a lot of meds to move forward off of it. I do like the fact that Ykikamucow is using this as an opportunity to try to creep through. Nikos does go down. He's going to have to slow roll his way into this one, and I think that Penta might have seen where that was landing. Yep, Purdy Curdy already moving into it, so now Ykikamucow trying to use the wall to reposition, does get spotted out. Blue zone's going to do that last little tick of damage, and gas cans go down.
That's so disrespectful. They didn't even get the kill for Ykikamucow. He died to blue anyways, so all that trouble, didn't get the kill. At the very least, they have position, but now, actually, they realistically only have Kickstart to deal with, who is on the side of the hill of this massive fight that's happening between Sonics and 300. So STK still potentially could get in as long as Kickstart doesn't kill them both, which, you know, is a toss-up. He might.
Keep in mind, the circle did move to the eastern part of Quarry, removing the northwestern section of it in its entirety, so 300 now. Trying to hold this hillside that Sonics knows is very strong as well on this one. We do have Kickstart still alive for E United, who did manage to creep in just to the south, more to the east of that position, all considered. You can see that it's getting to be weird for a lot of these teams right now, as there's a lot of flat land inside the circle to work with, so nobody's wanting to move into the center just quite yet because there's nothing to be had there.
There's actually not. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad, Matt. I'm definitely going to agree with you, but it's not as bad as it could be. There's at least some hills and ridges and defilade to be played here. As far as like the very east side, right under 303, there's nothing there. You're right. It's literally flat. But around where Sonics and 300 is, there's some decent stuff to play.
Yeah, but the center itself is real
center
rough
is fairly open for sure.
Well, you can see what's going on right now is a couple throwables being exchanged, as it looks like D-Rich is committing into trying to res Batty Lol. Wild card on the other side of this. Throwable's going to come through and get some damage, but not enough to get a knock. This is going to keep 303 in a gate-kept position right now based off where Wildcard is, and it looks like Jupiter does have an idea. Ooh, don't walk into that nade. Does step away from it. So looks like both teams just trying to reset right now.
And we haven't actually seen a lot from Wildcard so far today. But I think this team is definitely really solid. I'm excited to see if they can maybe come out of this position and get themselves some points because, Wildcard definitely a really good team. Just haven't been able to see it so far. But again, it's only been 2 games. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
it's only been 2 games.
Yeah, the circles haven't been the most friendly either, so let's be real. Credit where credit's due. If you're managing to fight your way through this one, it's mostly off of frags, and that's what E United's after. Looks like Kickstart has himself a little bit of company to deal with, as I think that you can see Shoot to Kill's trying to make their move in, and he is now sandwiched between them and Sonics right now. 303 still looks like they're trying to get the eye in Retaliative's position, but I don't think that they want to commit to it. Instead, just going to start trying to step away from it and not let Wildcard continue to gatekeep them. I think that's the play, but man, Wildcard just has a read on every single movement that they make.
And Kick trying to run. He was getting naded and mollied, so he had to make that move, but Shrimsy knows exactly where he is. He's locked on, and he's probably not going to let it go. Also, because of the fact that they know exactly where STK is. Sonics can kind of hold this, but they really need to be careful for 300, because 300 could come backstab them.
Yeah, there's
And
a
that's
lot
exactly
of moving
what's
pieces.
happening.
It's Tiggleton that's trying to hold back the line of 300. They realize the fact that the firefight is broken out and now trying to just swarm down through this one. Tiggleton laying down, gets a spray into one, gets a spray into a second one. Now has to try to reposition. No, didn't have the ammo for it. But Trimsy's going to come up, try to reinforce it. That is going to be a flush going on to Tiggleton. So Sonics look like they want to try to go for a little bit of vengeance. Trimsy's taking a lot of damage, has just 2 life, trying to make it back over to the rock. But remember, Shoot to Kill is on the other side of this one. Mime having to make sure he keeps an eye on what's going on. H1 is also trying to make a little bit of its own moving positions. While this is happening, Wildcard says, screw it, we don't want to have anything to do with what's happening anymore, and are sending it to the same hillside right into a position to gatekeep both teams.
Tig literally gave his life and saved Sonics. That could have been really bad. And Tig literally stopped that. That was 100% exactly what Sonics needed. And Tig goes down like a hero. They get the kills, the wipe. Now 303 trying to get some shots from the safety of this warehouse kind of compound open wall. Or broken wall, I should say, and they're just kind of chilling right now. They're going to take shots, do as much damage, steal as many kills as possible before they potentially have to rotate, which it looks like they might, but either way, they're doing all right.
Wildcard left that 303 fight to move into this point. They heard the firefight as they were coming in, and I think they were trying to defend up against that, and that allowed 303 to have a nice angle back behind them. We should note that Corey is doing Corey things right now, as the last member for BSO is trying to creep in right along where Orion is held up at. Well, Veritas,
I like this.
you can see, is held up in this. Yeah, I mean,
I like
try
this
to
from
try to
Orion.
flank around a little bit and see if you can find something here. But I mean, everything's kind of parted its ways around the center of the circle right now, and it's kind of like the Red Sea, and every team just wants nothing to do with what's going on in the center of it, while it's trying to get into the firefights that have parted around it. Now, looks like Sonics do find that, and H-Win is going to continue to harass Wildcard for their desperate push into this position.
Yeah, and they're going to pay for that. Oh, the molly's going to hit. That means that Sank is on fire. This is very, very rough. T-Sock, are you going to survive?
That was close. Step into it. Mime spots it. Oh, T-Sock spins back around into it. Shrimsy moving in, has some reinforcements from it. H-Win gets the flush in, and now we've got a little bit of a calmer position as it's just Sonics and Shoot to Kill, opposite parts of the circle, holding the entirety of the south, and everybody's to the north now.
Oh, yeah, they got to be careful here. They are on the edge on the south side. They could easily get shots on each other, so they are going to smoke. They should be able to get Huyn up at this point. And it looks like that split that I really liked for Orion actually didn't work out that well. They had 2 in the Wizard Tower, 2 on the side of this hill. They had Nox, but I didn't see what happened, and so they are going to go down to a 2-man themselves, as Veritas survives at the very least at 3 still on the top of Corey. And this circle, now this circle is rough. There really isn't much to play aside from trees.
I mean, there is a little bit of high ground, I think, that Veritas might try to cling to. I mean, you have to assume that near on everybody's going to die moving into the circle, so maybe Veritas, using the high ground advantage, might have the capabilities to get some kills into it.
Oh, they definitely stay up there, yeah.
Mafu is kind of lacking in things that he can do right now, though, and as well as Shoot to Kill. Everybody is just kind of looking at the circle, trying to figure out, okay, what do we do? We know where all the teams around us. Everybody has angles onto us. The moment we move, we die. So it's almost the team that is first to move knows it's going to spell their doom, and I don't know, Mime's just going to say, hey, look, Shoot to Kill, if you're not even going to move, I'm just going to use the angle. Oh, and
Well,
D-Rich takes it from him.
I'm also not even sure how much utility some of these teams have left, right? Because they've been fighting constantly on the edge. Sonic's obviously one of those. They do, however, have the benefit of having a caravan, 4 vehicles. So at the very least, they'll be able to take 3. Never mind, that US is kind of toast. Or is it? I actually can't tell.
Oh,
Regardless,
they're just sending it to Veritas' line.
Oh, they know they can't do that, though. Veritas still has the top of that hill. Mime kind of stuck.
Mafu finds the last member of Orion. He's clinging to life over here. You got to get it to this guy. He's
surviving.
Every single point that they can get, it's just bigger and bigger for them right now. See if maybe he gets
3 kills and he's guaranteed a top 5 for them, Matt. That's huge. It's really, really nice.
D-Rich sending it over into this position. It looks like they're going to try to use the Wizard Tower onto it, but that reposition from D-Rich has allowed now Sonics to play the other side of this, and everybody trying to negate the high ground vision that Veritas has by just slamming themselves into the cliff sides around it.
Yep. I mean, again, that's just because there's really not much to play. Penta, I'm very curious what he's going to do on the very south side of the circle. I think he might be able to hide somewhere, so he might be in. Show is going to find Mafu. That's going to be an insta for him, as there's only 4 teams left, and it now looks like Veritas actually has control much more so than they have before. They still have to get rid of 303 Jumbi, but at the very least their position now is completely secured.
Yeah, like this, Veritas now moving down a little bit more, realizes that D-Rich is going to go ahead and get flushed out. Jumbi, I'm not even inside the safe zone yet, so you can see how just there's just nowhere to go. I mean, we got a couple of people that are just clinging to life, and hey, Penta spots that one out. So now down to just 3 is technically, really, we should say it's just down to 2 right now, as the circle has moved very far away from Penta, and unless a firefight happens that he can use for cover, this is not good for him.
I mean, there's definitely there is a world where Penta not only gets a few kills, but depending on how this fight goes down, if it goes down first between Veritas and Sonics, there's a world where he wins. There's absolutely a world where he wins. Is it likely? Probably not, but he can at least get a kill or 2 off this if he can find a safe spot to play without getting spotted.
Look,
which again is a big ask, but
I'm never going to count out Penta at any given stage, but he has to be real cautious. I think that Sonics have already spotted him in his approach. So
well, they heard his shots
yeah.
earlier for sure when he got that flush, right? Which still is the right play. I mean, in a points format, there's only 4 teams left. Why not just give yourself away, maybe go for a kill or 2? Yeah, because I'm not sure if he's going to get off this, but if he can find a safe spot, which it doesn't look like because Veritas also seems to want to get rid of him so they can just focus on this 3v3 fight, I mean, he could do a lot of damage. So this is the right play from both teams. Try to get rid of him. Maybe have one poking. He is going to make it to the Dacia.
I mean, he's just going to have to Matrix this the whole way.
Oh, that opening knock. Okay, this is big.
He had an idea, and that did not work for him. Danny looks like he's trying to go a little bit of his own. He's got Show with him. That means the fact that the high ground has now been surrendered. Penta putting in the work on the other side of this one is going to go for H-Win, but he was the unofficial 4th member for Sonics right now. Sonics now know they have an opportunity coming into it. Light Show trying to make sure he gets use of that high ground, and it's going to be a quick reposition coming out from Trinzy. Feed that information over. Show has nowhere to go, and there we go. It is going to be Sonics with 13 kills, picking up the win.
Penta absolutely was the 4th man there, and I don't want to say he won the game for Sonics, but he definitely was a huge factor in helping them get that. And good on him, he got a kill as well. He got them a 3rd place at the very least. But Veritas, this was a game that they very much needed coming in. You know, starting early, they didn't necessarily have the best start, and so getting this, a 2nd place with some kills is good, very good.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a chance to really deep dive into too much of what's been going on with Veritas.
Sure.
We've been kind of caught up in we've been riding the wave of action that's been happening in every different section of these circles because they've been fairly unrelenting, all considered. But hey, look, Erangel can be like that sometimes. Usually Miramar is like that for North America. I'm kind of concerned because now we're going over to Miramar next, and I feel like, is it just going to be centered circles to make life a little bit easier, or is it going to be more of this that we've been seeing?
I don't know. I mean, the circles so far today have been... That last one wasn't, like, super wild. It was still kind of annoying because it was down towards the southwest, and we don't really get a lot of, like, Prim or Quarry circles, at least nowadays. But overall, yeah, the first 2 circles were kind of rough. And so going on to Miramar, we've definitely seen our share of wacky Miramar circles. I mean, it's my favorite map. I absolutely adore that map. And so anytime we go to the Sands, I'm a fan.
It allows foot pushes. I love me some foot pushes.
Yep,
that's where the fun action happens. All right, but so whenever I'm looking at this is the moment that everything kind of went a little bit fishy, specifically around Primorsk, because that, like, the Primorsk fight was so much of what was going on, and kind of cascaded into the end game as it moved forward. Because as you saw people fighting for different hilltops, you can see that it just continued this push up along the lines to where it drew a lot of attention. Sure, the teams that were in Primorsk did die, but that's where a lot of the action and attention got focused and really made it to where a lot of the teams were having to focus in this direction and made Quarry kind of a little bit calmer than we normally see it.
That, and coupled with the fact that a lot of the Quarry teams were kind of they were kind of crippled already, right? Like, they didn't really have 4 members strong, aside from, I think, Veritas, who I'm pretty sure they had 4 going into the
Notice that.
I actually just realized that as well, that Nate.
Yeah, he threw it, and as he died, it connected.
It's from beyond the grave. But yeah, overall, I mean, Sonics did exactly what they needed to do. They had a nice push in the south. They took the fights that they needed to, and they were patient. I mean, I think the patience coming from Sonics is something that we really like to see, especially from a team that has really started to master their playstyle, especially the Americas, right? Sonics is so dominant in the Americas region, and yeah, they're just continuing that here.
I mean, finally getting a chicken dinner, made it to the end game, the other 2 games before this. They're definitely feeling good. While we haven't seen them have the explosive games as, say, some of the other teams, most notably EU United, and BSO did a good job on counter moving around what was going on between them and the Gascam fight for game 1. It's been it's been a very needed victory for them. Getting 23 points now over Shoot to Kill and Team Veritas means now they're going to start chasing up after EU United, who only got 5.
And again, I really like this Veritas roster. You have Sho, Danny, J-Sank, and Lobes. I mean, these are all names that have been around for quite a while, that have even been on this team. So, yeah, I like Veritas. I want to see a little more aggression, I guess, coming out of them, maybe in some of the future games, or at least positioning, because I feel like when this team is actually in a decent spot to fight, I mean, they're really good at team fighting. It's just being able to capitalize on that. And again, it's very, very early, so we'll see.
I mean, whenever I look at Veritas, they just draw my attention in the firefights that they get into. And if they have their explosive games,
especially last
they're
year,
so good. It's just they haven't quite got the consistency all the time yet. And once they manage to get that together, it's going to be big. But speaking of big, United, Sonics, 2 points apart.
And that's crazy considering United had a 23-point win. So, again, consistency is king, absolute king in this format. And I'm not surprised to see those two teams at the top. I'm also not surprised to see Gas Cans, especially with how well they were playing last year. And now with the addition of Ykikamucow, I mean, I really like this team now. Like, really, I liked it a lot, but I really like this team now.
We're seeing some really solid squads now, and like a lot more, I guess, it feels like we're already seeing a lot more control come into play with a lot of these firefights, and our more aggressive teams are being smarter in their aggression, and that's allowing to get even more kills and really lean into their firefighting capabilities. These next 3 games on Miramar are going to showcase maybe some of this bolty action that we've been seeing coming into play. As guys, we're going to take a quick break. We've still got 3 more rounds to go on Miramar. Erangel is done, and now we make our way over to Miramar. We still have 3 more rounds of action to go, and it has been a blast every single step of the way. And a lot of teams being blasted as the circles have been cruel, so you've just got to fight your way through it. And Dustin, I know we've been talking about it.
Just jamming, sorry. This is really good music.
Like, we had that synthwave song coming into this, too.
Oh, yeah. It's been good. Shout-outs to Brian Compton, choosing the music. Also producer. He's all right. I like him. He's a pretty cool guy. Pretty great. Appreciate the production as well. Shout-out to all the production, Why not? We love you guys.
I mean, yeah.
And observers.
Unsung heroes. They feed us all of the fun information and stats, and to get to all the replays, we just get to go up there and, have fun and bounce around. They get to do all the hard work.
Our job's easy. I'm going to be honest. Our job is easy compared to them. So appreciate you guys. Also appreciate all the kills and all the fantastic plays we've seen so far.
On our way to Miramar. Okay, Godspeed. With what are we looking at for the change-up? Are we expecting to see the same play styles? Do you think that some of these teams might modify a little bit for it? Or do you think, because Erangel allows a couple of these different maneuvers that I don't know if we could see from some of these teams.
I definitely think we'll still see the same things from Sonics, from United, right? From SDK for the most part. I imagine they're still going to get Hacienda, right? And so for the big teams, the ones that we're used to, I don't think we're going to see much of a change up because there doesn't really need to be. There's no reason for any of those teams to change anything up. For some of the teams like maybe TAC 8, I'm very curious to see what Spicy Fish does on Miramar, especially because it can be so, as you were saying earlier in last map, so foot push heavy and very accessible to fight in that regard, and especially in open terrain. I really want to see teams like, Spicy Fish and Veritas kind of take advantage of that.
Whenever I'm looking and thinking through this, we've had such an action-heavy first 3 circles. I'm curious on how many teams might try to make modifications to their plans. Help me understand that a little bit. And guys, we are having just a second for everybody to get in the lobby, so trust us, we're going to try to get in as fast as possible. I know we've been jumping back in as quick as we can, right after commercial break, but it's like this. It's qualifiers. Sometimes it takes a second for people to get into the lobby. It happens. It's okay. But going back to what I was talking about, Godspeed, do you make changes at this point? Because really you're a fourth the way through your games.
I guess it depends. It depends. It depends on the team and kind of where they are as far as how they've been performing all day, right? Again, it's just the first day, and although they don't have a crazy amount of games to go through as far as qualifying, I do think that it's an early start. So at this point, I'd say after the first Miramar, with only 2 games left, if some of these teams are still kind of floundering and not necessarily finding any success, whether it's kills or getting a decent placement, then yes, maybe you change up your play style. If you're a little too passive, maybe try to play a little more aggressive, or maybe if you have to, you go for a higher priority compound that might be contested, but you just go for it anyways to make sure that you're at the very least surviving with 2 or 3 members into the late game. So there's a lot of adjustments you can make. It's just right now at this point, as far as answering your question, I still think it's a little too early to make crazy adjustments. Maybe some micro adjustments here or there, whether it's a rotation or a part of your rotation that you want to kind of avoid because a certain team is in here and you don't want to get caught up. But yeah, still a little early.
And just so everybody can understand the math that I was talking about a second ago, yes, we have 3 days of action, but remember we have 3 groups.
Yes.
So each group is not going to play one day. So in this case, we're not going to have C. That means the fact that you only actually get 2 days of action, so being halfway through means that, yes, you are actually a quarter of the way through your games, all considered. Uh-oh. Luke's been feeding us a whole bunch of stats, Godspeed. Where do you want to dive in first on these things? Do you want to start with the good ones, or do you want to start with the mean ones?
I'll start with Tig.
Tig, you're going to take the good ones and make me do the mean ones.
Yeah.
I see.
So Tig is winning the race to 2k personal damage with 1759. So pretty good, especially considering the fact that Nikos had, 800? A little over 800 in the first game alone. Flood is next at 1600 and Nikos with 1500. So there are also 4 players who have dealt 0 damage so
with
far.
An assault rifle.
With an assault rifle.
They might have hit a grenade or 2, but Zray, Jumbi, Jason, and Ripper. Kickstart has 679 damage on snipers, and hey, last circle was to the southwest, so let's do it again. Are we?
Look at this little
bad
bad
boy. Could we really
boy.
see a prison island circle?
Look at this little thing we got. Oh man, I don't think it's gonna go hard southwest. Obviously, I hope it do, because my English is great. But yeah, we haven't seen a prison circle in quite a while.
I don't remember the last time I saw one. I know that we've gotten down there pretty close.
I think we've seen 1 or 2 ever.
Yeah, we've seen it like directly across the bridge in a couple of endings around there, but I don't think we've ever. I haven't seen it. Not in North America anyway. I think that Korea saw one because Korea and Paper Thin always get all the crazy circles.
Yes, I know for a fact that Clint has gotten one over there. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we've gotten at least one prison circle at some point. I don't remember where it is though. And speaking of early fights and potential early fights, look at this.
A Leonis early game
is that
potential
a
fight. Oh,
DPS?
Civ.
Oh my.
Civ. Oh, he's on the hunt, dude. He's looking. Like when you know this, right? He's got a 3x on that thing.
3x DVS, man, that is nuts.
I mean, if he goes down site, that's all going to be. I think that Liberate realizes what's going on, and they're like, nope, and are very quickly heading to the east. So that's our little bit of a mix-up to start everything off. But don't worry, there's due to be some dust-ups happening in a little while, as this circle is doesn't have as many easy ways to rotate into it as it looks like.
No, so rotations on this circle are generally going to be either from the far west or the far south, right? Like, yes, you're going to have teams that are going to get bunched up or slowly make their way from, like, kind of the north or even, like, the northeast side coming in towards where Veritas is. But I would wager that the majority of the teams are going to try to go for a safer rotation, either, again, like on the far west road where we see, I think that's Lethal Association, as well as, like, just south in general. Liberate could kind of peel off. Spicy Fish could definitely peel off just because there's also so much room in Leonis. I'm not even sure we're going to see a fight between Spicy Fish and Liberate, but that, we'll see. Overall rotations probably towards the south and west. That's my guess.
I mean, we talk about the MPL circles a lot because whenever the MPL was going on, it was just hard shoved western circles on Miramar that were
I
kind
love
of the
those.
south.
That's where I looted. Those are the best circles.
I mean, like, you vibed on them pretty well, but this one's even pretty far south by
this is more so for
circles.
sure. Yeah, it would usually like center up around Chuma, right? So like, for the most part, this island wouldn't really be in, or the prison island. Obviously, there's nobody on it. No one's even looting Valdemar. So yeah, this for teams rotating in, I think is going to be a pain. However, for the teams that are already like established, specifically, I'm looking at like, Veritas, you may have to deal with Sonics pushing in and Chuma, but Wildcard specifically and TAC-8, like they don't really have to do much, and they're probably pretty happy with the circle, all things considered.
We were talking about high ground advantage in the last game for Veritas, and it looks like that's going to kind of repeat. You can see the teams that were pretty close to circle already making a move in, realizing that they have early movement advantage. Sonic's one of those teams, as they often want to do. That's all circles are close whenever you get Picado, and that's the benefit and why you fight for it. Meanwhile, if you're a team like way up to the north, let's say 4MA, maybe 303, this is going to be a lot more interesting of a rotation because you've got to cross a lot of distance before you even manage to make it into the circle on Miramar, where a lot of people can be hiding at, and you never know where a gatekeeping position is going to be at. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see those guys wait for quite a while before they make a move.
True. I'm also not. I mean, it's not the end of the world though, Matt, because if you look at it the way like we see EU do their rotations, right? Like they'll generally kind of stay up and come in a little later when the circle isn't that bad. But you are definitely correct in the sense that it's harder to do on this map just because of, again, the terrain and then teams getting caught up in fights, especially in rotations in Miramar can be really weird just because the vehicles don't really have the best rotation, especially like if you're at a Murado, right? Like you're not necessarily going to be sending it up the mountains. So things can get a little weird.
You can see as we're driving right there, just get a little bit of hood every single time you go up a hill.
Yeah, we'll see. Formation, though, again, I think they'll probably be one of those teams that like hard wraps to the west and tries to go up on that side.
Now, what's kind of interesting right now, we've got Veritas holding down a lot of vision and a little bit of harassment. Shoot to Kill hasn't made a move, and a couple of teams could be wrapping next to them, and that could lead to a much closer firefight than I think a couple of these teams were expecting. Tig also not expecting any bullets on this angle.
Show, you gotta...
Show has to retreat. It's going to be Shrimsy that lights him up and protects Tig.
That was instant retaliation from Sonics. I mean, the second those shots came out, Shrimsy was on top of it. Was actually almost knocked Show, and Neferhor is going to find Dash and the flush. That's unfortunate for him. It's going to be an early game 4. At the very least, he can still calm for his team.
Well, a quick update on that shoot to kill thing. It looks like 303 is going to be able to get around them right now. But Orion isn't going to have a little bit of trouble. It's going to be Blueface just there is going to get the little bit of it takes some damage, but managed to survive through it. So Stuckers managing to find some successes in this one as Orion is trying to hold this, but I mean, Orion is kind of split out across this, and it looks like Stuckers are just kind of leaning into the numbers advantage that they've got.
Yeah, and they absolutely should. I mean, this is a risky pull-up if Orion really wants to go for that res. They're not even going to get a chance. Dylan's going to go down, and yeah, they're just going to pull off. Like, why bother? Like, look how they're not even in the circle. You know what I mean?
If anything, just Orion needs to get a little bit of a heads-up movement ahead of them, but we do have Lethal Association that is coming in from the west, but they should kind of pass by each other. I don't think that Orion will probably cross around Monty. Looks like we do see our northern teams now coming in, and everything's kind of moving like clockwork, except for Liberate, who did a very long wrap, and it does the kind of the wanting
rotation,
stay along the coastline, get in the vibes, get in the sun, get in the scenery to make your approach into the circle.
And the reason you're seeing this from Liberate as well as Lethal Association and even some of the other teams is that the South is, for the most part, one of the safest way to rotate on Miramar. Regardless of where the circle is, or like even if it's far north, you'll see teams favor the South because most teams don't loot like around Puerto or some of those southern towns, and so these rotations are usually not contested. Obviously, as I say that now, I mean, we're getting a fight that's happening on the South, and you see a knock coming out from Jason, but that's also because 300 realizes this, and they just decide they're just going to hold this southern wrap. Because of that, they're getting rewarded for it because they know teams like to come through here.
It's a good heads-up play to try to pick up a couple of kill points off of it. Liberate do manage to weather that decently, considering the way that the setup was for 300. Now, looks like Liberate's just going to continue to move forward in, not going too much more. It looks like they were trying to stop and maybe just kind of reset a little bit before they continue on. This is going to be the only team that I think is approaching from this angle, so everything else is kind of going on to the north, where we can see Shoot to Kill, BSO, rolling along next to each other. 303 looks like they could be bumping into Stuckers, who are kind of stuck right on the edge of that position. Looks like they're going to have to contest up against 303 back behind them. 4MA does look like they're going to get an easier rotation into the north, coming in along that northwestern area. And TAC 8, you can see, contending up against Orion, and I'm going to go ahead and surrender that one out.
And man, TAC 8 is just going to get one knocked, and Orion is just constantly, looks like fight after fight. And they're going to take one down, actually. And this is actually a precarious position as well, because depending on how this shifts, getting off one ridge, like one mountainside ridge to the next, especially on the one that you see TAC 8 fighting under, can be a real big hassle, especially when you're losing members like this. And that shift isn't as bad, but it's going to cause problems down the line, because in between the teams like Veritas and Gas Cans, I mean, there's nothing but an open valley to play.
Whenever we're looking at the circle, it is just a little bit centered southwest of Chumacera. So Chumacera is in it, a little bit of Del Mar is in it as well. We've got the roads that are coming in, but that means that all of our teams to the north, most notably Stuckers as well as 303, are kind of holding each other off. This is early enough that Retaliative might find himself with a good enough angle to get something into it. And Retaliative does get the knock on one. Are we going to be able to see it go through? Trying to reverse
nice
up.
Shot. Good
shot coming up from Battylold to the side of him. So 303, while they've been kind of enjoying the tingling sensation of the blue zone for a while, are at least going to be rewarded with it.
And man, Stuckers have not had the easiest day so far. Now going into game 4, I mean, they only have... Yeah, really not the best day for them. They're just running into a lot of teams. That seems to be the issue, right? Like they're getting caught in these weird rotations with other teams. And again, that can be kind of the symptom of when you split lobbies up like this, Matt, is you're not exactly sure how people are going to rotate, especially because you're playing against different teams on different days. Obviously, this is just the first day, but I imagine this is going to cause issues for teams like Stuckers and Liberate, who are already having issues in rotations going into the next groups, but we'll see.
We have Veritas and Sonics thinking very similar thoughts, as Sonics running a 2-2 split and Veritas running a split of their own, but it is going to be a J-Sync that finds the shots into mine. Now Shrimsy has to be aware is that's going to be a quick flush, and while the numbers advantage is definitely here for Veritas, that is pouncing the 2-2 split for Sonics. I don't think that Sonics even has the best way to defend this one up. The other members aren't even moving. It's all on to Shrimsy to defend it right now, and this is just way too many Veritas players. Can he find himself the miracle hold on to this? Doors are starting to be breached. He hears the footsteps coming up back behind him. Looks like he's trying to line up into it. Gets the spray into one. Going for the flush. He knows the fact that he could be in some trouble, but no. It's going to be Shrimsy just getting taken down.
Well done by Veritas. Played that together after the initial knock from J-Sank, and they just cleaned up Shrimsy. I mean, it was going to be really difficult for him to get really anything other than a knock, so well played.
Yeah, and so you can see that it's kind of a little bit more of a calm that's settled down into this. The mountains themselves kind of created their own lines of demarcation, as it's going to be Sinzwald that just jumps right into this. Takes a face full of lead, but still leaning into the cover, and the support of his teammate gets in a little bit of damage, but there you go. It's going to be on the other side. Formation coming in with a strong formation to defend each other.
Yeah, that was actually really clean. I really, really like that. Snowsenwald came in, got a little bit of trouble, but his teammate was there right after that. And even if he got knocked, there should have been a trade there. So really, really nice from formation.
Looks like the north is going to be where we're starting to see more and more of a struggle start to brew up there. 303 going to continue to make their rotation by. It looks like we're going to see Struckers take some shots into him. Shoot to kill, just going to play the foothills while Gas Cans does some harassment. Don't expect any big gamble plays coming up from Shoot to Kill at this stage. But if we see another hard southern shift, this is going to be a big problem for a lot of these teams. Is just the way that we're going to see the death funnel lineup of all these teams coming into a focus point means that it's going to be an issue. And where is the circle going to go? Is it going to give them some love finally and go north, or no? It's going to stay to the south.
This is actually the worst shift I think that could have happened in this specific circle, and that's because the two mountain ridges that we see, like Wildcard on one mountain and T8 and the other teams on the other, like that valley in between is really brutal to cross, especially when you have teams shooting down on you, right? Because you never really want to be shooting up. And so because of that, wherever this shifts, it's going to basically cut out one half of the circle. And unless it ends in the valley, which is its own can of worms completely. So this was not the best shift. I think some of these teams would have preferred that it just hard chose either their mountain or the other one so they could make the play early rather than have to wait.
But this is the benefit of the 2-2 split for Sonics. While they did lose the two of their members, they are right in the middle of the circle. So let's see if they can manage to defend it up, as there's probably going to be a lot of teams making approaches into this. And you can see that Stucker's going to go ahead and look in, and it's going to be Kolpanabe that does go down, almost manages to get one of the members there. But keep in mind, Stucker's running two at the time. That's two that are going to be up. BSO is going to be up the hillside, but there's going to be a little bit of assistance coming in as 303 is going to wrap back behind BSO, as it looks like a lot of these teams might be on the hunt for kill points right now, realizing the fact that there could be some trouble making their way into the circle. Sonics do manage to hold the line right now against Wildcard. Let's see if we're going to see Maji coming into this one. Is Tig going to get the read onto it? Does he? No. Looks like he's going to be able to step up into it. Gets a little bit of spray, but does go down. Sonic's going out in 15th place, and now Wildcard gets themselves a strong point.
And again, I said I like this team. Wildcard, when they're given the ability to fight, I mean, they make some pretty cool things happen. So they are going to lose two, but at the very least, they wiped out Sonics, and they have a good position in the circle now.
303, now that that BSO has been taken out, looks like they're looking to make a little bit more of their, well, I say taken out, actually they just hopped in vehicles and they got out of there. They managed to find a way to squeeze right in between both of those two teams, and now Stuckers is kind of coming up back behind 303. This is a lot of little hidey hole exchanges as formation is getting vision on Lethal Association, but none of this is like the most preferential of fights, to say the least.
On top of the fact that SDK is now starting to barrel in, right? They don't necessarily have to commit to this, but if they want to keep driving, they're going to risk getting shot at. So I think they probably will try to stop, especially if there's knocks coming out. And oh, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Going up this hill is so rough, but from the side. Oh,
that is some good shooting on that one to get a little bit more cover. So now Shoot to Kill really benefiting from that.
Yeah.
Means the fact that Purdy can come into this a lot easier. BSO looks like they are going to move into a high ground point, but I don't think it's going to have the cleanest angle onto Purdy Curdy as he tries to regroup. So that means the fact that the next teams that are going to be able to try to hold him out are going to be T8 and Orion. We do see a couple of little vies that are going on here and there as 303 is trying to continue their push, but you can see Shoot to Kill, I think, are just trying to climb up on this point, but BSO, that's going to give them enough time to maybe set up for this.
Oh, so hard shift on the east. That means every single team on the west is going to have to cross that valley in some form or fashion, and that is just miserable. I'm just going to say it. This is exactly why I hate this circle as a player.
This is hard to handle. Now, all of our teams in the West, there is a steep drop-off to be contended with. Purdy Curdy is down. Melon's looking through the hillside. These teams know the fact that they need to get moving pretty quick. This circle's going to be closing in 30 seconds, and they've got a ways to go and several teams to go through as well. Whenever they have to contest with this giant drop-off, that's just going to make them the target to all the teams that are already set up in position at the time. So you can see the teams know the fact that they need to try to close this out very, very quickly, but Shoot to Kill does not want to give up on Purdy Curdy yet. BSO making the push down through it, seeing if maybe they can get the flush on. Luke 12 has the angle into it, goes for the spray, and just lets it rip. 2 health. But here we go, the Blues coming in. Does he have time? Bodies rolling down the side. He doesn't think that he does. He's got to med himself instead. Maybe.
No, not like this. I don't know if he gets. I don't think he gets up Luke though. That's the problem. Or not Luke. He is Luke. I don't think he gets up Purdy. That was a sick play though.
I mean, he kept himself. He kept his team in it right now.
Yep.
BSO Aguila up on the top of this. I don't think that he's. I think he's going to try to sneak in, see if maybe he can get some more survival points off of this. Gas cans roaming down the hillside, but you can see to the south, it's going to be another potential fight brewing as 300 and Spicy Fish closing in right next to each other in another hillside fight.
Yep, and this is going to be all. I mean, Miramar is generally all hillsides, but this specifically, yeah, it's not great. It's not great for the teams on the West, especially because most of them are fractured at this point. I think Orion is only down to 2. Obviously, STK is down to 2. BSO is just 1 player now, and that's going to be Aguila. And they all have to make it over towards Veritas or Gas Cans.
How did Gas Cans get here? They crossed the valley, didn't get really harassed. They lost Nikos, but I mean, that's not the worst. That could have been way bloodier, and they managed to get away with it. I think it's because what's going on with this Spicy Fish thing is drawing a little bit of their attention.
T8 also used that to get across on a pretty, actually good spot here on the other side because they should be completely clean from the people at the very least above them. They have a good ridge to play, and they pretty much can watch their back safely as well. So T8 with a really nice readjustment, and Snakers is just, he's going to find it.
That's fish in a barrel. I mean, that's just looking down and getting the shots into it.
With the barrel down. Of all kinds. You see what I did there, Matt? You see that? No? Okay.
Snakes in a barrel. I love you. I'm gonna leave that one alone there. But this is a little bit more of what I was expecting for Gas Can's troubles to try to make that cross. It's a follow up of problems, but I mean. Circle's gonna pop. At least they're kind of centered up, and that little bit of a window is causing some problems.
That's causing some real problems.
Okay, this is ambitious to say the least. Does that go in?
Oh,
okay.
I mean, it was close. I don't know if he cooked that.
It was close.
But yeah. Regardless, I mean, E United is. They have such a good spread on this. They have so much control on this side of the circle. Generally, the complete circle, because even the teams underneath them, like Gas Cans, I mean, Snakers is just harassing them. They can't peek. They can't really push out. This is, again, textbook by E United. This is what they love to do. Not very active in the beginning, pick their spots, and now they just have complete control of the end game. And as I say that, Relo has been knocked.
And he was the forefront defense against Spicy Fish and 300 both.
Yeah,
so that pretty much weakens the entire wing of E United's defense over there. So they're going to have to surrender that up. And Spicy Fish now is a lot closer to the circle than 300 is. So 300 could try to do a back flank, but Spicy Fish should be reading this. Actually, they're sending reinforcements up.
Yeah.
They think that they can get Relo up. And it looks like they're going to try to lean into this. And I think that that's needed. They know the fact that teams are coming in strong on this angle. So they need to switch their defense over to here.
This is 100% the best possible play for them, right? Because you have Gas Cans under them, they're not going to do anything. Shift over, let Gas Cans do their thing, let them kind of spread out, whatever, fine, be on the north side, recover Relo, and then come back forward strong, knowing that Gas Cans can't really make that push up towards them anyways, focus on the south. This is, again, so smart by this team.
Oh, and they're going to get the high ground into it, but Silver finds it right there into it. Let's see if maybe that can give him enough movement around this one. Extreme looks like he's trying to go for a little bit lower of a push, but that could reveal him to E United. See, Snakers still looking through, trying to see if maybe he can spot somebody peeking through off of that one. A little bit of damage exchange between them, so going to step away. This is not Relo's day to be able to stand up right now. He's trying his hardest, but every single time he goes for anything, somebody coming up back behind him. This does mean the fact that almost all of the circle has been surrendered to Gas Cans and Veritas, as really it's the skirmish to the southeast that's going to be deciding a lot of what's going to happen in this game.
It is, and the only this Veritas is doing a really great job of helping United right now because of the fact that they're holding gas cans. They're not giving them any room to move and potentially even flank. And so this is kind of a stalemate with the way the circle's playing out and with the way these teams are holding each other out.
Well, Spicy Fish have managed to weather this very, very well, I think. Just kind of letting 300 and E United put some work into each other and just kind of stabilize right on the edge of the zone. E United now retreating back into the north of this and making sure the fact that they hear a little bit of the firefight. Remember, Gascans was just trying to get themselves back together after making the rush that E United was harassing them for. But now Veritas, who got into cover a little while ago, are starting to stretch their legs out, and it was Gascans that had to step away from this. New circle does pop, leans into the north. So that means our teams to the south that we've been watching for so long are going to be the moving factor yet again.
Yep, Spicy Fish has to come in down to the south. The United, again, recovered with 4 members strong, holding that highest point, I think, on their side. It's going to be really difficult for Spicy Fish to get anything going, especially with Extreme kind of lurking in the south side there in the back. They know he's there, but he's just going to be a nuisance nonetheless. And really, I mean, gas cans have not had to move looking at them, center circle. And so United is still dictating the majority of the circle, and Extreme getting a knock is not going to help at all.
Yeah, that's going to slow them down. E United hears this, repositions for it. Oddly enough, Gascan's feeling pretty good about their spot. You can see the T8s trying to make use of the compound that they've got. Wildcard was kind of eyeing it. Wildcard's kind of caught in between T8 and Veritas right now as everything's kind of condensing into this hillside, and this is so much verticality coming into play with this Godspeed. Like, what's the angle of approach that's most beneficial? Because, like, I don't even know how you approach this.
I mean, you just need to get a knock. You really can't. There's no other way of approaching it other than getting yourself a knock and an opening. That's going to be one, but still, recovery is possible here as we do see Spicy Fish making a push, and they have to, right? They have one knock. They know this is their only opportunity.
I mean, they're making use of it right now. They are trying to find their way into it. A lot of these frag grenades are getting enough damage to maybe take Kickstart out before they can go to the res. You can see that Relo's a little bit hesitant on this one. Now he's going to come in. That means the fact that there's going to be a little bit more of a firefight that's going to be brewing right now between Wildcard and T8 as they're making their approach. Veritas is keeping a little bit of an eye on that one as well. So Relo is going to go ahead and go for the toss into it. It looks like it was a little bit far, but was it enough time? Yes, they do manage to get Kickstart up, and that's all it was. Operation Rescue him. Now just trying to step back away from everything that's going on. Wildcard did manage to move into that gatekeeping position, but Veritas now, who's been right on the edge and monitoring so much of it, hasn't been able to put in the amount of work that they were really hoping to influence.
No, and I feel like Veritas, I mean, at this point, being on the edge, knowing that there's a team caught and just kind of trapped, I mean, maybe go for more aggressive play. I understand they're in, but they're also allowing United on the east side to kind of just do what they want, right? And they're just gatekeeping one of the only teams that actually could have backstabbed United.
I mean, they're not expecting everybody to be on the edge, I'm guessing. They keep hearing these firefights. And I can see the hesitation, but I think that I 100% agree with you. This is the moment whenever you assert your authority in the circle. You use your cover. You use your terrain to your advantage. See, Spicy Fish is trying to use the terrain, lean right up against it, deny E United's vision. Tactical 8 looks like they're starting to spread that same way, and yet again, it's 3 teams all clustering into the same spot to the south.
Yeah, and to be fair to Veritas, though, I don't really think the terrain they're working with or what they have in front of them is great, but I mean, they need to make a play. Obviously, now they have to because the circle forced them out, but potentially doing this earlier would have been beneficial. I think maybe the fact that they knew they had this option is why they stayed so late, which is not a bad idea at all. And so I think, yeah, knowing this now, I think Veritas is actually fine. They were just really holding down the only team that was going to hurt them. So,
Flood providing some inadvertent cover for Gascans who they were harassing earlier. And Palix gets the shots into show from the side of it. By their powers combined, Veritas, with their little bit later of a push, not even inside the circle yet, finds 2 different vantage points that have vision onto where they're playing from, and this is now going to be a much more difficult rotation, unless Palix opts on moving. He's not inside the safe zone just quite yet, but he might commit to just staying there to keep Veritas from being able to move.
Possibly, but again, this, even though Veritas did have a plan and they knew somewhere they wanted to go, I really think the opportunity was when E United was in a little bit of trouble when they were fighting Spicy Fish, right? Because now that they don't really have to worry about that, as well as just getting another member down, they can focus a little more towards Veritas, whereas before they didn't, and they couldn't because they had to deal with that. So potentially a missed opportunity for Veritas. Either way, they still have a decent spot to try to climb up that hill, but now with Gas Cans and United looking down, it's going to be a little tough.
United, you can see, holding a two-front war right now. They are the kings of the hill, but there's a lot of people that are right underneath of them. The circle is in their favor right now, as they do own about half of it, but the problem with it being, if they have to move off of this high ground, that's going to be a ridiculously hard way to try to survive this, especially with as many people that are in the footholds right now. Veritas finally finding their little way inside that shack to find some type of cover. Is their last member going to make it? Just narrowly.
I mean, they survived for now. Will they be able to survive much past this? I'm not exactly sure. I'm still kind of looking over at T8 and Spicy Fish to just do something to shake up the control here that United has over the circle. I mean, they just have an iron fist. It is really difficult for anyone to do anything. I mean, yeah, look at the angles that they're shooting at Veritas from. And that was the same angle they were shooting at Gas Cans earlier. So it's the control is crazy right now for me, United.
This map would almost make circle. Like, whenever looking at this circle, it would almost make more sense if we looked at it from, like, not a top down, but from a side looking into it, because then it would give more, like, a little bit more logic into the high ground and the advantages that we're seeing based on it, because this is almost a 2D shooter that we're looking at right now based on the way that everybody's lined up with each other.
And United just continues to flex their control, taking, shots where they basically wherever they please. They have the high ground. They don't have to rotate off this at all. And this is, as you said earlier, I mean, this is shooting fish in a barrel, really, with a barrel. You know what I mean? So. That's actually the putt I hit earlier, but you missed it, so I figured I'd double down. Siler's is in so much trouble right now. He will probably get the res here, but I mean,
I don't know.
And he's burning. Oh, they're cooking.
Yeah, Viking Funeral coming out. Looks like Icy Flex weakness is going to be fired. I mean, what do you do?
Oh,
it's just doubled up on him. He's done, and there we go. E United feeling a little bit more comfortable over there.
Coming off the mountain now, yeah.
Yeah, it's the problem going on with Gas Cans and Veritas, though.
And Lobes, I mean, at least getting another kill here, or just surviving. He could survive just a bit more, get some placement points as well as the 9 kills that they've already accrued throughout this match. Very well done to them. I set out this team is really capable of fighting, and when they get the opportunity to do it, they will frag, and I'm not proven wrong. I like that. 9 kills.
There we go. This is why, look, again, production coming in strong, and you can see that it's a very awkward fight in what we're looking at right now. We've got Lobes really far down there. Gas Can's kind of up there. T8 just a little bit of, like, away from them. And then up at the tippy top of it all is E United sitting at 10 kills. And just seeing if anybody's head peeks over anywhere. Kickstart says, hey, I'll move down a little bit. And it's going to find the reward for it. No! He's putting in some work. Relo coming in with the double tap to provide some assistance. And now it's going to poor old Lobes off to the side of this one. Is he going to be able to hold up against Greg Shot? Nope. Greg Shot's going to take it. But Adam did go down in cost. So 4-man E United with the high ground versus Gas Cans, who's got a res.
In every game, I swear, Kick has a different crate weapon. It was an one game. It's a, it's the Groza of this game.
Where do you go? Where do you go? Another high kill count game. Looks like it's coming in from E United. Greg Shot's gonna go down. Here come the throwables. Fall through, and Snakers doesn't even care about fall damage. He might care about being flashed by teammates, but whatever.
I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Nice try. Again, though, Gas Cans consistency, second place.
I've never had it happen, but is there like a Mario dynamic inside of PUBG where if you fall and you land on their head, maybe
it's like Goomba stuff?
It almost looked like that he was what they were going for coming into it, but man, E United
kills, crazy.
Feeling good. I know that we were giving Veritas a little bit of woes based off of their not repositioning when we wanted to, but keep in mind they had a high kill count as well, so. Yeah. Another late game performance from them, because we did just see in the round before this that they managed to make it into the late game, and we're starting to see that consistency from these teams that we really wanted to see. Godspeed.
And it's super easy for us to just sit here and be like, oh, well, they had an opportunity to push because we saw that United get in the fight, and yeah, maybe they saw that in the kill feed or heard it, but that doesn't mean that they know exactly what's going on, right? So it's hard. It's easy for us to kind of nitpick and be like, oh, that was the time. But while you're in the game and you're getting shot at, yeah, those decisions don't come as easily. Regardless, I still think Veritas played very well.
Yeah, I mean, well, we have all of the information, so we always get to make the smartest choice, right?
Oh yeah,
and
we're
yet,
geniuses.
somehow still I mess it up, Godspeed. I don't know how
Same.
that happens.
No, big
with it.
same.
But
Yeah.
So we've talked about that. Oh, a disrespect punch out. Oh, I love it. It's come through there, but circles, man. Circles. What are the circles today? It's not necessarily the teams that are the problems. It's the circles that are just doing so much damage to these squads.
It's circles and the combination of, again, like the lobby system. A lot of these teams may not always play against each other, are very familiar with their rotations or where they like to flex for their drops. Like, yes, there's going to be a general idea, but once circles start doing some kind of funky things, or spawning down in the southwest towards prison, a lot of that gets thrown out the window. People make audibles or mid-rotation adjustments, and it can become a mess. And we're seeing a lot of teams just get caught, and it's every team. It's not just one team, right? Every team's getting caught losing a member here or there, and that's especially the symptom of, again, the circles and the lobby system of teams being unfamiliar. So,
and
Myanmar,
that's one of the things that's kind of interesting about whenever we're looking at the qualifier rounds, moving into trying to get into the grand finals, all this other stuff. You don't have that same level of complete information. Right. So you're having to figure out, okay, I've never dealt with this team. Do I think that they're going to rotate? You might not even know where they're dropping 100% of the time based off of secondary drops, plane paths, things along those lines. So it's a lot more leaning into the information. And then you throw in these crazy shifts in circle and crazy positionings, and you're just striving to find any information that you can get.
Or any foothold, really, right? And that, again, is going to push you into an unfavorable fight, or just a situation where you're probably going to die and get wiped, and you just need to get a kill or two and get a couple points before you go out. So overall, United, once again, coming in with a big 14-kill win. It's going to be another 24 points. They're obviously going to shoot to first place. We know that for a fact. 70 points already, separating themselves quite a bit as we're heading into Game 5.
I think that United's feeling pretty good about making it onto the next stage. Sonic's also feeling pretty good. You can see that it starts to taper off back behind them. Gascan's got about a 13-point drop, and then just about 7 back behind them, and it gets real close. Veritas, Black Sheep off is tied up right now, 1 point back behind Spicy Fish, 1 point back behind that, shoots a kill, and then a 3-point drop down for Tactical 8. This is a very close once we move out of the top 3.
And it's going to continue to stay close, especially if teams like United are sponging up all the points, right? As well as Sonics and Gascans. And so with that, yeah, I think it could potentially come down to like a last game. Generally, our qualifiers always come down to like something really exciting with the last game qualifications. And so, yeah, with United, again, taking all the points, it could happen.
All right, our players need a second to reset their mental, maybe grab a drink of water, run to the restroom. So we're taking a little bit longer of a break yet again. We will be back in just, I think it's like 5-6 minutes. It won't be too long. Make sure you guys stay tuned. We will be back in just a few moments. PUBG is all about survival, and E United has been surviving the day so far, taking a hefty lead to start up everything, but we still have 2 games left on to Miramar and all of the action that it can bring, and Godspeed. Where do we even want to start breaking down any of the things that we saw in that last game?
Well, for starters, I think we obviously have to talk about United. They've had a ridiculously strong out of the gates situation where they took a 23 kill win, and then I think the last one was 12, 13, 14, something like that. I mean, they've just been really dominating these groups so far. Sonics as well have been doing really well. Again, the point system has been the biggest thing to talk about. The fact that we're back to that now, and a lot of teams are kind of playing a little more comfortable, at least the way that they wanted to before the switch up last year. And yeah, I think that's definitely caused a little bit of some adjustment period again, but once we get in the full swing of things, I think we're going to have some really crazy kill heavy games again. Moving, into this event in Grand Finals.
Everybody's also got to knock off the dust a little bit, get back into the groove. We're just coming out of winter break. I know I've made a couple of word slips too. It happens, guys. But you can see that these teams already have a lot of synergy moving in, and that's what I love about PUBG after we see these roster swaps. Like, you think, okay, this squad is already playing so well, what are they going to do to improve? And you see them move in, bring in a new player, and it just makes the efficiency of what that squad was trying to accomplish that much better. Because there's so many different ways to approach PUBG. I love seeing different play styles being rewarded based off of the rosters and the way that these teams can just bring synergy.
That's kind of also the exciting thing about the start of the year, right, Matt? Is like we see a lot of different roster shakeups, and we see a lot of members that were maybe staples on one team kind of move to another, and then you can actually see how that impacts that team. And so far, I don't think we've really seen a lot of really crazy things like that happen as far as like a player just coming in and completely revamping or changing a roster. But I will say, of the players so far, Flood and Ykikamucow, I mean, it's no coincidence that they were on the same team at one point, just doing really well so far.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy playing path. Really, the name of the game has been First Circle. That's where we're keeping our eyes just very glued, because it's been overtly cruel and sometimes, and again, it's making for some fun games. I'm loving it, but you know there's going to be some tweets going out after this about circles with these players.
There always generally is. So there's tweets that are going about something. Someone didn't peek me right, or someone did something this. We always got the PUBG community involved sometimes. That being said, this circle, or rather this plane path, was not wild. This was a very vanilla plane path right down the middle. Curious to see what circle does. Pretty much only had like one maybe not kind of wacky circle so far, and that was still end up kind of wacky. So
yeah, then the follow-up circles were like, no, bro, we're not done. We got more to bring out and give you this direction. So a lot of teams opting for earlier jumps, and yet again, okay, we didn't get Prison Island last time. Is this a redo? Are we maybe getting a second shot at it?
The problem with this circle is that it's actually more west, right? And all of that western, like that cliff, that's all basically water. It's unplayable. There's no way around it. And so there's actually less area to play in this circle, which means that we may see some teams like shift over towards Higos if it's still in, to try to rotate back up till Valle de Mar, but there's only one major bridge on that city. So this, I'm not upset, Matt. I'm not upset about it. I like the circles we've gotten so far as a duo today.
Veritas feeling really good. The only team in Circle 1. How often do you get to say that?
I mean, they landed there. So. Chuma. That's why Chuma is the best. Chuma is easily my favorite city in all of Miramar Land, and that's just because it's got the Church of Los, first of all, but second of all, it's just you can rotate pretty easily to everywhere. Like, even if a circle is super far northeast, you can just again rotate on the south and then hug the east coast. And so yeah, I really like the Veritas' looting Chuma.
Well, I also just like how diverse it is. It's one of my favorite places to just land, because if you end up in firefights, it gives you a little bit of everything. You want some verticality, cool. You want some interesting terrain pieces. They've got that. It's just got so much going on, and it's so fun to play around.
And the loot's definitely not bad. I mean, you have multiple warehouses up top, and you have a bunch of little shacks and one stories and stuff to loot as well, on top of a brick building in there and apartments. Yeah, like Chuma really has it all. I love Chumacero.
Well, looks like TAC8 said, hey, you're not going to be the only people inside this circle coming in with their camouflaged name tags to squeak their way inside the circle itself. This one looks like it's going to be pretty calm to start everything all considered, and it looks like Sonic's already looted up, are venturing out to get a feel for what's going on with everything, and they should have realized that most of the teams dropped early, so should have an easier path into this one. I mean, they probably only saw just a couple of parachutes jumping in front of them. It's almost one of those things that you think, the last circle was so far south, surely it's not going to happen again, and surely it does.
This is also the beauty, though, of watching like Sonics or like a really high-level team is just like that every game they don't make the same decisions, right? Like based off of the circle, as you said, or the plane path and who they saw, or at least how many teams they saw jumping out, or might be safe in the zone early, they will make a play. Like sometimes they rotate late. Generally, they try to get to where they're going a little earlier. But I just the adaptability and just the massive brain that is on Hwin is just, it's a pleasure to watch Sonics.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of talk about Sonics this, Sonics that, but I mean, they're still having a very strong performance today. And, like, there is a beauty to watch whenever they're playing at efficiency. If anything, what I think is happening around Sonics more often than not is we're seeing a rise in teams to try to fight against them. And that's kind of what happens. Whenever you start having really good teams like Shoot to Kill and Sonics that have been stable for a while, the other teams around them start to grow in strength as well. It's kind of like one of those things whenever you start playing against other regions and you go to international events, you just pick up things, you learn things. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing more and more of, is just that North America is getting a lot more fluid with a lot more of its squads.
Yeah, well, you have teams like, as you said, SDK, Sonics, of course, you have, E United now and others. Yeah, they're going to elevate the play. They're going to elevate the players around them. Sometimes it's through dominance until those teams kind of learn and get better. But yeah, that's generally the case, as we see rotations now starting to happen a little earlier. Lots of teams in the north. That is a crazy bunch up. What is going on? SDK, Stuckers, Orion.
Stuckers feel good about it. They're just rolling through. SDK hears it, and I thought that they were going to avoid it, but it looks like they opted in for a stop to see if maybe they could pick up something with it. But Win's already down. Stuckers already headed to the hillside. Orion's already pretty much gone.
Company man,
maybe.
though.
Well, actually, no. They revealed themselves. It looks like Orion wanted to get some vengeance, and this could blow up in their face in a terrible way.
Absolutely, and I think Luke 12 is actually really close in that compound to potentially getting a spoiler shot onto Company Man. They've got to be careful as Alo maybe gets a knock here. Oh, you don't want this, Orion. They've already lost one.
One more can pretty much do it, and he gets away. Whew. Those first couple of taps made me think he was a goner. But man,
Purdy though with the assist.
It's the side angles, man. That's the way Shoot to Kill be.
It do be like that sometimes, and also, I mean, that was really long distance from Alo, and he almost knocked him. It was just the last little shot he couldn't get. So, yeah, these are not like 100-meter fights.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Look at the range on that.
I mean, Claney popped him with a headshot too, I'm pretty sure.
I am just awestruck sometimes by these players and just the range that they can handle these shots, and the way that they know the drops and everything. It's impressive.
It's thousands of hours. Oh, speaking of thousands of hours of misery getting shot off the back of a bike. That sucks. I'm sorry, hooligan.
That's about one of the worst feelings in the world, is you're just driving through. That's a bad
that's
place to
even
flip
worse.
Over.
Oh,
hey,
no.
inadvertent cover, right?
Holy.
Sociopath. Oh no!
Don't get out. Just stay in.
Hitchwin gets the ankle for it.
Oh, that was so that sucked. That just really sucked. I feel for you. Oh, hooligan.
I don't have words. That one hurt to watch.
I would have just stayed in it and just be like, all right, guys, listen. There's someone on the other side of my vehicle. They may blow me up, but I'm kind of in a bad spot right now.
Oh, well, 303. Looks like they've managed to find formation. Flashy crawling away. Retaliative's going to find yet another one. And just one up for formation right now, as there's a lot of 303 around him. He's going to try to look up, see if he can get a little bit of damage with the spray. Does get a knock onto one of them. They're doubled up around that corner. Looks like he's trying to go for the flush to see if he can at least get 1 point out of it. Spots out another one. Gets another knock to follow it up. He is in the blue zone, so instead takes a second to go for the meds, realizing he has an opportunity here. Going for the peek back around for it. Here's the footsteps. Gets the spray and gets another one. He is holding up right now for his squad. He now has to be aware. Another one could be coming up from back behind him. His information has to be fed over from his teammates about how the approach is coming through, just narrowly missing the push into this. So now has to realize maybe he's going to be coming after him on this other angle. Waits for it. See if he can spot it. Oh, and manages to pick it up.
I'm very sorry. I don't know if it's Aaron or Ykikamucow. I don't know how to say or pronounce this player's name, but that was some of the cleanest angle shooting I've seen actually all day. That was so well executed. The quick peeks, the fact that he went back, and then he even had a mini wide swing at the end when he saw the grenade fly at him for the third knock. I mean, that was really, really, really well played. And if they even go down here, I would still be very happy with that performance. That was beautiful, really beautiful. Well done.
I mean, you're going to feel proud about that one. No ifs, ands, or buts to it. Shoot to kill.
Super
doing
clean,
a little bit of a stop to kill.
Very clean. Stop to kill. I see. You still got it, Matt. Maybe.
Hey, sometimes I get it. But not getting it is going to be wild card. They're going to go ahead and let them go. And man, everything is just all about North Del Mar right now. Everything. This is where everybody is clustered up at. Nobody's thinking about prison at the time. And this is just leading to the hills being alive with the sound of gunshots. Mime has got himself a little bit of a friendship going on as shoot to kill is coming up around him. Wild card also making their rotations, but it looks like they have enough cover where they should be able to stop up where Zealot is at. Already scouted out. So one of the cleaner rotations coming in. And this is a very north-south setup from every single one of our teams. Actually, United did lean into prison. The only team to say
I
that.
thought so. I did think one team, I wasn't sure who was going to be, but yeah, they're actually using that as a jump-off point, especially now when they actually can wait, right? Again, United, same thing they did with military base, right? Oh, nobody should be there, right? You should never think, oh, there's probably a team somewhere on Minas del Sur. It's like, no one's going to be there. Therefore, United gets to chill. The same thing they did with Millie Base, where no one really should have been on that island. And for the most part, I'm assuming they're going to get up and behind Liberate for free and then work up from there, which is actually not bad because this circle has the same issues that the last circle did, whereas they have a valley. It's going to be difficult to cross. So United, once again, love it.
Going east-west in this section of the circle is just, no, you just can't. The way that the roads cut through and there's such huge valleys, it's just death. You go north-south, and that's all you can do. So E United coming in very far to the south can just kind of wait this one out, get some information, assume that Liberate might move forward. I do think that Liberate might have seen what's going on.
I don't think so.
Lethal Association trying to use the hillside itself to get away from this one. And catches some airtime sideways. Rolling into it. Oh, no. Catches the bounce.
Oh, no. He came flying off that with no HP, and he's going to get knocked. That's... yeah. It's not ideal. Oh, STK, meanwhile, in a fight, though, with Wildcard, and Wildcard has 2 knocked.
Welcome to the Civil War right now. It's north versus south everywhere. People trying to crush in on every point. And Wildcard defends it all together. Shoots going down. 44 people still alive and is a very pressing circle.
Yep, very well played by Wildcard. Again, that team can fight when, if they're given the opportunity, and they got it. As well as the United. Again, I really didn't think Liberate had any idea that United was coming behind them, and it looks like they didn't. And because of that, they get to take up Valdemar for free. Because no one should have been on that island, Matt. But United realized that, and they took advantage of it.
Do the unexpected.
Yep.
There's a lot of writing and military strategy on it.
Twice.
Pays off.
2 times.
Zealot, though, he has to be careful. Sonic's heard this firefight a second ago, and each one is just kind of creeping into this one right now. Zealot seems very focused on what's going on. There's suckers that are just down the hillside, so yep, nice. That's going to be an easy spray into that one. H1 getting rewarded for it, and remember, this is a just recovering wild card that now has to deal with the fact that they've got some limited information. Sonic's coming up with multiple angles to work with, already putting in a lot of damage. H1 continuing his assault. Zray goes down, and this is Sonic starting to feel it. They're making the push in. They're getting all the different angles. You can see that Mime's even holding up into the northwest of this one. There are very few ways for Wildcard to get out of it.
And Sonics is just going to continue to close in on this. This fighting Sonics is a very claustrophobic experience because they just slowly close up the angles and just cut out your options, and that's exactly what they're doing. Shrimsy knows there's one here.
I mean, just look at the way they take this. Using the hillside, great knowledge, great information exchange.
They have to be
so
careful,
much
though.
faith in the way that they're playing this one. Shrimsy does take some damage and forces a little bit of a reposition away. I do like the fact that they're reading that they might not have the favor on that angle.
Yeah.
So instead, retreating away. And a lot of that is based off the information that Tig's receiving as well as the throwables coming back at him. It's those instant audibles that are going to give you the capabilities of making great plays, and that's what we're seeing right now.
And that shift doesn't help either one of these teams, but also, I mean, we have to recognize Wildcard. They did a fantastic job of mirroring the positions that Sonics wanted to basically close off, and they pushed them off. They actually pushed Sonics off. It's still a 4-on-3.
The tree, though.
So
He's
you have to be
very
careful.
outnumbered on this angle. It's just a matter of time before he gets spotted. I think he was expecting a full retreat from Sonics, so whenever they shifted and made a secondary audible to move back over there, H1 still braving the other members pretty much by himself. T-Sock trying to come out from this one. Got the hillside. He finally does go down. Can reinforcements be there in time? And no, they can't. H1 does get flushed out, but Wildcard loses their entirety of their squad.
So even though Wildcard did get wiped fairly clean there, I still really want to recognize the fact that the way they mirrored that fight to make sure that Sonics didn't completely surround them was quite impressive. So yes, they got wiped, but still well done.
A good tactical play where, I mean, you saw the fact that they had to read into it, what was going on. Relo has to be careful as he's got some company just rolling in. Want to go for another peek onto it, but losing a lot of his life. Steps away instead of this one, and 300 just kind of running right in between everybody on E United. Richie is going to go down and get flushed for it. So E United do manage to right themselves, start getting their meds back into a better position, and have numbers advantage on 300 who did roam through them. But there are a couple of targets at range, most notably BSO that's doing a little bit of harassment, and Spicy Fish right down below them.
This is looking very last game, if I'm being honest, Matt. This is very much looking like the same game we saw. EU comes in late, take control of the best spot in the circle, and then just do their thing.
I'm having flashbacks to Tempo Storm back in the day. It feels very, very similar in that. I know we were talking about them a little bit earlier, but the way that they just kind of would mosey their way into a circle, no big rush or involved in it. They'd be like, this is the spot we want, come in, take it. And then the game just ends up going there and they get to mop up the kills as it goes. Remember, they came into this late. They made a gamble coming into this, but they knew how to approach it intelligently. Whenever you can make those plays, that's where you can often see massive successes for squad. We know we've seen Sonics do it a lot. We've seen Shoot to Kill do it a lot. And usually people in chat are always like, oh my God, gifted circle, because they forgot it multiple circles back that they took a very risky reposition to get there.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to take those risks, right? In order, like, you have to find the window, and if you don't make a play on it, then you're just gonna get caught out. Luckily for them, that's not really the case. But again, this is a very similar circle to what we saw last game.
So, Sonics to the west. To the north, we've got kind of Stalkers, kind of Orion. Neither one really wanting to do too hard of a commitment into this one right now, as Tater is just kind of clinging to life right over there. Stucker's pretty much content in holding this outside angle onto it. And he might get spotted into this because he's going to walk right into that.
Oh,
yep, Company Man picks that one up easy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the circle, I actually still think, like, looking at positions, I still think United potentially is the best position, right? Because although they're on an edge, they have so much room to work with. They have ridges to work with and push up ahead. I really, really like that from them. Unfavorable is definitely BSO for the most part. They are going to have the South here. They have a decent split, but I mean, even coming up out of that city, especially if the circle kind of cuts them out, that could be rough. And the wild card for me is probably Gas. If they can come in on that side of the circle and do some damage to T8 and maybe make a little foothold for themselves, I think that would be pretty solid. Overall, those are my little mid-round predictions as far as spots. Again, I'm just worried Gascan's going to get held out on the south side and they're just going to get cleaned up, but we'll see.
We'll have to keep an eye on how T8 respond to what's going on over here. Suckers do lose one of their members, and Company Man going to hop in a car and start making a drive, but Tig's got vision on him already, doing a little bit of harassment, but it's pretty long range. Veritas already positioned up there as well, so Gascans now have the first hurdle taken care of, but the second one still waiting is going to be a defended up T8. So that being said, Spicy Fish also still has to make a move, but hasn't opted in doing so because they have some high ground that's looking down on them in United.
I mean, Stuck's got to be careful. Sonics also, if this shifts to the west side, Sonics actually have the best position.
Well, here we go, starting everything off. Psycho Idiot down, gas cans, Ykikamucow making a push into this. Nikos on a different angle, and this has become a very strong 1-2 punch for gas cans to work around. Ykikamucow on one side of it, Nikos on the other, and supporting lines coming in between them. Ykikamucow does get spotted, goes for a spray through the grass, realizes where he's getting shot from, takes down Yabul, and now Palix in some big trouble as it's going to be gas cans just walking through this one and just taking this hurdle like it didn't even exist.
That was a really disgusting shot there coming out from Ykikamucow as Nikos is now holding one of the last members of T8. Again, if they can take this position, all of a sudden, gas cans is looking great.
I mean, Palix has had some plays.
He has, and
but
he's
not
unfortunately he's not gonna get it this time. Valiant effort, but yeah, 4 members of the cans, the newly revamped cans with the cow. I mean, I really like what I'm seeing, and yep, they take control. United did hear this though, so they got to be careful about that.
I'm so mad that they had an opportunity to name themselves the Gas Cows.
True, but I think the gas cans is still fine.
I mean, it's such a historic name at this point, right? Gas Cans has been part of PUBG since the MPL days, but it kind of hurts me a little bit. Circle, circle, wherefore art thou going to go? And we're just waiting for the last little bit of it. No matter where it goes, it's going to be pretty harsh. The Del Mar crews are probably not going to get favored, and yep, that's not going to happen. I do have a sudden sense of deja vu. High ground, E United, and Veritas next to some rocks.
So, yeah, and BSO got cut out, and that's going to be, again, it's going to be rough. Sonics as well, though, they have to basically play on a cliff face on the side of that mountain. So I don't remember if there's a lot to play there. I don't think there is. They have a few shacks or buildings to play right where Mime is, but yeah, we'll see. I honestly haven't been on that ridge in a long, long time. But we generally don't get circles that head anywhere near it.
So looking at this, I think that we might see a couple of our sneakers coming through here, most notably Spicy Fish and the last member up for Formation. They might be able to creep through this. A lot of our high ground teams are leaned a little bit further in, and, well, I say that, but Pat Cap's already going to be able to be spotted out, and so this is going to be an interesting train, specifically given the fact that the last member for Formation is coming up right back behind Spicy Fish. This may be the capability to pick up 2 new kills.
Maybe. It might just be. And BSO, I mean, they have something to play at the very least in front of them. I'm pretty sure that's a ridge. But once this circle posts again, they are going to have to move, which puts them in a really, really rough spot. At the very least, Sonics can kind of chill for now. They don't really have to do much. Liberate also is going to do quite a bit of gatekeeping to the south.
Someone's looking over into BSO's way and trying to cross a road. No cover. Full on squad looking back behind them. They need to hit a shot. Maybe a grenade can find something. Right now they're having to dodge the throwables that are coming after him. And here we go. We got the sneaky snake coming up right back behind him. Doesn't have a clean angle due to the walls and the way that this is set up. I don't even think that BSO has spotted him out due to how this hill is coming. But we have the blue zone coming up right back behind him, starting to force the nature. So Spicy Fish knows the fact that they don't have too much longer to go. Smokes now coming out. Are they going to block the right angles to work with? High ground. Still, E United might be able to spot them as they go. Formation says, no, I'm going to lean a little bit further out and away from this. Let them be the distraction. Throws their grenade blindly. That might be a good angle for them to connect with, but I don't think it's going to. So now, E United looking into BSO does manage to take down Copenhagen, which is going to make it a little bit easier for Spicy Fish to even find an angle to work from. Yep. Formation now looking right into this one, going to lean into a throwable, but has to be careful. This blue zone is going to do a ton of work. He has the vision, has the headshots, goes right into it, picks it up, now runs in and should have cover. If he can make it, he cannot.
He shouldn't even feel bad.
The kills in the end.
Shouldn't even feel bad about dying there. That's not only one full team that he wiped, as well as that last half of Spicy Fish. Honestly, I don't know how to say their name, but Ykikamucow is ridiculous. Ridiculous plays. Extreme. What exactly? Yeah, no, I understand. If he shoots now, yeah, he gets the knock, but he's probably dead.
I mean, he's the only one up.
Yeah,
see if
no,
maybe he
I
gets
get
placement
it.
points.
I get it. I was going to say, why aren't you shooting? And then I realized he's alone. Yeah, look at that. Wow. I was not expecting that shift.
Veritas feeling good with that 2-2 split. Kind of?
The only team in the circle right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're feeling
And there
pretty
it is,
good about it. There we go.
Extreme
Extreme finally decided the fact that he was tired of waiting for it, manages to pick it up. Knows the fact that he's pretty close to the circle, so now moving very, very quickly, hoping the Fireflies back behind him are going to provide an opportunity. He does look like he's going to sneak into this one. United now looking at a BSO, and BSO managing to put in a little bit of work with this one. Liberate's having to contend with Sonics on a different angle for it, but one of the members for BSO is also holding back to provide a little bit of harassment. United knows that they're going to have to make a little bit more of a dangerous downhill push, and this could cause a big problem for them. Now, they have BSO with the low ground. What's the best way to approach this, guys?
They need a knock. I mean, they need to push up this hill and they need a knock, right? Because they're going to get shot by... Oh, and there's the knock. Speaking of which...
Gas cans?
What has happened to the cans? Oh my
God. Their car taking so much damage, rolling through. Are they going to be able to get through? Does one of their members go down? Manages to get around the outside of it, but manages to keep one up barely as the vehicle explodes back behind him. No. They tried
they were wild
so
card,
hard.
right? They were definitely the wild card. That was about as wild as it takes. Meanwhile, though, the team that I actually thought had the best position due to shift is no longer United. It's actually Veritas with complete control over this circle.
Well, United looks like they decided into farming instead, and they're going to be able to do that. Melon's going to be the first thing that they manage to add to their farm. Gila's going to be coming up for it, but does manage to spot out Relo and get him down. Kickstart's going to go ahead and go for the grenade, see if he gets a lucky bounce with it. Knows the fact the blue zone's coming in behind, has an idea on exactly where the approach is, and is just waiting for it. Manages to pick it up. 10 kills for United, but they're still going to have to make their move.
Again, even watching their position early, you kind of got the sense that they were going to have to move, and just getting up that hill is just very difficult. And so valiant effort there for BSO, but yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a really tough position to play from.
I do want to point out that Gascan still has one member up in Nikos, who is assaulting the position that United might be opting and taking. So they didn't lose all of their members there in the wild send it push. But while all of these firefights have gone on, Sonics have managed to move inside the zone. Liberate has managed to move inside the zone as well. So really, it's just United and the last member for Gascans.
I think it's still crazy that the circle favored the road. I didn't think it was going to shift hard on that road, but here we are. And again, that split from Veritas is just so devastating for the other teams. And the fact that they were able to as well hold off the gas cans really just solidified their position as far as probably winning this game.
See, that's what I was worried about with the 2-2 split from Veritas, was that a group was just going to assault them, but they defended it so well. You got to give them massive respect for that. Now they're starting to venture out. It feels like they've got the North a little bit more in control, so they're starting to eye Sonic's positioning. United also pressing into the South, so both teams actually in the southern half of the circles. The new circle does pop, keeps in both duos for Veritas.
They have to be very careful, though. If one of them gets knocked on either side of that duos, that potentially is the end of that half, right? Especially if they're going to get a push. Luckily for them, at the very least, I'm not sure EU is going to push them directly, so Veritas still has quite a bit of room to work with. It's really onto the teams on the south to figure out how they're going to play this out, right? United, Liberate, and Sonics.
Oh, that bounce. That roll right up on top of Tiggleton, man. That just was like corner pocket shot. Show putting on a show with some of these throws right now. Tig's going to go down. Montos should be landing pretty close, but I think the crawl away from it happening. Veritas, 9 kills, getting a little bit more control. Also has spotted out Gascan solo member Nikos. See maybe he gets something. Does get eliminated. Show goes down. Shrimsy not getting up just quite yet.
No way he hits that shot through the windshield. Shrimsy's nuts. Oh, but he's going to get crested by... Yep. Ice Tech now coming over the top. Liberate realize that they need to move. United as well, just to the right. And Ice Tech.
He's holding it right now. He knows the fact that he has to defend his teammate. Dash trying to go for Rez onto Ripper right now, and they are managing to hold it together. Sonics do get eliminated, and you can see it's a Veritas coming in with 3 members, while we do see Liberate trying to right themselves just a little bit. 1 member up for EU United right now, seeing if maybe he can shoot a little bit more. Veritas just waiting. They're the only team inside the circle. Really, it's just waiting for them to take this step in. They already know where all of the players are. They're just waiting for this fight to finish out. Lobes gets the angle onto Dash. Here comes Relo going for the nade to see if maybe he can pick it up. He's not going to. He's going down. And now it is just Veritas. Multiple angles looking right into where Liberate has to make its play. And Ripper, the last one up. How many different ways can you do this? And it's going to be Veritas finally picking up 15 kills.
It's actually crazy because I'm pretty sure last year it was a different roster on Veritas, but they still managed to get some really, really high kill games. And it seems like that name carries through here, even with this roster. And yeah, the fact that they got 14 kills and another win is going to boost them up. The fact that United still got, I think, like 10 or 11 kills coming in second or third is just ridiculous. And Sonics, obviously trying to put up a fight was valiant. And then it was nice to see Liberate in the end game as well.
I mean, they were putting in some work there for a little while. It's just, what do you do? Veritas had 2 different holds in that split.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been a long time since I've seen a 2-2 split late game rewarded that well and also played that well. They covered each other every single step of the way. Every single time one of the duos would move, the other one would stay and make sure to defend them. And it was just it was destruction. Nobody else could come close to their circle. And, oh, no. Oh.
Sociopath, man. I'm so sorry. That sucks. That's just unfortunate. But yeah, going back to what we talked about earlier, Matt, if you're gonna do a split, ideally the most optimal way to do a split in this game is to make sure that the other duo, or whether it's a 3-1 or however you're splitting, can at the very least minimally cover the other half of the team. And that's exactly what Veritas was able to do there. And this still was some of the cleanest peeking I've seen from Ykikamucow. I've seen, actually. I mean, that was so tight around those corners and the doorways, and he just made that look so good.
I mean, he was in their heads. He knew exactly where they were moving, how they were moving, and counter moved each time. That's what makes that play so ridiculously successful, is just the intuition there to have an idea on how people are approaching, realizing where your vulnerabilities are, and counter moving around it. Again, on display right here, realizing the fact he cannot follow up Spicy Fish, realizing the fact that there's already a squad waiting, instead saying, I have a chance to get more kills for my team and scrap together whatever you can get. I mean, all-star performance for him.
Yeah, and he knows he's going to probably die there, right? So why not go for the nade and go for the 2 kills? Yes, he's going to shoot. Yes, the other team's going to realize he's in the blue, but he cleaned up, not only did he clean up that team, and he got rid of them for more placement points, but he got 2 kills in the process, and with a very clean grenade and some very clean shots. So very impressed with that player overall for the day. I mean, like, incredibly impressed.
I mean, whenever looking at Ykikamucow and the way he handled that, think about how many points he just got for his squad. Surviving in that firefight, staying alive until the late game, and then picking up 2 more kills just as well as a placement point. Veritas, though, feeling much better about this performance, coming in first place, picking up their 15 kills. United, you were talking about it, 15 points again. Sonics with 11, and you can see Sonics, E United back and forth with each other, but E United still gonna have such a big gap that everybody's gonna have to try to close.
Yeah, but I mean, again, some of these teams are trying to, at the very least, close the gap. It's not helping that they're getting all the kills, but Veritas, Sonics, Liberate now stepping up as well, and the Gas Cans staying so consistent over the day, Matt. I really, really, really like this team even more than I did before. Again, I love the veteran leadership coming out from Adam, and I guarantee you Ykikamucow is definitely helping with some of those calls as well. And then you have, Nikos and Greg Shot, who have been just incredibly consistent fraggers for that squad, and it's paying off, man. I mean, they're in 4th place right now, and they're probably going to continue to climb.
I just got to point this out real fast. Sonics have 7,200 damage so far. 3rd place is Wildcard with 2,600. So almost 3 times that. But E United has just broken 10k damage in 5
games. Wow,
that is nuts.
That's 2k average a game, man. That's really, really, really good.
At this point, Luke, I've got to ask you, do me a favor, look up E United and Sonics, add them together, and then add up the rest of the lobby's damage and see how it competes, because it feels like these guys are wrecking shop right now. E United has been impressive today, let's be real.
Yes, E United has been very impressive. I mean, again, Sonics, like the usual suspects, right, have pretty much come up and shown up for the most part, and so that's, I don't really think, out of the ordinary. It's the other teams that I'm really looking at, right, especially with some of the roster changes that are a little more unfamiliar, like some of these new players coming in, the new blood. I just want to see something. Now, we have played 5 games, which means that we only have 1 left, but anything can happen in that last game, Matt.
I mean, it's PUBG. Anything can happen, and, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to climb this leaderboard, because, remember, we're going to be halfway through the days of play for each one of these 2 groups whenever we finish this next round. We've got to take a break. We've got to give them time, reset, plan, get some water, go to the restroom, come into this with the mindset you need for this last round. You guys, stay tuned. Similar endings in our first 2 Miramar games, but there is still one to go. Hard shifts on top of hard shifts on top of southern circles on top of water circles have been the name of the game, but we've got one left. And then, only one more day of play for each one of these groups. Godspeed. It has been tooth and nail, but we are definitely seeing some strong performances from these squads.
I will have to say that so far for the opening, at least broadcast for us, for me, 2022 PUBG has been it's been pretty good. It's been pretty damn good, dude. This has been a really cool day. 5 games. We have one last game, and it's ending on my favorite map, which is wonderful. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for the lobby tomorrow as well. Even though I'm not even working, I'm gonna be watching that. And I'm really excited to see who's gonna advance. But we're not even there yet. We still got one more game, Matt. We still got one more game.
So I do need to modify some of the information that we were talking about a second ago.
Yes, please do.
3rd place in damage was not wild card. It was gas cans with 5,569. Nice. Damage altogether. So whenever we added just Sonics and E United, they deal 17,671. All the rest of the lobby, all 14 other teams, do a grand total of 52,175, which means the fact that Sonics and E United have done approximately 30 to 40% of the entire lobby's damage, just the two of them. That's kind of nuts.
Seems pretty good, all things considered, when you factor in that there's 14 other teams in the lobby and they've done at least a third of it. But yeah, it shows, obviously, those were 2 of the teams that we were really looking, as well as STK, who haven't necessarily been quiet, but they've had a less of the start than we normally see. But I'm not really worried about STK at all because they generally start late anyways. But yeah, this seems about right. The song actually seems about right. Sorry, I was just really...
well, see, I'm really caught up in the fact that we almost saw shotgun battle at the start in Los Leones, and I want to see if that has the potential of happening yet again. Because...
I'd say unlikely.
Shh, don't take this from me. I've had Prison Circle taken from me twice.
You know what else is actually really funny? I just realized this. During PGC, we actually had a trailer park circle and you weren't working.
I know.
The one time, because you always talk about that damn place, but the one time it actually happened, you weren't there. So,
hey, look, I don't live in the bad part of town anymore. So
that's true.
I can get over my trailer park desires. Okay?
You've actually moved on, yep. Because you actually kind of lived in a trailer park before. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But hey, look, I come from a trailer park. Oh, not trailer park family, but a trailer family. We lived on ranches, and it's just cheaper to build houses.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. Absolutely.
Coming at me with your California attitude. I see how it is.
Yeah. Don't shame me for living in a nice place. Okay.
Hey, look, at least we had air conditioners on our houses. Thank you very much. I don't know how LA lives without that.
We just have perfect weather all the time, so we don't really need air conditioners.
Yeah, I say this, and I remember my power fluctuations earlier today because Texas, whatever. All right, I'm going back. Los Leones.
Off track. Sorry, chat. Sorry,
spicy
chat.
fish, liberate, shotguns. Let's go. Give it to me.
The problem with what you want, Matt, is, as you know, Leonis is so big and varied. Like, I really don't think that these guys are going to get intimate, but I have been so wrong so many times before in the past. So, and it's a Leonis circle for the most part. So,
Okay, there's
that.
more than one team in the first circle, though, at the start. So that feels good. We've got a couple. We've got Los Leones in here. So maybe having some spicy... maybe that's what it was. Maybe we don't get a shotgun fight at the start. Maybe we get a Los Leones ending?
These ones... I feel like every time Leonis is in circle, like, unless it's truly dead center, and even then, like, it actually shifts away from Leonis quite a bit, which I'm glad, or at least... As a player, fighting in Leonis can be really frustrating. You have the opportunity for some really sick plays. Obviously, we saw the SSG stuff at PGC with Roth jumping on the light pole. But overall, like, Leonis gets bunched up even more so than I think other cities, just because of the fact that there's multiple 5 stories and there's so many different elevations, and it becomes a mess. So I kind of hope it doesn't end in Leonis, but I know you really want your shotguns, so we'll see.
This is just the theme of the day, man. It's just a mess wherever we go. So... we'll have to see how it moves forward. Most likeliness, guys, I wouldn't be surprised. We see a lot of teams just move into the south of Los Leones and then lean into the western area, the hillsides, they're the better place to play, and they're the easier place to rotate into, and nobody wants to send it into Los Leones early because trying to leave that place is a death trap, especially with teams clustered around it.
Yeah.
Now, we've got a lot of water in this one. Last one, we had a lot of the wall to the west and some water and Prison Island. This time, we've got the island that's just east of Prison Island. Do we have a name for that yet, by the way? Nothing ever happens there. So
Prison Island? I mean...
Prison Island smaller?
Just
I
prison. You're talking about little connecting? No, I don't think there's a name for that. It's just, just a little baby island. We'll just call
That's
it
it.
Baby
We're going to call
Island,
it
I guess.
Baby Island.
There you go.
Chad, if you guys got better ideas, let us know. But we never see any action. We never go this far south on Miramar ever, but except for today, repeatedly.
Call it He Goes East as well. I mean, there's multiple names, but yeah, I mean, this circle overall, I imagine we're going to see a lot of rotations come in from the south. Again, like the same thing that's always going to happen is if you're really looking at teams and you're curious how they get to the spots or generally what teams in the farther positions do, always look to the east, east, west, and south. Like those are the big rotations. No one wants to come in direct north just because that's where the majority of the bunches happen. That's where a lot of the mid-game fighting that you don't want to be a part of happens, and teams don't want to be involved in that. So they generally will go for the easier rotations. That's going to be on the edges of the map, whether it's south, west, or east.
And yeah, that's the play you gotta make right now. There's a lot of places to play inside this. It's not quite as segmented where we were talking about over the west, where it was very north-south and it's very hard to just traverse east-west. This one's a little bit more open. It's still not great, but there's a lot more rotation options and specifically a lot more strong footpath rotations.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Once these teams kind of get situated down, like pretty much anywhere in the circle, there's a pretty good amount of terrain to work on foot. Obviously, vehicles are still a little ideal just because of the first and second circle and getting somewhere quick. But overall, yeah, we actually have a lot more teams that are in this circle as well as we've had in kind of the last two. So at the very least, teams are going to get set up. I don't imagine a lot of crazy fights happening very early. But again, it's PUBG. Anything could really happen as far as like what this next shift does, especially if it's like a wild shift. We've seen some of those today already. It could be interesting. It's shaping up to be a good game.
Well, I've got the weatherman helicopter going around right now, and it looks like we do have a lot of teams that might be eyeing to go to the east right now. A couple of movements going in there. No big movements coming up from most of the teams to the north. Early rotators being rewarded, as you can see, even getting some loot crates to work around as well. Didn't see what he managed to pick up from there, but don't have quite the angle for it. But all considered, not a lot happening, but there is the potential of something brewing at Hacienda. Are we seeing somebody try to approach shoot to kill? And I think it's Strucker?
It's going to be Stuckers.
Stuckers. Yeah, sorry about that. Orion also has an Overwatch position on this, so I think that Shoot to Kill realizes what's going on. They're going to move first, then Stuckers are going to follow in right back behind them. Orion was watching this and might just follow up as well. Yeah, Shoot to Kill got a read on it, and they're like, nah, we don't want to be a part of what's happening. Do it.
Halo, do you hit these? No. Halo's more of the close range god, not so much the far range god.
Look, you have to sacrifice certain
Halo's
things,
nuts.
right? In order to kill
Halo's
everybody
nuts.
within 5 meters, maybe you have to surrender a little bit of long range.
I mean, those are also shots long range from a moving vehicle. So I'm just giving Halo some stuff, It's a little banter. I love Halo. He's actually really disgusting up close, though. Easily was one of the best players at close range fighting when I was playing, and still maintains that. So Halo's
And
no
just
joke.
such a nice guy.
He's a teddy bear. He's actually a teddy bear in real life. But
You
he's
see the violence that he brings
very
to the
dangerous in
game,
game.
and then he's
Yeah.
just like, hey guys.
that does not match his personality out of game at all.
So that's actually kind of funny if you think about it. There's a lot of themes to the squads that like personalities tend to like migrate to each other to a certain
Sure.
degree. Like Shoot to Kill, plus or minus Purdy Curdy's new YouTube series, tends to be pretty chill altogether. By the way, if you guys haven't checked that out, shout out Purdy Curdy's content that he's trying to push out there to
Definitely
being
check out
very,
the
very
Purds.
truthful about different stuff. So worth a watch.
Yep. I mean, you even see the same thing like in United now. It's formerly, wait a second. Is that a second? Ooh, it's already going to go down. But yeah, I mean, like if you look at Oath, right? That team initially was just a lot of like young guns, and then you had Wolf back in the day when that team first formed, and it was kind of like an evolution of old endemic roster. But yeah, like those were now you see a lot of young guns that were either on like Ghost Cadets or something, really, really confident crazy mechanical players, and that still carries through, and that's kind of the vibe you get from that roster now. So it is definitely cool to see like some of these personalities and see how they come together, and it's made our scene at this point. We have a lot of really cool, interesting teams and personalities.
That is one of the benefits of PUBG, is just the amount. It's kind of its own downside as well. There's so many teams. We don't really get to spend a lot of time talking about each individual player,
true.
and it's almost like
true.
a team personality. I wish that sometimes we got to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the players, into them, like their backgrounds, their histories, what they've managed to do. Because once you get to know so many of these players, they have some amazing stories and how they got to where they are.
It's actually a really good content series. You and I can start later. Just pin that,
Yeah, so shout out to Party Courteous content series, so that way he has to shout out ours whenever we start it now.
Exactly.
We've just decided.
A little reciprocation.
PUBG personalities with Matcham and Godspeed. Go.
And still, I'm looking at this circle and nothing has happened. A lot of teams just jockeying in for position now. They've pretty much gotten where they want to go. Really only a few teams that actually haven't. It's going to be wildcard rotating on the very west side. We did see Zray went down, and as well as Lethal Association and Orion. But again, there's so much room on the west side of the circle, especially on the south side, which is where we're actually going to see potentially wildcard and Lethal Association clash again. Most of the teams are going to be in the circle, and they're going to get to be in just fine. Especially the teams coming in later, like you have Formation that's going to be able to come in without too many issues. So yeah, Circle 1 definitely kind of a little slower, but don't you worry, chat. We'll get there. We'll get there real quick. Circle 2 and 3 are going to be a bloodbath.
People don't understand. When there's a slow first circle, and we're talking about nothing because people are just kind of moving into different positions at the time, that means the fact that we still have 63 people alive to move in the next circle. And that means it's just going to escalate. Every single time there's not a lot of deaths, you just kind of have to watch it. It's just like slowly starting to boil, and then whenever it does, the top is just going to pop off of the thing, and it's just going to be firefight on top of firefight. This is kind of the inverse of what we've been seeing all day today, where it's been, I guess, heftier firefights specifically in Circle 2. This time around, it's a lot of counter moves. It's like, if you're watching the map feed itself, you can see how the fact that it's information gathering. Move, scout out a little bit more, move, and hey, we still have a little bit of the bridge in play, but Los Leones leaving and Hillsides. Godspeed, I heard you. So what you got?
This shift, man. This shift is really, really rough. I mean, it cut out basically all of Leones, so any of the teams that were hoping to kind of come in there late and maybe get a foothold and rotate off that aren't going to get to. They're pretty much going to go straight to the circle. 303 has now occupied the very south side, which means that anyone else trying to rotate in that area is going to be in trouble, and the next shift I am predicting is going to be where we lose the most teams. Next shift is going to be really, really, really hard.
This is the compress in. There's still enough cover. People are going to start getting vision. We're going to lose a couple of people, but then it's just too much. There's too much compression that's coming. Specifically, when you can hear the firefights on people rotating, they're taking damage. It means the fact that vehicles are also starting to get torn apart. Less options in rotation, and Purdy's got himself some friends, and it's Stuckers again. Are they just kind of following Shoot to Kill right now?
Potentially, but if they are, I mean, that's a very dangerous team to be following, Matt.
Yeah, because they just kind of get pissed when you do it. They're like, Shoot to Kill in the early game is just kind of like a hornet's nest, right? You leave them alone, you let them rotate, they're not going to pester you too much. You come after them, and suddenly they're just attacking you from everywhere and making you regret it.
That's the problem with SDKs. If you leave them alone, they're still going to attack you. But if you piss them off, they're going to attack you even more. So, I mean,
but at least you get a chance to play first.
Sometimes. Other times they don't really let you. But I mean, that's that's what happens when you are definitely one of the best teams. you gotta garner that respect.
It hasn't been the strongest Shoot to Kill day so far.
It has not.
We're in a very interesting world where BSO is actually ahead of them right now.
That's true, but I am still not. I'm not really worried about SDK. I mean, yes, I even said it earlier. They haven't had like the best start, but SDK generally kind of takes a little time, anyways, to get started. As far as the rotations, the kills, the decisions. Like, yeah, I'm not worried about SDK at all.
Shoot to Kill is the.
It just takes some time. They just need to warm up. Yeah. They just need to warm up a little bit. Then everything.
They do
comes
all
together.
of their studying in the whenever you're looking at the group stages and stuff like that. That's where they're just trying to get a feel for how everybody moves. It's Shoot to Kill comes alive in the finals. So don't worry if you're a Shoot to Kill fan and you're like, oh my God, why are they in sixth? This is the studying phase, and so don't worry whenever they play next. They're going to be like, look at all this information that Gunnar provided for us, and let us just go wherever we want now.
That's a huge shout out to Gunner as well. I mean, Owen does a lot of amazing stuff for this team, and as well as the other coaches do. Oh, Culpanebe gonna find a stream, and that's gonna be a flush. But yeah, all the coaches do a great job of helping the teams, but I feel like STK definitely takes even more advantage of that with Owen being behind them.
Yeah, 100% with that one. BSO, though, we were just talking about finding more and more opportunities for themselves. I really do like, while we haven't seen, they did get the first round, and that was some circle favor involved in that, but still some very heads-up play at the end to win it. And we've seen them making it into the later stages time and time again, also finding firefights. I like the fact that we're starting to see them feel more and more comfortable as they move forward. This has been a team that I've often watched and kept my eyes on, and there you go. Here is your spicy circle down.
I don't know if this one is worse or the last couple of games of worse. That, again, it's just a gigantic hill. Sonic's absolutely, in my opinion, has the best spot in the circle, like without a doubt. I mean, that high ridge hill is so damn good. It's really difficult for me to give that edge to anyone else.
All right, Stuckers making their run early, feeling the fact that they've got to make the gamble, but here is the gauntlet. Sonics are going to be the next team waiting for them, spotting them out as they come. On the other side of it's going to be shoot to kill, and yep, there you go. H1 managed to pick up 2 as they roll right into him. 300, having to deal with a little bit of movement going around them as well. As you can see, it is just bouncing everywhere. Sonic's going to go ahead and pick up the flushes on those that just rolled right through them. And if you're coming into the north, let's be honest right now, you're going to have to deal with gas cans as well as shoot to kill as well as Sonics all approaching. And Stuckers, you try, but that is just a hellacious group to try to run through.
I just got the worst flashbacks of all time. So, little history lesson for those who don't know. Hwin used to be probably one of the best bolters in NA. And to now see him with an AWM is really, really scary.
Oh, and he just picked up a 6x too. He's wanting to put in some work at range. Shoot to... Uh-oh. We might have a new contender that is approaching along this path. And who we've got coming in for it? It looks like it's going to be Formation, who's going to be rolling right next to Gas Cans, who's also now going to be running right into Sonic's Shoot to Kill. This is the exact same thing that we saw happen last time, not taking quite as much damage with it. You can see 303 on a different gatekeep, putting in a massive amount of work. It's going to be D-Rich. Liberate's got nowhere to go. They're just trying to make their way down to the coastline to see if they can catch some airtime, get some distance away from it, catches a second bounce, gets caught, third bounce, doesn't go down yet. And Charlie Juby's like, screw that. I'm not even looking at that.
Oh, they just keep coming. Go wide, guys. Please avoid. Oh, my goodness.
Flagship Office, Copenhagen. Okay, so you can see now they're trying to approach from where we see 300 positioned at. I'm sorry, 303 lined up at. But they're also going to have to contend with Veritas. Oddly enough, the South has become the new cluster with so many people that are doing wide rotations.
Yeah, I think that's why, though, because, again, a lot of teams, Matt, like to favor rotating south because it's generally, and I say that generally, the safer option. Actually, it hasn't been that today at all because we've had multiple teams in different games realize that, they camp that, and they just punish the teams trying to rotate on that generally safe south.
Let's see their rotations starting to line up a little bit closer. BSO coming in with this pretty stealthy. I don't know if Veritas knows what's coming just quite yet. Copenhagen just kind of creeping into this one. I mean, he's feeding that information over. Spicy Fish is to the north of them, but that hillside should provide enough cover. With the way that this is lined up, it's just a matter of patience with it. You can see the way Veritas is moving. They don't know that he's here. Oh, wait, did they just spot him?
They expect some.
Yep, they spotted him.
Yep.
Oh, no, after all that waiting, after all of that, Copenhagen now has to just run away, taking about 2/3 of his life. But there's some assistance coming in from it. It's going to be Melon that gets something out of it. Gila goes down. And now BSO down to just 2. Mavu up on the top. Melon coming alongside of him. Veritas has multiple members down as well. So let's see if Black Sheep Office and what they've got cooking right now, because Veritas actually has separated out. So BSO might reset here.
I've been really impressed with BSO overall today as far as just the way that they've been fighting, the fights that they've chosen to take, and just how scrappy they've been, right? Like, they've really been able to kind of take some unfavorable engagements and almost turn it on their favor. In fact, this one they did turn in their favor. In fact, they should be able to recover all 4 members here. And Veritas is done. Yeah.
I mean, We were talking about the south was getting to be a problem, and you can see there's just so many teams coming over there. To the north, it's getting a little bit dicey for a couple of these teams. The United making a send right through really lethal association. The only big problem for them, and they did a good job in navigating that, using cover to get into the point. To the northwest, we can see Gas Cans, Orion, and Wildcard potentially brewing, as well as Formation's remaining members now coming in on a wide southern wrap. No!
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sonics.
Just picked apart multiple teams actually up there in the north. I still really like Sonic's position. Yes, they're not in, and they're technically cut off from the other side, but there is definitely a ridge that they can rotate onto the southwest and actually just be completely safe.
Here it goes. Formation trying to make the push in. They've got BSO that was rotating along the same path, having to jump out of vehicles back behind them, and now firmly surrounded. Formation trying to retreat away from it. Icy Flex goes ahead and gets a knock into it. And Sinswell trying to get something. He goes down. Flashy now. See if maybe he can get a flank around this point for it. But Spicy Fish taking this with quite efficient authority, all considered. But now, Black Sheep Office get a little bit of vision on what's going on, but start to step away from it. They know that they're going to have to make a move. They have a weakened squad in front of them. This is where BSO needs to move. Melon knows this. Using an outside position, using the rock, trying to creep into it. Pat Caps is around the outside of it. Alo comes in right back behind them, though. Shoot to kill. Sees an opportunity, and they are taking it.
Wow. STK. Don't sleep on them. But also BSO, Black Sheep Office, had a really good read on that, and they were able to pretty much cripple with the help of STK and just get rid of Spicy Fish.
BSO is still making the push into
Yes.
this. They know where Shoot to Kill is. Shoot to Kill, though, is trying to step away from this one right now. We do have EU United that has vision on the two members that are trying to make their approach. Sonics, though, now finding themselves in the thick of it. H1 Tiggleton, the last two up, looking into where Gwen's going to be at. Do manage to get him, but does cost him mine for the flush. Shrimsy is still alive. Blue Zone is coming in. They're going to have to be quick with this one. But this does give them control of the north, but a quick drop-off and cliffsides around them.
Yeah.
Alo shoots a kill, still looking into BSO.
So this fight is going to happen. I really liked, again, Sonics, but that shift on top of the fact that they had to fight that team late, I'm not sure if they have vehicles. Otherwise, they pretty much could have went where Wildcard just sat. So Sonics now in a bit of trouble. Still very doable, though, as we move over to United. Actually quiet this game for the most part. 0 kills. They generally do get kills later, but it's still a little quiet for United. They've also lost Relo.
Got good position. Oh my god. BSO, you've got Shoot to Kill looking in at you. EU United also with eyes on what's going on. So we'll have to see. Mafu is kind of close to what's going on, but I mean, like the rest of the crew, I think they're just going to commit into the res right up against the wall. Shoot to Kill doesn't want to overextend, but they still have Alo creeping up back behind this one. Did Aguila see him right there? Yeah, he's got vision onto it. A couple sprays. Sonics now. Here we go. Got to send it in right next to EU United, and this is why all of these walks across this field are working, is because there's just people moving from everywhere. They hit a little bit of a dip as they're coming in. Sonics, H1 just sending it in to see if maybe he could be enough of a distraction for the rest of his teammates. Sonics jumping out right now. H1 now the last one up, sitting at 9 kills. Spots out, does go down, and EU United manages to hold the line.
That was really, really crazy. That was pretty much the only play after they got stuck on that fight with Orion that they had to make, and didn't work out. Meanwhile, Purdy just, you know, doing Purdy things. Absolutely wiping a team almost by himself there. Still want to give a big shout out, though, to BSO. They played that as well as they could have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed. I love the fact of what we're starting to see from them. The more and more polished, and specifically every single game. 300, pretty close to Shoot to Kill. Looks like they're vying a little bit more into Team 8's direction. Meanwhile, Snakers, he's got some vision on what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and take down Luke 12. United, like you were saying, a little bit quiet, but now sitting at 4 kills in a strong position with really nobody but a very weakened Shoot to Kill near them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure United could just not play the rest of this game, and it'd still probably be in first even after what happens tomorrow in groups. So this has been a really ridiculous day for them. They are able to clean up Sonics. They pretty much held this northeast side for the majority of the game. That's actually why we didn't see many kills from them, because they were just hunkered down in a good position. And as soon as it started to pop off, they did lose 1, but they were able to get 5 kills as T8 now pushing 303.
I mean, just an efficient push, starting off with a nade, and it's just coming in pretty clean from them. Already got retaliative off in the distance, and that was very beautiful coming up from T8 to pick that one up. Now they're going to have to contend with, I believe, a new squad sneaking up back behind them. It's going to be 300 that was looking to pounce, but that fight ended so fast, I don't think that 300 was expecting it. Now stepping away, they have revealed their position, but they haven't managed to cement up into the point in the way that they want to approach this yet. Now being caught off a little bit, Neferhor is already down. Richie and Vox seeing if maybe they can find an outside angle, lean into where Richie is playing from, provide a little bit of cover, but both of these teams still need to move, and 300 is really in the more desperate situation. A wild card!
Yeah, wild card as well, though. Yep, don't forget about wild card. They could easily third party this and just feast. As can United, depending on how this kind of goes down.
Wildcard provides enough of a distraction. 300 might be able to approach at the same time. Richie takes a lot of damage. Vox trying to provide a little bit of support, does take down Psycho Idiot. Wildcard still creeping in back behind them. You can see now just trying to flush out whatever point that they can get because they realize they're in a bad spot. Multiple teams now holding out. T8 looks like they're trying to move into the compound just to try to get a little bit more control over this. Can they maybe get the res onto Neferhor? They're just trying to get away from Wildcard's position right now. Throwables coming out, and Vox looks like he doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Well, if they do choose to go north, United could be there.
Yeah, especially because Vox only had 30 bullets. I don't think he has any reserve ammo of 7s for that barrel that he has, and that's not great. He needs to loot someone. I don't even know what his secondary is. If it's another 7.6 weapon, then he's kind of out of luck. And look at this angle from Yabul. TAC 8 still somehow surviving. 6 kills. Just doing a great job of being really obnoxious for the other teams to deal with. And that's what you want to be in the late game. You want to be really annoying. You want to pick up kills where you can and survive. That's exactly what TAC 8 has done.
300 has managed to right themselves and are looking into Wildcard's direction. Wildcard stepped away a little bit further. You can see Maji is in the distance and might be able to provide some long-range support for the close-range battle that is brewing. But remember, TAC 8 is back behind 300 as well, so that means the fact that it's a constant reposition as 300 has to deal with so many assaults from so many different angles. Now just Richie up. It's going apart, it seems, 2 different angles, 2 teams already taken apart. Now Richie just making a committed push right into Wildcard's direction. Trying to see if maybe he can go for the peak, cannot get it. Now Wildcard owns, I would say, what? Half of the circle, 60%, 70% of the circle, they all the way from the north down into this, and everybody else is very hard up against the east wall. Realistically,
they could own 80% of the circle if they wanted to. I'm looking at Lethal Association, and I kind of wish they got a little more aggressive and potentially got a little more involved. Yes, they're going to be able to wipe out United here probably, or at the very least do a lot of damage, but they've just kind of sat here. They didn't really flex out. They haven't really, asserted the fact that they could have had all the circle control that now Wildcard is starting to get afforded. And because they're not in now and the compound is out, I just think about all the control they could have had. They're still fine. But yeah, I would have loved to see more proactivity from that team. As now it looks like I may have lost Matt again. Typical.
I was going to say the fact that there's a little bit of an issue there that brewed up as you can see that maybe the zone wall got a little bit lost and all considered. United doesn't. They're just chain resing at this point. Like, I don't even know what they're sitting on. I do agree with everything you're talking about with Lethal Association and the way that they were posted up, but hey, look, sorry. Sometimes I gotta drink. I do a lot of yelling, man. I gotta drink some water.
You're fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. But yes, this is. Look at the difference, right? Like, Wildcard actually pushed up on the southwest side of that. They cleared the circle, and then now they already have Zealot, who's flexed over to take more control. That is something that I really wanted to see from LA.
And the worst part about that is LA didn't get
the kills for United. I know.
Can he make it to the rock? If Snakers manages to make it to the rock, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Okay, good. I was going to say Zealot has the angle. He gets him down. Now down to Wildcard, Lethal Association, and Tactical 8. And let's be honest, Wildcard is the moving factor in everything that's going on right now.
Yep. Especially now with Zealot in that forward position and an Om, he's going to definitely dissuade some players from pushing his direction, which means that if this all goes well, T8 will get funneled into LA, Wildcard will hold their side on the west and pretty much do what they want to do, especially if the circle shifts away from Lethal Association.
Yeah, TAC 8, they've got the roughest of the repositions, but
they've been fighting.
There we go.
They've been scrapping.
There we go. It's finally happening. Lethal Association is leaving the compound. It looks like they are aware of TAC 8's position based off the firefights and whatnot. They're doing a good job on tracking that. But I don't know, with the way we're seeing it, Wildcard's doing a lot of just kind of juking around to try to get more information on what's going on. And I don't know how well Lethal Association's been tracking it. They have a rough idea on where they are. But I don't know if they know where the individual members of Wildcard are.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure. But this shift does not help them at all. In fact, this shift helps Wildcard and even TAC 8 a little more than it helps out Lethal Association. And so they really need to kind of work together. And I think they're a 3-man, right? They did lose someone early. Yeah, so it's 3v3v2.
Looks like they are leaning into the Wildcard side, starting to creep in. Grant Lannis, got to be careful of T8. And now whenever he crests this hill, he might start getting vision on what's going on.
It's a big
spot out
opportunity
a
for
couple
T8.
of heads. Now has to be cautious through throwable range now coming out, and this is exactly what we wanted. Lethal Association just now chunking everything they've got into Wildcard's direction. Using this opportunity, T8 might be able to move, but they haven't opted into it yet. They're just kind of waiting to see what's happening with this firefight, as everything now is outside of the safe zone.
They need to pick a time. They need to, first of all, be looking at LA in this fight to see exactly when they can move, which is what they're doing right now. This is exactly what I wanted to see from T8. Use this opportunity. They're fighting. Get behind them. Backfill even. They are spreading further from the circle, though, rather than trying to potentially take a spot. At least, yeah, Bull has gone in. But this now opens the door for Wildcard. This is a really crazy fight, Matt.
Sociopath been trying to find something to work with. Gets the headshot onto your Bull. Now then, looking into what's going on, TAC 8 trying to creep on back behind, and Zinni does get spotted out, and we're ending up with a little bit cleaner of a fight, all considered. T-Sock is down, Zealot and Maji looking into Lethal Association's direction. Maji's taking a lot of damage, but this is getting a lot closer of a range fight than either one of these teams wanted to look at. The circle is still closing in, and neither team is in a comfortable position. Smoke's going down, and Sociopath now pushing in much, much more aggressively. It's all about smoke play and trying to play it right now. You can see the fact that with the repositions, it does look like LA might have themselves a little bit more cover to work with in these dips. Sociopath has a close angle with everything that's going on. Throwables now starting to come out from Wildcard. They get the angle onto Sociopath, opening up a little bit more of a door. There we go. It's going to be Wildcard. 9 kills, picking up the win.
Zealot coming through. Again, Wildcard just really, really solid team. And the way that they played that, the fact that they were being super proactive on the south side, I loved it, and they just cleaned it up. And then having the ARM as well for the little more damage, just well done. Well done, Wildcard.
We had an assumption that Wildcard had like essentially all the chips in that fight. Let's be honest with it. But there was a moment whenever I thought it might go a little bit awry for them, but they managed to do a good job on it, all considered. And Lethal Association did finally step out, make the move that we wanted to see them make. And the fact that they leaned into Wildcard versus T8 means the fact that they did know where the stronger of the squads were, so we're making the right choice. And Sociopath almost got that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there was really no reason for them to completely lean towards T8 anyways, just because they knew that team was probably going to have to be coming down, and they're at least 2 men. There definitely wasn't a full team of 4. So I like that. Again, I just wanted to see a little more proactivity. You know, I'm really big on that, Matt, from these teams. But overall, I don't think Lethal Association played it bad, right? Like, they definitely held their comp down out, and they were able to pretty much get to the end game and get second place with a good amount of kills. So.
I mean, this was just such a... I mean, it started a little calm. We were talking about that, but this is whenever it starts to kick off. You can see it was just fight upon fight upon fight, and a lot of these teams just didn't even have a chance to reset. Look at what was going on with 300, how they had to just mix and match fights in between them just to try to cling to life to move in, and that allowed Wildcard to have so much freedom in the West.
Yep, it really did, and credit to 300 as well. I mean, they fought on that South Ridge for so long before they finally got taken out. I'm pretty sure they got pinched, actually. So 300 coming in strong. We've seen some really cool stuff from that team in the past that were very close to qualifying last year, and so I'm pretty sure they should do fine here. Again, still 2 more days coming up. I mean, this was just the first day, Matt, right? Like, we were kind of feeling out some of these teams, especially with some of the roster changes, and I am not disappointed at all. I'm really excited for tomorrow and the rest of this week.
I had a lot of fun with all the games today. And guys, yes, I know we've got the scoreboard, and a lot of you guys are like, oh, well, we can already figure out the scores and everything else like that. we've got an interview for you from somebody that you're going to want, but we've got to go through the scores and everything else like that. I'm just going to give you a teaser that we have an interview coming, and I cannot wait because it's going to be the first time we get an interview with him in North America. So we're waiting for all the scores to get together. My concern for this lobby is United managed to make it in pretty late again, picking up 9 points, but Wildcard getting themselves a solid 19.
Getting 19 points as well. TAC 8, some much needed points. Sonic's doing Sonic stuff. They got 9 points. That shift on the north was rough, and they still ended up, I think, wiping at least another team in Orion, and I think even another one before that. So good amount of kills from them. STK just chugging along, getting points every game, being consistent. That's what we've come to expect, even with a slower start. Again, I'm not worried about that team at all. United can just do whatever they want. I mean, it's very clear to me that they've come in, especially with Flood now and the new revamp. United's looking like they may potentially dominate the region. We'll see. Who knows?
I love everything that United in the squad that they're set up. Oh my God, 94 points. 66 points back behind them with Sonics. Veritas 51. Gaskins with strong performance, and you can see it gets much tighter with Black Sheep Office. Wildcard Gaming Shoot to Kill. Tactical 8, Spicy Fish all neck and neck with each other. But Godspeed, I know that we have regularly gotten excited about E United squads and thought maybe this is the time for E United, and then it just didn't. Well, this squad feels so strong.
Yeah, and this is no disrespect to any of the rosters that United had before, but this is easily the best roster that team has ever had, right? And so because of that, I feel like coming in, they've definitely got the start that they've wanted, right? And now they just have to continue this going forward, and I don't really think it's going to stop. The beauty about NA as well is we have other really, really strong world-class teams, and whether it's Sonics or it's going to be a team, like a new team even, maybe even Spicy Fish, but also like STK, like they're going to swap places. These tournaments are generally pretty... I mean, last year Sonics did win 3, but most of the time it's a new team winning a new event, right? And so we have some really strong teams, and I'm excited to see that, especially how, again, we've just started, Matt. Like, we've literally this is just the first day. And this is just qualifiers. This isn't even grand finals.
We are talking about new rosters, so why don't we get somebody that is an old hand at PUBG, but newer to our region, and bring up an interview for you guys, as we now have Ykikamucow making his North American interview first appearance. First off, I gotta say, thank you. Your name always brings a smile to my face and makes it fun to cast every single time. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I appreciate it. I don't normally get told that. They normally say your name's dumb and you need to shorten it because nobody can say it.
No.
So, but you guys ace it.
Don't listen
you guys
to
are on
them.
fire.
Don't listen.
Yeah, we absolutely love your name, man. And my first question is, now you're finally playing in NA. Why this squad? Yeah. When did this happen? What was... Break down the process for me.
I mean, obviously, like coming from the Oceanic region, you've already got a lot of Oceanic players in America.
Sure.
But so a lot of the enticing things are the fact that Oceania doesn't necessarily have the same opportunities. Doesn't have ESLs, for example, like what we're playing today. So that's a huge bonus to get that extra practice in. But for me personally, is really about the schedule. I like the timing of it. Being able to play, early in the mornings and then finishing up at a reasonable time, rather than playing really late into the morning and feeling pretty unhealthy about my sleep schedule and all those sorts of things. And Gaskins was perfect. They had a spot. They said, "Cow, you look kind of beautiful," and they, they took me in their arms and they said, "God, you suck, but you're beautiful enough. Let's play."
Just kind of beautiful. Okay, Yeah. Well, one thing I want to do. 2-part question. First off, how come you guys didn't rebrand to Gas Cows? That feels like that just fits really well with you coming into the squad. I came to that conclusion while we were casting. Sorry, just had to bring it up to your attention for you guys. Future reference, maybe next PCS, whatever.
It could come, yeah,
but
exactly.
Also, like following up on what Godspeed was talking about, you were talking about with the schedules and stuff like that. So do a lot of you guys from OCE that are playing in North America during downtimes for whenever North America is asleep or whatever else like that, do you guys group up and play stuff? Are you still doing like the scrims that are over there? Like how does that work with the differentiation between the regions?
I mean, obviously, like playing with Nico, like there's a real opportunity there that we can sort of, get a little bit of our gas can practice in if you really want. Like, playing with Nico is still like some sort of practice. And then we do play some of those tournaments here and there. There's just a couple little ones going. But I mean, obviously when it comes to, PCSs and their official events, we won't be able to touch that. So yeah, anything that's little and anything that works within our time zone, we're going to try and play. And obviously Greg also plays quite a... Oh, Bye, Willie.
Puppy.
Dog's name. You gotta tell us.
Yeah, that's Willie. That's Willie the big pump. You can catch him on stream every now and again. He's adorable.
He is adorable and a big boy. Like that's a big
He's
dog.
a massive.
And-
he's a chunker. Oh yeah, a horse.
My last question for you is, I mean, expectations for this year coming in with this new team. What are your expectations?
Yeah, so like coming to NA came with a couple of things. Like obviously, if the schedule was the main priority, I also still wanted to be able to make PGC, as I did last year. So I mean, that's the expectation. I obviously realistic enough in the sense that me either just joining the team or just in general, maybe not quite strong enough at United, Sonics, TSM, those sorts of guys. But I'm happy with fourth. And like if we can pressure and throughout the year slowly start building up towards being able to take those top dogs down. Then so be it. Then yeah, that's also fantastic. But I mean, if we stay fourth, fifth in that area, I'm sure PGC won't be too hard to handle.
Hell yeah, brother.
All about the consistency. So before we cut out, give you a second there. Do you want to do any shout outs, talk about anybody, give anybody some love, let us know anything about you, because some North Americans may not know you as well as like OC, and what you got to say to them?
Not just sheer on gas cans, because I mean these guys like taking me in, and then obviously some of the OS players back home, I know they were watching, and I know that they're excited to see myself and Flood come over to NA and cheer those guys on. So I appreciate all the support there. And yeah, hopefully my teammates don't hate me after my performance today, and I can pull it together tomorrow.
Just dragging down those damage numbers, man. Just
I
step
know,
it up.
it's
You're
sad.
supposed to use the ping advantage. Isn't that the whole thing that we've been hearing all of this time? But thank you so much, man. We appreciate
exactly what they
everything.
expect. Too easy. Thank you very much, guys. Take it easy.
Kill it. Thank you so much for hopping in
see ya.
here. So, all right. Final thoughts before we start to close out everything, Godspeed.
Today was great. I'm really excited. If this is kind of the start we're getting to PUBG 2022, sign me up. I mean, I'm already signed up. I'm here. Definitely sign me up harder.
Well, look at that. Perfect timing. So that leads into the perfect thing. Speaking of signing you up, we told you that 2022 is going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action. While you're watching ESL PUBG Masters go down, take some notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for PCS 6, America's Open Qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th, and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you sign up right now. More details can be found at na.pubgesports.com. And so with this, guys, just want to say thank you so much for tuning in. I know it's one of the first big streams that we've had for North America, so I want to say thank you to the core for paying attention and getting the name out, and everybody that's tuned in and all the production. Godspeed. I want to say thank you so much. Always fun to cast with you, and every single player, you made it an absolute pleasure to watch everything. And Circles, we still kind of hate you, but we also still love you. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching.